9:01, we'll convene the Minnesota County Board of Supervisors to order, and I'd like to invite the clerk to conduct the roll call.
Supervisor McGordy.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern. Supervisor Mulhern.
I think she's having trouble unmuting.
I couldn't hear my audio, but I got it now. Thanks, guys.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Chair Jurdy.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to invite the clerk of the board to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
To the
Chair, would you like me to go ahead?
Go ahead, Ted.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, it appears that there was a problem with audio. Everybody in chambers did the pledge.
Thank you. Okay, great. Next on our agenda is public expression on items not on today's agenda, as well as public comment on the closed session and consent calendar. Do we have any public comments on any of those items?
Yes, we do. We have comments on public expression and on the consent calendar.
First on the line for public expression will be Janelle Rao.
Good morning, board members. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. I'm just here today to really acknowledge a county employee. We have so much going on in the world right now that has badness associated, but we really have a good story. Genaro Vega, who is currently our storekeeper / mail technician, has been with the county since 2008. Recently, on June 14th, Genaro witnessed a car theft that ended up being an actual kidnapping. His quick description and action to call 911 led to a very quick recovery of the car that actually had a child within it. The child was returned to their parent with no mishap, and because of Genaro's actions, we really wanted to, let this board know about your employee and that you do have a wonderful employee resource base, but specifically with Genaro, his actions were heroic, and I just wanted to take the time to mention that. Genaro is here. He does not want to be publicly acknowledged. He's really, a humble individual, but I did want to take the time to let the board know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle, for sharing that, and we do appreciate his going above and beyond, and really appreciate the work that he and others are doing every day for the county.
Next on the line will be Ron Edwards.
Good morning. Good morning, board. I wanted to kind of set the stage for later today's conversation. Supervisor Jurdy is the only supervisor that's been around as long as I have been making comments. I hope that the board realizes that I don't just make off-the-cuff statements. I do a lot of research, not only just in Mendocino County, but throughout the region and the United States to bring information. And I think that if the board goes back and looks at a lot of the comments I have made, particularly around track and trace and regulations in the cannabis industry, I've been pretty spot on in what I've been saying and trying to provide you with good information. And in that, I have been trying to find information, whether on Facebook, when a supervisor has made a comment about people who are for or against an item. I try to get out in public to make myself well educated on these issues, and I have not been able to find this large outpour of support for some of the issues that the board is going to be making. And I think that in talking with other members of the public, it's become clear that we're confused. We really don't know who these people are. And it seems like we see a few letters. I always look to see who the public comments are. Yet the supervisors, some of you will continue to say, well, you're hearing from both sides. And I think it would be very helpful to the public to know who these both sides are. I know that I make public comments. A lot of Small is Beautiful. A lot of people in several districts make these comments that they are against something, yet the board will say, well, I'm hearing from these people. It would just be very extremely helpful to express who these people are. I don't know where you would do that, Facebook or when you're making an issue, but it would just be extremely helpful. Thank you for allowing me to make this comment.
Next on the line will be Marie Jones.
Okay, so we will move on to consent calendar comments, and we will return to Marie Jones at the end.
First on the line for item 4T is Ron Edwards.
Yes, board. Again, I hope that you will follow what the constituents are hoping on these items when you're debating these. And thank you again.
Next on the line for 4AX will be Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Michael Katz, and I am the Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I appreciate this opportunity to make this comment on the ordinance before you prior to adoption. We appreciate all the commitments from this board and staff to first and foremost utilize the proposed ordinance to protect and prioritize existing operators in the phase 1 and 2 program who require a discretionary land use-based permit to ultimately receive their county annual permit. We appreciate your commitment to disallow any expansion during the state of emergency related to the drought, and that you are directing staff to bring back an ordinance later in the summer to propose initial expansion caps for cultivation. However, given the full breadth of this conversation, we sincerely believe that a more concrete solution is required, and we strongly suggest that you pass the more limited version of this ordinance as unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission and conduct an EIR prior to any additional expansion. We have grave concerns that the passage of this expansive ordinance, even with the stated intention of a phased implementation without an EIR, may leave Mendocino County with no discretionary ordinance at all through either referendum or lawsuit, either of which could cause great harm to the county and our existing operators. There has been a general sense among many of the impacted stakeholders that the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission for limited expansion within this ordinance is a fair compromise at this time. We understand that there's some confusion around an EIR, and we wanted to make clear that instituting one will not limit or harm existing operators. First, by including phase 1 and 2 operators and defining the baseline activity, along with any illicit cultivation to the extent it can be measured, an EIR would better gauge whether new activities will have a less than significant impact on the environment. Secondly, including illicit cannabis cultivation defining a baseline for new activity is especially critical for a legacy producing region. With this information, an EIR could consider if and or how the proposed zoning provisions support the mitigation of environmental impacts from illicit production. Humboldt's cannabis ordinance has an EIR as our initial 10A17 had an MND, and these items both included the realities of the illicit production. Given the assurances from this board that there will be no expansion until the drought is over, and there is already a commitment in principle to institute a cap, it seems that an EIR makes total sense. The fact that it would also support existing operators in getting their annual license by being able to utilize the cumulative impact component for their annual application through the discretionary permit process would enable state funding to be utilized for the EIR. We really encourage you to consider this suggestion and to help move this ordinance forward in a way that can work for all the stakeholders in the county. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Next on the line will be Ron Edwards.
Good morning once again. I think it's very important that when you are setting these limits in to look at all of the aspects of what limitation is. For example, this weekend I was at an event in the Dry Creek Valley in Sonoma County, and just talking about the number of wineries that had expanded and expanded operations before they had permits. My concern is that you are saying that nothing will be accepted, but yet development could take place. There is nothing in the ordinance that says a vineyard can't remove vines. There's nothing in the ordinance that says a building can't go up that could be used for storage that could be later converted to another use. I think these things, you need to take the time to really define what nothing is going to happen until means, because there are always going to be operators, lawyers who will go, well, we can start doing all this and get this in place beforehand. So I think that it's very important to have those clearly defined, that best you can to keep this from going forward until you actually say it is time to go forward. Again, it's important that the EIR be done because it will add a lot of clarity around this. And particularly my concern is the water use. We are hearing lots of uses, and even our cannabis manager has mentioned that when she put out the statement about 6 gallons, that was years ago before more information was done. When the University of California Extension had their program in Hopland, they said that, government needs to slow down because the numbers aren't there. We are talking theoretical use. Numbers are being thrown out, whereas cannabis operators have been used to utilizing what water sources available to them. So I think that the EIR would help clear that up. We'd be able to look at some of the practices that the farmers in the county are doing, and once again, making sure that phase 1 and phase 2 operators get through. Thank you very much.
Next on the line will be Hannah Nelson. You are muted.
Yeah, hi, this is Hannah Nelson. I apologize, but I have a client emergency with the Sheriff's Department, so I need to comment at a later time. Thanks.
And now we're going to try Marie Jones.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my microphone this morning. My name is Marie Jones, and I'm the chair of the Mendocino County Climate Action Committee, and I'm calling you at the request of our entire committee. They wanted to express support for the grassroots initiative recommendations to install charging stations, photovoltaics on government buildings, and encourage electric vehicles for the public transportation system. And they wanted the board to consider using some of the funding from the COVID relief funds for these activities to help bring our community more in line with the needs that we need to be engaging on for the climate crisis that is fast approaching. Thanks so much for your time and for listening.
That concludes public comment and public expression.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I'd like to pull items 4U and 4AX.
4U and 4AX. Could we, let's just take those one at a time. Could you discuss 4U?
Okay, 4U is a redistricting plan, and County Council brought it forth. There's a couple well, there are three options, and they're recommending one of the options, the staff-based advisory commission, and yet there's another one that's a hybrid of the citizens and the staff working together. So I'd like to hear staff's opinion about why they recommended the staff-based one and not the hybrid. Because this is an important issue, you know, the deep redistricting is happening. And I think that when we look at it, we should have citizen involvement as much as possible. So I'd like to hear from staff.
Thank you, Supervisor Hatchak. I see County Council in the chambers.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have Ms. Scott from my office on to speak to this item as well. I just want to let the board know the thought process on this one was that there's a very truncated timeline at the end of this. There's currently a statutory deadline of December 15th. By which to complete the redistricting process, but the bulk of the work is not going to be able to be done once the census results are certified. So there was a little bit of concern about how quickly we need to be able to move through those last couple of months there. On that point, I do want to note that the process does require at least 4 public hearings and a significant amount of public involvement. The fact that staff would be administering does not mean that there wouldn't be both the public meetings, opportunities for public input, and an opportunity for the public to participate in a number of ways. And then I would ask if, Mr. Chair, if Ms. Scott could speak to this just a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Charlotte Scott, Assistant County Counsel. I echo Christian Curtis's comments. We are looking at a very tight deadline, and with the census data not available yet, we're still anticipating that in the early fall, late summer. And I think there certainly are options of utilizing an advisory or an independent commission that utilizes members of the public. However, that does require staff involvement to train and provide education to the commission on the process. And that may require more time than we have. However, the board certainly has that option to pursue alternative methods for this process. And I think, as I explained in my memo, there is the opportunity for the board to retain the decision-making authority or the opportunity for an independent commission. But again, we are looking at a very tight timeline. The other, as indicated in the memo, and unfortunately we don't have Mr. Dunnicliffe available today, but I think he has some institutional memory, having been with the county for several years. And we have staff members who have worked on this over several decades and have the experience and background for the process, the actual process of the mapping. And so we jointly recommend that we utilize that institutional memory and training, but also update with our office having done the research on the new requirements as described in the memo.
Okay, I see a hand raised by Supervisor McGorty.
Yes, questions for Charlotte. What is the timeline? And then the question to Supervisor Hatchak is who specifically do you think should be involved? Charlotte, did you hear my question?
Yes, I apologize. The timeline, it's outlined in my memo. Once we have the census data available, again, we have a very unusual situation this year impacted by the COVID pandemic, which impacted the ability of obtaining the final census data. But we anticipate that in late August or early September. Once we have that data and we can start the process of having the public meetings, we have only until December 15th for the board to enact a resolution or ordinance adopting the final map. And so that's a very short time period to have the 4 public hearings that are required. And if we do not finalize that map, then we're then in a situation where it is up to the court. We lose our jurisdiction for creating the redistricting, creating the districts and mapping the districts.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may just add, I believe Ms. Scott was referring to the time with respect to August or September as to when we're expecting the federal census data to be in. I just note we're actually not going to be able to use that once it's released. The change in state law requires that the state adjust the population data based on the last known address of prisoners in the state prison system, and it's projected that there'd be another 30 days delay after that.
And to Supervisor McGordy's question, I just believe that, we need citizen involvement in this. And I'd certainly like to see those 4 meetings spread out throughout the county. And if that's the way we're going, and that the supervisors are able to see all the transcripts from the public meetings, because people are very concerned about, what the lines will be and who the representation, what that looks like. So just in a general practice, I think, more citizen involvement is better.
I'll just mention that I spoke with county staff about the fact that I think that there would be members of the public who could be valuable assets to the committee. And the person I was suggesting was someone who headed up the census in Mendocino County, and that was Paula Cohen, former director of the Mendocino Coast Clinics, but she headed up the census count in Mendocino County. And I just thought, given that background, that she would be a really valuable person to understanding where different communities were growing or shrinking, and the backgrounds of different communities. But I hope that if we go with the staff model, that we'll be seeing staff invite public comment as early as possible, because I think members of the public will have their suggestions to be heard. Any other comments on this agenda item?
I tend to agree with Supervisor Haschak. The optics need to be really clear on this of public participation, that this isn't being handed down to them from county bureaucrats. And I'm not quite sure how you create that. I think you have motivated people, because I get the concern from the county about having people who are effective quickly, that they come up to speed. But I also think it's important that we have participation from the public, and that it's not seen as being handed down from county administration.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Would it be possible for staff to bring this back at the next meeting with an idea about how we could get public participation in this? And, if we could have a few people on that committee? Okay. Or is that delaying it too long for staff?
My guess is delaying it one more meeting is going to make a difference.
Mr. Chair, I see Ms. Scott has her hand up. Just before she speaks, I just note I don't see an obstacle with us bringing forward a proposition to that effect for next meeting.
Okay. That would be good, I think.
Yeah, Ms. Scott.
Thank you, Chair Jardy. Charlotte Scott, Assistant County Counsel. I just wanted to clarify, and I outlined this in my memo, but the whole process, even with a staff-based advisory committee, everything that is created, gathered, all maps and comments submitted by the public, everything would be compiled on a public county webpage that not only explains the redistricting process, but links all comments, draft maps submitted, everything that the advisory, everything that we are working on for this process will be on a web page. And so that was part of the initial direction to have staff create this website immediately so that we can start gathering that public input. So I wanted to just point that out for the board.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, the board could also direct staff to go ahead and start getting the website up and then come back with a proposal for the composition of the committee at the next board meeting. But I think what Ms. Scott is saying is that it may be prudent to go ahead and get the website up while we're bringing that proposal forward.
Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. Looking at the board, I'm assuming everybody agrees with that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so by direction of the board, this item will come back at our next meeting with options to include more detailed options for a hybrid committee, which would include some citizens on the committee. Is that the direction of the board?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear that in the past, I've had concerns about the selective process of who the citizens are that are on the committee. I was much more comfortable with the idea that the meetings would be held in a public format. I anticipated seeing the meetings on YouTube, seeing a website. So I just want to be very clear that I have concerns about whom would be selected to serve on that committee. And I felt much more comfortable going forward with the way that staff had suggested it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, Supervisor Heshek.
Just to clarify that comment, is that my understanding would be we would still have the public meetings. We would just have a couple, some people from the community on this steering committee, more or less.
Okay, well, the decision will be made at the next meeting, not this meeting. And between now and then, if supervisors have a suggestion or members of the public want to volunteer to be on this, I would suggest they contact the CEO's office or one of the supervisors. So by direction of the board, we'll take that action for this to come back at next meeting. And so now Supervisor Heshek, you wanted to pull item 4X or AX?
Right, I wanted to pull 4AX for separate consideration. And I also have some questions on it. So certainly there's questions about the referendums going on. And so County Council had said this would be the time to ask those questions. So for County Council, if we have two referendums and one is a partial for just like the footnote number 6, or one specific part of even though it's an enormous part of the ordinance, but for a specific part like that, would that be a valid referendum?
Thank you. If I may respond to the chair. I will say that there's some ambiguity in the law. There is some case law that talks about being able to repeal, to enact a referendum via or to just an individual section or a portion of the ordinance. That being said, the case law talks about situations in which you have different sections dealing with different topics that are full and complete by themselves and could have been each adopted as a separate ordinance. I will say I don't want to say too strongly that a referendum just as to an individual footnote would be invalid, but I think that there's a pretty good chance that would be too narrow, and that if we were to be presented with a petition that had that number of signatures, I think we'd have to take a look at how it had been drafted and whether or not it was valid. Now that's I think that there's a decent chance that we would end up saying it was invalid by virtue of it targeting only a footnote. That being said, I just note that it's possible to delete the footnote or to impose a cap by the initiative rather than by referendum. So, really what we're talking about here is just sort of the form by which the public might challenge it, but the danger with respect to something as narrowly tailored as deleting a footnote from the middle of a an ordinance would be both sort of whether that would be legitimate based on the severability of that clause, but also whether it would be confusing the electorate. That essentially, if you're presented with a petition that says we want to delete this footnote on this table, is that something that is going to be meeting the requirements with respect to containing the full ordinance in the petition, being clear what's being done, et cetera. And the laws around that, I will say I haven't found any case law that deals specifically with anything more narrow than a section. The narrowest ones that I've found have just sort of deleted discrete sections of an ordinance, not anything that would go in and delete language like this. But there is, I think it's most likely that would probably be too narrow, that probably wouldn't survive challenge.
Okay, and another question would be, if two referendums were submitted and they were both allowed to go forward, what would happen if they were both, one was for a particular, specific area of the ordinance, one was for the entire ordinance, they both received over 50% of the vote. Mm-hmm. Which one would take precedence? Would it be by which one received more votes, a higher percentage? How would that be determined?
So if I understand the question correctly through the chair, I believe what Supervisor Hashak is saying is that if the referendum is received, the board has the option to go ahead and repeal the ordinance in response to the referendum. I think what you're referring to is the alternative, Supervisor Hashak, where the board would send it to the voters, and then the voters then have to vote on the ordinance. Now, the way it's framed in the statute is that they're not voting on the referendum, they're voting on the ordinance. So it's a yes or no vote on the ordinance that's proposed. The usual rule when there's conflicting initiatives is that the initiative that receives the most votes controls. I think the question that would be presented in that case is essentially whether or not the referendums were in conflict, and whether one that was a partial repeal, deleting only one section, was impliedly in favor of the remainder. That essentially, if the framing on it, because it's a vote on the ordinance, is in favor of the remainder of the ordinance, that shall this pass, then yes, if there are more votes in favor of that than against, the general rule is that would be controlling. That being said, if that scenario does arrive and if that does come to the board, what I might suggest prior to that going to the voters, which would be something the board would decide and send to the voters, is that if there's any ambiguity in how they would be phrased, potentially the board would have the ability to submit its own ordinance to the voters as part of that, as something that would be hopefully avoiding any confusion or any lack of clarity. That being said, I think we'd have to look at how they were framed, whether they were both valid, and then at the time they're received, what would be the form of them going to the voters. But I believe that there's a way that they can be submitted that would be clear as to whichever got the most votes would be controlling.
Okay, and County Council, you've presented a memo to the supervisors explaining your rationale for what you've just said, basically about, the partial referendum dealing with just a footnote. I'm wondering if the Board of Supervisors, for clarity purpose for the public who are really interested in pursuing this, if the board would allow for that memo to be released to the public so that they understand the rationale and can make their decision moving forward based on what County Council has already shown us about his reasoning. So I'm asking if we should release it, which I think we should.
Well, Supervisor Hashak, we have released some similar County Council opinions in the past, so it's not out of the question to pose that question. What do the other board members think? Would they like to make it available to the public? Supervisor McGordy.
Assuming that we're not breaking some confidentiality trust between us and our council, the more information the public has, the better, as far as I'm concerned. And I would query the county council as to whether that's an issue for him or not.
If I may respond to the chair, I don't particularly have any concerns. I don't know if this one's going to be quite as helpful as maybe some others. But it's really the board's decision as to whether or not you want to waive privilege and whether you would like that disclosed to the public. I would just suggest that if you do, just clarify that you're only waiving privilege as to the particular document.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I support the call for transparency, but I wonder if we want to allow County Council the liberty to rework it so that people walk away with an accurate understanding of the possible outcomes. Because I know sometimes with a long document, a sound bite here or there is taken, and I think if it's meant for publication, it would make sense to put a little bit more work into it.
Okay, looking at County Supervisor Mulhern.
I agree with Supervisor Williams on releasing the document that might provide a stronger level of clarity for people that are interested.
Okay, looking at County Council, do you have concerns that the language in your memo may be a little confusing to people, or would you just feel comfortable releasing it as it is?
I would be happy to make the revisions that Supervisor Williams has suggested and release later this week. I think what we would do is email or attach it to this item, and then I would email the board and let the board know that it was ready for them to share with the public.
So so later this week the document will be made public.
Yes, if that's the pleasure of the board.
Okay, looks like it's the consensus to make it public. Okay, any other comments on item 4AX? Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, talking with County Council, he said, County Council said that we couldn't make any revisions to this second reading at this point. Is that still your understanding?
If I may respond to the chair, just to clarify, this is the last meeting at which it would be possible to enact this ordinance under the CEQA exemption in the Business and Professions Code. So this is the second reading. If the board decided to make changes, even if it was going back to a version that was matching what the Planning Commission had previously considered, I think we'd still need to be doing a first reading and then have the second reading at the next regular meeting, which would unfortunately be after the deadline. So the recommendation that I would have is that if you want to keep the essential features of this ordinance but have something slightly different, I think you'd need to pass as is now to meet the deadline, and then to go ahead and direct staff to be preparing amendments to comply with that, or to comport to whatever it was that the board wanted to change.
Okay, so I don't think I'd probably have a second for deleting footnote 6, which I think that would solve a lot of problems. And pursuing an EIR, I think that it would save the county a lot of divisiveness. It will create stability if we did that. So.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so Supervisor Haschek, I think probably all 5 of us are looking at how we protect the environment, how we protect jobs in this industry, and how we protect neighborhoods. And I recognize we've reached different conclusions, but I just want to highlight, I think we're all looking at the same shared goal. And I don't know where to have the conversation. I would love to do it in public spotlight, because I recognize we have a segment, perhaps more in your district, that want to roll back to what we used to have, where cannabis was $5,000 to $7,000 a pound, and there weren't any taxes. It was the capitalist dream, and that's not where voters of California have taken us. And if you look at the trajectory of where it's going, I don't see a quarter acre really being viable for legal market. I think you may have some people taking that legal cover to avoid law enforcement, but not being able to sell in the legal market because of the aggregate of taxes. Right, 500 a pound, and half of it is going to be taken by government in some form. So I would be happy to continue the discussion. I would be happy to have it be public. I think we should bring an economist in to help us steer our cannabis policy, because if what we put together is not economically viable, we're going to run into a problem with illegal grows in places where cultivation is not ideal. But I appreciate you for the environmental concern. I think we all share it.
Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I appreciate those comments, Supervisor Williams. I just don't hear people saying they want to go back to the $7,000 a pound or whatever that statement was. I hear people saying that they are very concerned about their communities, their water, the environment, and the economy, about what this will do overall. So, it's not just me, it's, the overwhelming sentiment of this county. And so I will be voting no on this again. And I hope that we can make permanent changes to it that will limit it when it comes back in item 5H.
Okay. Supervisor Williams, do you have your hand raised?
Withdrawn.
Okay. I know we asked earlier under comments on non-agenda items and on consent and on closed session items, but I'm just going to go back to the clerk of the board before we vote on consent. Do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
So we do have one person who is now on the line who was not on the line earlier when we called. We can allow her to make her comments now.
On the line will be Anna Marie Weibel. Miss Weibel, you're muted.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
However, we are getting a lot of feedback, so if you could turn down your speakers, please. Okay, it appears that Ms. Weibel has hung up, so we will move on to one other caller who was not on the line earlier, and that is Ms. Monique Ramirez.
Ms. Ramirez, you are muted.
Hello, Monique Ramirez, District 3, representing the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. We just really want to strongly urge this board to reconsider the cap on cultivation expansion, how that impacts our communities. We've stood so strong in opposition to what's been currently proposed up to this point, and we still strongly recommend the 22,000 square foot allowance for phase 1 operators and the phase 3 operators. We want to see a 1 acre cap in ag land, and anything beyond that, we would love to see an environmental impact report conducted. And it's the only way that we'll really understand what kind of cumulative impacts we're going to have on our environment. It's the best way to understand the landscape moving forward, especially with everything changing. It lines up perfectly with the timing for 2023 when the Type 5 license will become available. for people that want to expand beyond an acre. If the county would make the commitment to the community now and start that research, use some of the funding that the state may be able to provide us as a county, and get this work done. And then we can make an assessment of what forward path we need to make. Just doing a phased approach, but still leaving it open to further expansion, I don't think is the right way forward. And so we strongly urge this board to consider that and not just push this forward just to get through a CEQA exemption. That's not doing right by the environment or by the community. And we know that there's a lot of disheartened constituents in our county that are going to push forward with a referendum. And that's really terrifying for those that are in phase one that may need to transition over. It should be terrifying to the Board of Supervisors as well, because there's been so much work done to get to this point. And so we need you to hear our voices. It is so imperative. Trust is the number one thing that I think is on the line here. And as a supervisor, you're representing all of your constituents in each district, and then together you have to come together as a board to make the right choices for our county and our future. And so please listen to us. We listen to the cultivators that stand with their plants and our medicine makers and all of the legacy operators that are wishing to come forward. Like, there's just so much here that we need to understand and keep working through. And I don't think that we've taken enough time to really craft the right ordinance. We're going to end up right where we were before with the phase one ordinance in chapter 10A17. So please, 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 let's reconsider. Let's take this moment to breathe deeply into what is right and do the right thing. So thank you so much for the time to speak.
Okay, and next on the line, we'd like to give Hannah Nelson the opportunity to comment. I know she's back in the waiting room. She wasn't able to speak earlier. Ms. Nelson, were you ready to provide any comments?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Atlas and the board. I'd just like to comment on Supervisor Williams' comments regarding that there's not going to be a market. First, I would like to remind the board that I believe that Supervisor Williams himself and certainly Supervisor Mulholland have repeatedly advanced the idea that the free market should determine what the course of regulation should be. And that's been the justification to actually push forward some of the concepts enshrined in the proposed ordinance right now. So it seems a little bit disingenuous to then not rely on the free market if that's the basis of pushing forward a particular proposal. But separately from that, with respect to high prices and whether or not there would be a market, I'd like to remind the board that the Appellations program is about to start in full swing. The final regulations are being promulgated, and the program is going to be quite a robust program, which in fact is similar to and actually a little bit more beneficial to cannabis cultivators than the Appellation program for wine. And I think that that needs to be taken into the equation when broad strokes are made to say that there's not going to be any market. I think that we always have been a region of craft cannabis, and that now the legislature has put some teeth behind that concept. And I think it will have a very positive impact on the market, as well as preserving the reputation and identity of Mendocino County as a place for craft cannabis. Additionally, I want to support the idea that we can move forward on multiple tracks at the same time. The ordinance can be passed now, regardless of whether you concur with restricting it as the Planning Commission recommended or not at this moment, but also pursue the governor's funding for an EIR, because an EIR would in fact benefit those already who are in the pipeline under the 10A17 program and who might have to go ahead and, as I call it, flop over to the new ordinance. It doesn't mean just because it will benefit a larger analysis that it wouldn't benefit those existing state license holders and therefore be eligible for the governor's funding. And we can move on parallel tracks at the same time. And
Okay, and last on the line, we are going to try Anne Marie Weibel one more time, who had comments on item 4AW.
Ms. Weibel, you are muted.
Thank you so much. I had some problems earlier. I'm requesting that you pull as well item 4AW from the consent calendar and discuss the merits of this consolidated coastal development permit for Jack Peters Creek Bridge at a future meeting. This item does not feel like a routine item and also not a non-controversial item, and in my mind warrants discussion. As any board member may request that any item be removed from the consent calendar for individual consideration, I'm asking you to support that, to retain county jurisdiction. Having the Planning Commission deal with Caltrans project in Mendocino provides more chances for public involvement, which is required by Public Resolutions Code Division 20 of the California Coastal Act, because that's what it wants to protect. Also, Seacock White Lines, Title 14, California Code of Regulations, Section 155201, public participation in sections 21000 and after contain many specific important information about public information. So this item would go under Coastal Act Section 30601.3 because it provides, among various points, that the public is provided substantially to have input, and that would be impaired by that review consolidation. And I contacted one of you. I'm not sure if this bridge is in the district of Ted Williams or Dan Jurdy, but it is, I am asking you to pull this item from the consent calendar. And I was wanting to do that earlier, but it's just, I struggled with the technology, and I appreciate that you let me speak. And I know there was another person who you received comments from, an architect and the owner of a house who you received comments who wanted to speak as well, but they probably didn't get to maneuver the technology either. And in their letter that they received, it wasn't clearly pointed out what needs to happen for them in order to have input. Thank you so much for hearing me.
That concludes public comments on the consent calendar, and I did want to point out that this agenda has been amended to include agenda items 8A and 8B, which are to be considered as consent items.
And just for clarification on Jack Peters Creek Bridge, that is in the 5th District. The 4th and 5th Districts come together at Russian Gulch, which is north of Jack Peters Creek. Supervisor Williams.
Can I ask staff, perhaps planning, how urgent this item is?
Mr. Chair, if I could ask for clarification, which item are we speaking of at this point?
Jack Peters Bridge.
I believe we can reach out to Planning and Building and get a response. I'll also ask Mr. Kudrowski if he can join the meeting and possibly answer that question if he knows.
Yeah, so brief, Chair, if I may comment briefly. I'm in support because we're in COVID and it's hard for folks without broadband to be part of the meeting. If we can postpone this item until next meeting to allow greater public expression, I would favor that. I don't know that would be favorable to having local control, because I'm afraid on bridge issue with Caltrans, there's a potential for a lawsuit, and I don't want the public in Mendocino County having to sue the county. I think it's a poor use of public funds that are already spread thin. I would rather, if there's a lawsuit, it'd be the state defending. But I do support ensuring that we've had sufficient public comment.
Looks like planning and building is in the meeting.
Hi, good morning, supervisors. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So the item in front of you today is a request for consolidation to allow for the State Coastal Commission to process a single coastal development permit for the replacement and upgrades to the Jack Peters Creek Bridge. So the item today is really requesting whether or not the board wishes to delegate their authority to the state. And the main finding that has to be made is that public participation will not be substantially impaired. And our office did find that public participation would not be substantially impaired. And that's primarily because right now with our virtual meeting platform, as well as the expected hybrid sort of approach that may be anticipated in the future, the public actually has the same level of participation, both at the local level as they would at the state level as well. So that was the main finding that staff needs to make in order to support a consolidation request. And we have found over time that it does make it an easier process, both for the applicant and the public, in that you have one coastal development permit that covers the entirety of the project. Otherwise, there will be two separate coastal development permits required to be processed for the improvements located in each district. One, with the Coastal Commission and one with our office locally. And I'm available for any questions.
Yeah, through the chair. Is there any harm in delaying this until next meeting? Is there urgency?
I believe that Caltrans would like to see that this item move forward. From a staff perspective, we don't necessarily have a timeline that we're running up against, but I do know, the longer that the board delays taking action on this item, the longer it is prior to the Caltrans being able to file their coastal development permit application with the State Coastal Commission.
Maybe for clarification, I think, Julie, I think you explained it. I just want to make sure everybody understands. If we do not take this action, Caltrans will be submitting two applications, one with the county for the portion of the bridge that is over land, and one with the Coastal Commission for the portion of the bridge that is over Jack Peters Creek, the waterways, which are managed by the state. And this action would allow there to be a single permit application and permit review with the Coastal Commission directly. By the way, if we go the other course and have it reviewed by the county and by the Coastal Commission, a member of the public at no cost can appeal the county's decision to the Coastal Commission, where it all goes back to the Coastal Commission anyway. So for the fact that it's extremely likely, in my opinion, that it will be appealed to the Coastal Commission regardless of what the county does, I think it makes sense just to have a single application process directly with the Coastal Commission, because ultimately I believe it's going to go to the Coastal Commission anyway, regardless of what the county does in its permit.
Chair Jardy, just for clarification, I'm not polling this item for separate consideration.
Okay. Okay, so we have a request from Supervisor Hashak to pull 4AX for separate vote. And are there any other items on the consent calendar that supervisors would like to pull for discussion or for a separate vote? Okay, not seeing any. I guess we need, looking at County Council, can we have a motion for the entire consent calendar and allow Supervisor Hashak to record a no vote on 4AX?
Mr. Chair, I don't know that there's a hard and fast rule, but I think it would be a little bit cleaner just to have a separate vote for 4AX.
Okay, all right.
And if I may also, I believe, if I understood correctly, the board had also pulled 4U and given direction to staff.
That's correct. So would someone like to make a motion?
I move we approve the consent calendar.
I second it.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak, I think you would like to record a no vote on 4AX.
Well, I'd like, since I said it was for separate consideration, I'd like a separate vote like County Council said on item 4AX.
Okay. I'm not seeing anybody making a motion to make it a separate item. So,
well, okay. I'll make a motion to make item 4AX a separate item.
Okay.
There was currently a motion on the table.
So this would have to be a substitute motion. Does someone want to second Supervisor Hashak's motion?
I'll second it. I think we might as well go on the record.
Okay, Supervisor McGorty. Okay, so we have a motion. And Supervisor Hashak, your motion is?
Well, my motion is to
have a separate vote on 4AX.
Right, and to vote no on 4AX.
Mr. Chair, for the sake of clarity, I believe the chair simply has the ability to decide which item is being discussed in which order. It may be cleaner if the chair simply indicates at this point that you're taking up item AX and then request a motion on that. I think we might be getting into a little bit of confusion.
Yeah. Okay, well, would someone like to make a motion to approve 4AX? We can have a standalone vote on that. Supervisor McGorty.
I'll make a motion that we take up item 4AX and vote.
I will hand the chair over to Supervisor Williams, and I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion?
Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I guess we need clarification on what the motion is, because I thought we were already going to vote on AX.
So I think we have a motion to approve 4AX from Supervisor McGorty, and I'm seconding it. And you have the opportunity now to vote against the motion.
Oh, that's not what I understood Supervisor McGorty's motion.
That's what I meant.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And Supervisor McGorty, could you restate the motion for the record?
I move that we take up item 4AX for consideration and that we pass it as written.
Yeah.
Supervisor Dirty, do you concur as the second?
Yeah, I second.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to clarify, is the motion to approve item 4AX?
Yes.
Is the motion the recommended action?
I assume so, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready for a roll call vote?
If no further discussion, let's have a roll call vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
No.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisor Hashak dissenting.
And I'll hand the gavel back to Supervisor Jurdy.
Okay. So now we have the remainder of the consent calendar with the exception of item 4, I think it was 4U, where we've already given direction. So would someone like to make a motion on the remainder of the consent calendar?
I move we approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
I second that.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote?
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Hey, we've gotten through the consent calendar. And it's only 15 minutes after, or a few minutes after 10. Now we're on to item 5A, which is discussion of possible action, including an update on COVID-19. And we're looking to public health for an update.
Mr. Corrin, you are muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Chair Jurdy, members of the board, and CEO Angelo, the data as of June 20th, 2021 shows a worldwide pandemic of COVID has been decreasing, except increasing in Mexico, Brazil, Colombia, the UK, and Russia. In the United States, the cases now number 35,549,095, and the deaths are 601,961. These are not increasing at it's at a decelerating rate. The hotspots are parts of Montana, the Northern Plains, Arizona, Texas, and the Southeast, all with lower vaccination rates. California, the case rate is 1.8 cases per day per 100,000, and hospitalization rates are the lowest in the past year. Test positivity is 1.0%. In Northern California, however, our region has significantly higher case rates. The state recently released a seropositivity data report from blood donor sampling, which may explain this. It shows a significantly less protection in our region, possibly due to our having less of a surge last winter than the rest of California. Mendocino cases are still averaging 5 to 7 cases per day per 100,000. These are concentrated in Ukiah, Redwood Valley, and Willits, where the vaccine uptake is also the lowest. And the cases are nearly all in the unvaccinated population. So this case rate increase is actually greater than it appears to be. The testing rate is 30% of what it had been last winter. Test positivity is high at 5.2%. The total cases at this point from Mendocino County are 4,321, of whom the Latino community has suffered 2,071 cases. Currently in the hospital, there are 2 in med-surg and 2 in the intensive care unit. This does not threaten the hospital capacities, as we were concerned about last winter with that surge. Currently, though, there are 99 people in isolation and quarantine, and the deaths in Mendocino County have not changed since the last report and remain at 50. At this point, there are no formally defined outbreaks in our county, but we have had a number of clusters in restaurants, bars, a religious school, and a senior field trip, as well as some high-risk exposures in church and a yoga studio. These cases add to community spread, as well as going back and spreading through their families. While one probable case has been vaccinated, this is very rare and amounts to in the range of 6 per 10,000 cases, and none have been admitted to the hospital or passed away. All the other cases we've seen lately are unvaccinated. Some individuals with mild symptoms are not self-isolating or quarantining and actually continue to work. So we need more unvaccinated people to be tested for asymptomatic COVID conditions, which of course we used to catch with more regular and more voluminous testing, and we're missing those now. Working people bring it home to their children and friends. Some continue to refuse to talk to contact investigators and contact tracers, tying our hands for controlling this pandemic. Variants found in Mendocino County include the California variant, the UK variant B117, which is the most predominant, and the Brazil variant. The Delta or Indian variant has been found in various places in California, including Northern California, and several in the Bay Area. The state is beginning to send all positive PCRs for whole genome sequencing, but I have not received an update yet since the last report to the board. Vaccines, at this time, the supply is adequate, and all those over 12-year-old are eligible. Our clinics have choices of vaccines, and walk-in appointments are welcome. Incentives have been available from the state and some local businesses have also contributed. The county is going to be closing the mass vaccine site at Carl Purdy Hall, but we have a regular vaccine clinic planned in the Fine Arts Center at the fairgrounds every Friday when the testing team is off. Additionally, the team has been doing numerous small pop-up clinics as well as vaccinating many people through home visits. We're focusing more on county efforts in inland areas where the rates of vaccination are the lowest and the cases are the highest. We'll also be trying to combine vaccination and response testing when that's possible. Primary pediatric and family medicine, as well as internal medicine providers, are beginning to distribute the vaccines. Health education continues with a special frequently asked question flyer being sent to the hospitals to use with their staff. Last week, our billboards went up in Ukiah and Willits, and our PSAs, I announced before, are being circulated throughout social media, radio, and we also have flyers. And I am, of course, continuing to present on Spanish radio at least once per week. California just received a digital record of vaccine status, the Smart Health Card, which can be obtained at myvaccinerecord.cdph.ca.gov. And there is a helpline at 833-422-4255. Vaccine distribution as of June 20th shows that we have distributed 86,947 total doses. That is 65.9% of those over 12 years old have been at least partially vaccinated, and 56.9% of our county over 12 years old has been fully vaccinated. From an equity perspective, those at least partially vaccinated, we're doing well with 58.2% of those in quartile 1 and 62.7% in quartile 2. The Hispanic population has been 50.2% vaccinated compared to 61% of the Caucasian members of our community. In age groups, the youngest that have just become eligible from 12 to 17 are 30.8% vaccinated. Those 18 to 49 years old are 55% vaccinated, and 50 to 65 years old are 76.7%, and 65 plus age group shows 75% are vaccinated. So we continue to offer vaccines for everyone, but we are clearly in a slower pace. We are now relying more on the clinics and the hospitals to give those vaccines out to their patients as their trusted service provider. The blueprint guidance was withdrawn, and 2 weeks ago I reviewed the remaining CDPH guidances for beyond the blueprint. Last week, the long-awaited Cal OSHA rules, which do align with the state CDPH guidelines, were released for employers. These do not apply to workers under aerosol transmission diseases, or the ATD standards, which includes EMS workers, transport, police, corrections, hazardous waste, and for shelters for people suffering homelessness. These, briefly stated, show outside no masks are required unless there's an outbreak at a business. Indoors, for fully vaccinated, no masks will be required unless there's an outbreak, except in healthcare facilities, K-12 schools, and childcare. For the unvaccinated, masks are required unless working alone in an office or a vehicle. If the employee's vaccine status is not known, they must be considered unvaccinated, and all must mask. Confidential documentation must be maintained, but there are numerous ways to collect that information, including self-attestation. Employer must have masks and face coverings available for unvaccinated and vaccinated who desire it. Anyone may wear a mask without fear of reprisal, and quarantine is required for non-vaccinated close contacts, but no longer required for fully vaccinated close contacts. No distance requirements unless for other hazards, that includes for transportation or housing provided by employers, and no more disinfection rules or sharing prohibitions. testing has to be available, and ventilation should be maximized. So just moving to a summary of this report, we continue to see very high cases in Mendocino County, including more hospitalizations, more people in the intensive care unit. This could easily develop into a surge like we have seen in the past, but for now our hospitals seem to be ready and available in a different situation from last winter. Unfortunately, people want to believe the pandemic has ended, but it's really smoldering now. We have had bumps in cases from Memorial Day and Father's Day and graduations, and ahead there is July 4th and of course all of the gatherings and traveling from the summer. There is now also an increase of variants in California with the possibility of a vaccine-resistant variety emerging and causing significantly more disease and a surge. So priorities at this time for us is to vaccinate everyone as soon as possible so people can enjoy their summer activities and protect their family. This will also hold back the emergence of other variants. We have to encourage more testing, and contact investigation and tracing has to go on. And we'll continue to use quarantine and isolation as tools to control these infections. We need to continue to educate, to appropriately wear masks, and if symptoms, don't travel or socialize or go to work. And if you're vaccinated, you'll be able to enjoy the summer with other vaccinated people a lot more. And with that, I'll close and I'll be here for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Corin. Supervisor McGorty?
Thank you, Dr. Corin. So I'm trying to understand this. So we're still, according to you, at some significant risk of a surge, and is that correct?
Yes. We're sort of plateauing at a very high level of cases.
Mm-hmm. And just from a point of view of epidemiology, do you feel like this disease is starting to become endemic and that our chances of eradicating it with the level of vaccination probably isn't possible?
No, I think vaccination is the way to go. And all of the variants so far that we've discovered are sensitive to the vaccines. So as we've said before, this is really a race between the vaccines and the variants. And we're not at a level where our vaccine rates are like they are in some other places, even some of the counties in the Bay Area and Northern California. So I think we have a ways to go, but we could get on top of this disease. So it's not, as you say, endemic.
Yeah, so a lot of the unvaccinated continue to be children, so that probably would be part of the reason why we don't have as high a vaccination rate, perhaps.
That's true, but I think if we can move through the children as thoroughly as we did with many of the other groups, and the other groups also vaccinate more, then we will probably be up to levels that they are considering leave our community with a community immunity or a herd immunity, where it's very hard for the virus to jump from one person to the next person.
Okay, so it sounds like we're on the cusp, but we're not quite there yet.
That's right, and we're still vulnerable population, in part because of the good we did in the winter. So we don't have as many people who've had infections, and there's not a zero prevalence of immunity here as there is in some other counties in the state.
Mm-hmm. And going forward, when do you think those of us that have been vaccinated have to think about a booster? Is there any recommendations yet?
There are no recommendations that I've seen yet. When we've asked that on state calls, they're sort of waiting to see if there are more of these infections after vaccination, or if we have significant variants that are causing more infections, clusters, or outbreaks. And in the meantime, I'm sure the pharmacy companies are coming up with new vaccines which do address some of the variants. But at this point, the vaccines that we have are very adequate. They're very effective. And so I think we are going to have to wait and see. There's not something built into the vaccine that we can say, oh, it's going to run out its efficacy after 6 months or 9 months or a year. We've been very happy to see those people who are still who were initially vaccinated in the phase 1 trials are still resistant to the infection. And that was so it's about 8-9 months ago. So that's good. And for most of us, it's been only 6 months that we've had access to the vaccines.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So Dr. Koren, we have more vaccines available for everyone who wants them at this point.
Yes, the vaccines are available, and we can get more if we needed more.
So people just need to get out there and get vaccinated.
Yes, that's correct.
Very good. And they're for what age? Is it 16 and over at this point?
It's 12 and over.
12 and over, okay.
So the Pfizer vaccine was approved several weeks ago, down to 12 years old.
All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Just briefly, Dr. Koren, it seems like the lodging industry here in Mendocino County has, I think, done a fantastic job of being, adopting best practices. But I'm also hearing from people who are now thinking of themselves going on vacation for the first time in over a year. And are there any sort of general guidance that public health has for people who are, leaving their community for the first time in a year to go into some kind of vacation this summer? What would you say if you had a patient who asked you that question?
The best protection is to get vaccinated. There's no question about it. And that's going to be most important coming back into our county, because variants could be brought back into our county. There's many other places, depends on where you're going. But many places have a higher case rate than we do. And that's why I mentioned some of the states in the United States that have a higher case rates and down in Central and South America and around the world. Because if you travel there, you can certainly get sick there, and you can get variants from there and bring them back here. If you are leaving, make sure you're fully vaccinated before you leave. And then when you come back, there's also no reason to quarantine if you've gone within the United States. If you are unvaccinated, you need to test a few days, within 3 days, and show your proof of a negative test before you board a flight. And before you come back, you'll need to test again. And when you come back, you'll need to quarantine still if you're not vaccinated. So it's much easier to travel if you're vaccinated.
Any precautions for those who have been vaccinated while they travel?
Well, I think it certainly is. It's necessary in travel hubs for everyone to wear a mask. So if you're in travel, in transit, in an airplane or a train or a bus, where it's a closed environment, yes, you want to wear a mask, even if you're vaccinated. And that's true in, airports and train stations and stuff like that. So in travel hubs, you also want everyone to be vaccinated.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Koren? Okay, not seeing. Is there any other part of this presentation today?
I think you've all gotten a copy of the written report also, haven't you? I sent that along.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Koren. And do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, we do. Becky Emery will be on the line.
Good morning, members of the board, Chair Jardy, CEO Angelo, and County Council Curtis. My name is Becky Emery. I'm an Assistant Director with Health and Human Services, Social Services. I commend Dr. Koren and the team in their work to keep our community safe during this ever-changing response. In support of this effort, the Great Plates program started in Mendocino County on May 11th, 2020, just over a year ago. It's been providing meals in support of our elderly and medically fragile community members in an effort to reduce their risk of exposure to COVID-19. This program has been a federally funded and federally driven program. On June 8th, of 2021, we were notified the program will be closing out as of this coming July 9th. This program has been key to many of our community members, providing 875 unduplicated individuals a cumulative of 476,342 meals delivered to their homes. In support of closing out the Great Plates program, we have sent notices to all enrolled, providing them with alternative resources such as Meals on Wheels programs, food banks information, and links to apply for CalFresh benefits. We recognize that there have been many challenges over the past year that these individuals have faced and included additional resources, including the Warm Line and payee supports. We have also notified the 10 food providers that we are currently working with and have appreciated their partnership in this response. This critical support has already provided $10,987,827 in economic revenue to our community, supporting 85 jobs throughout this whole past year. The Great Plates program has played a key role over the past year, and we appreciate that state and federal support has given us a 30-day notice to engage with all enrolled and providing these supports in our community and help in transitioning from the program. We continue to encourage everyone to get vaccinated and engage in efforts to further mitigate the spread of COVID-19 and maintain their safety and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky, for the update.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks everyone for the update on COVID and the Great Plates program. And at 10:25, we're going to go for a break and come back at, let's see, 10:35. Thanks. On our agenda is item 5B, which is a notice of public hearing to adopt an amendment to our general plan to incorporate an updated safety element. And for this, we're looking to planning a building. But first, I want to ask clerk of the board, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay. And so at 10:36, we're going to open the public hearing and go to note. Have you noted that all correspondence has been received and filed?
Yes, we have.
Okay. All right. Well, then we are ready to go to planning and building.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you very much. Nash Gonzalez, Interim Planning and Building Services Director. And also on the Zoom with us is our consultant, Aaron Pfeffenstiel with Atlas Planning. And so I'll just go ahead and introduce this item. The county has completed a comprehensive update to the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, prepared a climate adaptation vulnerability assessment, and updated goals and policies and implementation actions in the development and resource management elements of the general plan, which make up the safety element. The county safety element is integrated into the development element of the general plan and was adopted by the Board of Supervisors on August 17, 2009. The safety element is one of the 7 mandatory elements of the general plan. Its primary purpose is to identify potential risks within the county that could potentially endanger the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. The safety element identifies the location and potential extent of each safety risk using maps, primarily those associated or pertaining to seismicity, flood, and fire. Safety element also functions as the intermediary between the general plan and the local hazard mitigation plan. As the board may recall, in 2020, the county, along with the assistance from Atlas Planning, undertook the update of the county hazard mitigation plan and was adopted by the board in December of 2020. Subsequently, the hazard mitigation plan was certified by FEMA in February of this year. Final component of this project is an update to the county safety element, which is included and update to the development and resource management elements. This update includes new expanded policies and implementation actions surrounding evacuation and wildfire based on the results of the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, a climate action vulnerability assessment, and the recently completed fire vulnerability assessment and evacuation plan prepared by the Mendocino Council of Governments. The safety element addresses a wide range of natural and human-caused hazards and consists of goals and policies aimed to reduce these risks associated with these hazards, such as associated with the loss of life, injuries, property damage, and economic and social dislocation. Since 2009, a number of revisions to California Government Code have been enacted, which require that the safety element be updated. And just to mention some of these are SB 1241, which is fire hazard safety, SB 379, which is natural hazards adaptation and resiliency. SB 99 is triggered by the update to the housing element, which requires on or after January 1 of 2020 that the safety element be reviewed and updated as necessary to identify residential developments and any hazard areas identified in the safety element that do not have at least 2 emergency evacuation routes. So pursuant to state law, the draft safety element has been reviewed by the California Geologic Survey, CGS, and then most recently on April 15th, the Mendocino County Planning Commission provided feedback on the development and resource elements. The feedback received resulted in modifications to the policies and implementation actions. In some instances, some of the new policies and implementation actions were proposed by the commission in order to address specific concerns to Mendocino County. So pursuant to the government code on March 3rd of this year, the draft safety element was transmitted to CAL FIRE for their review. And this is now a mandatory requirement of all safety elements in California to address wildfire hazards. The review of the 2020 development and resource management elements, as revised by the Planning Commission, has been completed by CAL FIRE staff and then subsequently transmitted to the Board of Forestry. And as I mentioned at the last board meeting, the Board of Forestry approved on June 8th, the safety element. So this review by the Board of Forestry ensures that we are in compliance with the requirements of SB 1241. Relative to CEQA, the department has prepared an addendum to the general plan EIR pursuant to the CEQA guidelines section 15162, and therefore staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution approving the general plan amendment GP 2021-0001 for the safety element update and the addendum to the 2009 general plan EIR, and authorize the chair to sign same. I also would mention that we have our consultant, Aaron, with Atlas Planning Solutions, who's here to answer any technical questions or any specific questions that the board may have. So with that, we're available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Nash. And thank you for you and the planning department making a priority to update the plan, the safety element. And do we have any questions at this time? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I was reviewing this document, I noticed a lot of elements that we've had conversations about in the community, such as farm worker housing, protecting oak woodlands. I mean, there's a lot of information, in particular in the apologize, I'm trying to figure out which document it was. In the resource element update and also in the climate report, that are common concerns that we keep getting from the community. And I know that both government and nonprofit service providers have a hard time telling their story and communicating and getting the word out about the work that they're doing. So is there any plan moving forward, and assuming the board approves this today, is there any plan moving forward to discuss items that are in this with the community in advance so that they're aware that these changes are being made or that these items have already been considered and included?
So if I may, through the chair, this was circulated publicly. We did have several working groups last year regarding the multi-hazard hazard mitigation plan. So this has been out there for quite a while, including other county departments had weighed in on the hazard mitigation plan. And as far as where we're at now, we're basically at the final stages adopting the safety element, which again, as I mentioned, requires that we update this based on the triggering of the housing element.
Yes, understood. I think maybe what I'm not saying very well is I'm grateful that all of that community feedback is incorporated in this document. So how do we go forward from here and let them know that the concerns have been heard and they're incorporated in this plan if it's approved by the board today? Like, is there any kind of plan moving forward to have any community conversations about that? Or I think I've caught you by surprise. So that must mean that there's not.
Well, if I may, through the chair, I think we've done that community outreach. And I think what we can do working with some of our state and federal partners is look at educational material pertaining to fire evacuation zones, pertaining to a lot of the work that's already been done. And I know that during MCOG's exercise, there was a lot of public participation. And basically what we're doing here is we're taking all of that participation that was done with fire agencies, law enforcement, EMS, county departments, and members of the public, and wrapping it into the safety element, because as I mentioned, the safety element now has to take into consideration the hazard mitigation plan, which in years past it did not. And so what this does now is it creates a bridge between the two documents where before we didn't have that. And maybe Aaron, if you want to step in and maybe some additional information to the discussion, please feel free.
I think if the board would like additional outreach, that's absolutely something that can happen. I think it really just depends on what you have in mind and probably the best approach. I could see a number of ways to get this information into the community members' hands. It's a challenge, I think, across all jurisdictions that I work in throughout the state is what do you do next after you've completed a project so that the project doesn't remain stale and it actually actualizes into some positive change within our communities. I think that there's definitely opportunities. Now, one of the things that the county staff will be looking to do over the next 5 years, as well as the other participating agencies, is how they're going to implement and continue to maintain their hazard mitigation plans on a yearly basis. We recommend the county staff and departments look at the plan and understand how it's working into their annual work plans and programming that they're doing at the departmental level. That may be an opportunity to also reach out and try to engage with community groups that are concerned about county specific issues. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities. Happy to provide other insight if it's desired.
Just along those lines, I'm curious if there's been any other community in California that maybe has utilized short videos to kind of highlight portions of the plan, for example, in the climate vulnerability plan, which I think is pretty interesting. I mean, there's just, you know, some interesting information in there. And I mean, one that I would not have expected is, I don't think most people would expect, given the droughts that we've been enduring, that it's saying, as we would expect, that we're seeing greater fluctuation in rainfall, either lots of rainfall or very little rainfall due to climate change. But on the whole, it's actually projecting over the next century, over this century, an increase in precipitation on average, which is surprising to me. I see the chart there that shows that projection. Do you know what the source of information is for that and why they would be projecting an overall increase in precipitation over the rest of this century?
So all of the source data and information is coming out of the fourth climate assessment that was recently completed, both at the national level and at the state level. And then a lot of our data input comes from CalAdapt, which is the recognized source and what's required per government code 65302G3. That's Senate Bill 379. As far as the projections, it is interesting, and I found it interesting a few years ago when I was looking into this data that yes, it's projected to get wetter. I think part of it has to do with just the change in overall climatic shifts of the jet stream that they're seeing in some of the modeling, as well as warmer air has the tendency to contain more water vapor. And so that's one of the reasons why they're seeing that with the shifts in atmospheric conditions and this increase in the amount or the volume of water within warmer air column, that's why you're seeing shifts of greater precipitation in some areas. And then of course, in other areas of the state, it's much drier. So it is interesting, and I think it speaks to there's some planning that needs to be done for some of these communities where they anticipate wetter conditions on how they're going to address some of the invasive species, beating out native vegetation because of changes in these precipitation regimes, and then the abundance of more vegetation because there's more water, and how that may impact wildfire vulnerability. So.
Thank you for the explanation. Do we have any other questions at this time?
Yes. So just to comment on that is that also, my understanding is that the kind of weather events we have, while the net precipitation may be higher, it'll probably be fewer events that are much more intense. So we have to think about that in terms of preserving areas that are floodplains, which in Ukiah Valley is really, really critical because we have a lot of area that would be inundated and has been inundated during, high rainfall events. And my observations living in both the floodplain and floodway is that if we get precipitation of about 3 to 4 inches in 24 hours, it's enough to make the Russian River jump its banks. And if you get 7 inches, you got a big flood on your hands. And those things are going to be quite possible in an atmospheric river if it hits us.
Yes, absolutely. And that's a very good point too, in that there's also a necessity to rethink how you address flood management because you may see these peaking events that are much more intense than you're used to, and the infrastructure that's been designed and constructed may not accommodate some of the outlier events that we could potentially see.
If I may, through the chair, back in 2016, the department updated the county's floodplain ordinance, which again looked at addressing some of these issues. And then through the exercises of doing the hazard mitigation plan and the safety element, our consultant also took a look at some of these recent changes that we did to the ordinance, again, to try to make us more resilient. And part of one of the comments that Aaron had made is that during the next 5 years, we look at how we implement the hazard mitigation plan. So that also requires us to take a look at all our existing ordinances, including our floodplain ordinance again, to see if there's any changes that need to be made to stay up with the climate changes that are occurring.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So I was interested in the wildfire maps, in the areas that were very high propensity towards wildfires, especially in the inland county areas. And I guess my question is, what kind of thought has been, because Supervisor Jurdy and I have been working on, one way in, one way out communities, whether it's on the coast or inland, but is there any thought about how to deal with those? And certainly we saw that from the MCOG report on hazards. And so any thoughts on that?
Well, that's actually a very large focus right now for CAL FIRE and the state. And it's really to start to identify those communities, those residential neighborhoods where they have a single ingress-egress issue. That's what Senate Bill 99 is trying to address. And what we did as part of the safety element update was to hopefully provide some additional policies. So this will eliminate future development from kind of exacerbating these types of conditions. But in addition to that, it's also important to start to understand what you have on the ground today. And there is an action to assess all of these potential vulnerable neighborhoods and start to identify future mitigation strategies, whether it be new roadways, easements, any way to expand accessibility and transportation alternatives to ensure effective evacuation. We want to make sure the county had as many tools in their tool belt as they could.
And if I may also add, Mr. Chair, we are also embarking onto an update of our zoning and subdivision regulations, and this will also be an opportunity to implement some of the strategies and implementation measures that are coming out of the safety element for new development in some of these fire severity zones.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak, do you have another comment or question?
No. I'll lower my hand.
Okay. If there are no other questions or comments at this time, we will go to public comment.
There is no public comment on this item.
Okay, people are missing out. There's some interesting reports in this agenda. Okay, all right. Well, does staff have any final comments?
Not at this time. It's just that it's been an interesting process over the last couple of years. We were able to secure a grant to do both the hazard mitigation plan and the safety element, and really bring us up to where we should be. And so I've been fortunate to work in both recovery and in planning and building to be able to bring this item to what we call a completion status. And so I'd also want to thank Aaron and his firm for the assistance they gave us in putting this together. And I was very pleased to see that when the Board of Forestry and CAL FIRE looked at this, as well as CGS, that basically we received high marks.
All right, thank you. Supervisor McGorty.
I just want to commend everybody who worked on it. It's really good reference information and shows us at this point of time, documents what we're thinking about in terms of the overall environment that we live in here in Mendocino County, and it should be required reading for people who are interested in what we're facing as a county in terms of the potential calamities, and it's a really good guide for planning, and it's congratulations to planning and building for getting this done. And hopefully today we'll adopt this as part of our general plan. And I would move that action.
Second.
Okay. We've got a motion second. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for planning and building staff and it may be a possible addendum to the motion. I look for support for the makers. So I'm quite certain that when an item comes forward from planning and building, it identifies which portions or policies in the general plan are being referenced. I am wondering if this board would support that departments also review that information when they're bringing items forward, to just raise awareness about, that this is part of our general plan. This is why we're doing this. I really am concerned. There's an incredible amount of information, and we're the County of Mendocino is doing good work with this update, but the public may not be aware of that. And I'm looking for a way to try to put that reminder out there to not only county staff, but to the public generally.
If I may, through the chair, typically when we bring any item forward, we have to do a general plan consistency analysis. So planning and building does do that on virtually all its projects coming forth, as well as consistency with CEQA analysis. What the other departments do or don't do is really not our purview, but that would have to be up to the board to make that determination. But we're already doing that.
Can I ask Supervisor Mulhern, maybe if you could come up with like an example? Are you thinking, I'm just tossing it out there, say Department of Transportation is thinking of a policy change. Do you want them to reference the safety element or the climate vulnerability study? Or what would be an example?
Well, the example that I had in my mind for was around farm worker housing in particular, when those kind of projects are brought forward, right? That is something that constituents are asking for. That's something that we have in a policy. That would be planning and building, and they're already working on that. So perhaps in the instance of the Department of Transportation, it might be something more specifically related to the physical roadway and either widening because of access for fire safety reasons, that type of thing. Like we're not just widening the road to widen it, we're widening it because we need access. That just generally referencing the document.
Thank you for clarifying. See a hand raised from the consultant?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if I could help clarify with Supervisor Mulherin. So if, let's say, the county transportation department had identified a new roadway that they wanted to construct, and the reasoning behind it was this would not only expand circulation access, but also provide an additional evacuation route, that as part of the analysis and the board staff, you would like to see referencing to these particular policies out of the development element that reinforce why this project is being brought forward. Is that, am I connecting the dots a little for you?
Yeah, well, you are, but I think that what I am, and maybe this is a more of a direction from the CEO, what I am hoping is that beyond planning and building, the other departments will also review and incorporate this document in either future agenda items or in their daily work or any information that comes forward from a future water agency. And maybe this is something we could talk about during the strategic planning, and I'm getting ahead of myself. But I think that not sharing the information with the community leads them to believe that we are not working on the things that are listed in this report, when in fact they're documented in their policies, and there should be more awareness.
Okay, thank you. I see a hand raised in the chambers, perhaps CEO.
Yes, Chair Jurdy, thank you. In regards to Supervisor Mulheron's suggestion, one of the actions we've taken in the past is if there has been direction from the board that as departments bring forward items, specifically it was around economic development, that we had a line on the agenda summary that spoke to how does this item support economic development. So I think in regards to what Supervisor Mulheron is suggesting, we could do something to that effect where we could change the agenda summary and ask if this either meets, supports, or whatever is coordinated with the general plan or the particular issue that she's speaking of. So that's something we can do. And Chair Jurdy, if it's okay with this board, we could have the clerk staff work with Supervisor Mulheron outside of the meeting and see if there's a way that we could revise the agenda summary, and then we could bring it back to the board for approval.
Okay, that works for me. Others?
Yeah, I just want to offer my support. I think it was a really good suggestion, and I look forward to seeing it come back.
We could take that as the board directive if that's okay with this board. And then, again, the clerk staff will work with Supervisor Mulheron and we'll bring something back hopefully next month. Thank you.
Okay, that looks like the board concurs. It's board direction. Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments on the safety element or supporting documents? If none, we're going to close the public hearing at 11:04, and we do have a motion to approve. Can we have roll call?
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulheron?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, well, thank you for preparing all these documents and updating the general plan safety element. Okay, now we're going on to item 5C, which is another notice public hearing. This is an appeal of the Archaeological Commission's request for an archaeological study for a minor subdivision near it's near Ukiah, and it's to divide one parcel into two. And for this, I'm looking to the clerk. The board was notice established, proper notice established for this public hearing.
Yes, proper notice has been established.
And have any of the supervisors received correspondence? I guess one-on-one correspondence on this item. Okay. And looking at the clerk of the board, have you noted all correspondence, made all correspondence public that were received on this item?
All correspondence has been uploaded and telephone calls were received.
Okay. Well, we are going to open the public hearing now at 11:06. And first, we're going to go to the staff report.
Okay, good morning, supervisors. Mark Kleiser, planner 2 and planner for this project. As outlined, the applicant's agent is appealing the decision by the Archaeological Commission to request an archaeological survey for minor subdivision 2020-0006 located at 4681 North State Street in Ukiah. The project proposes subdividing one legal 6-acre parcel in order to create 2 separate legal parcels of 2.1 and 3.9 acres. The 2.1 acre parcel, which is listed as proposed parcel on the tentative map, is undeveloped. The 3.9 remainder parcel is currently developed with 5 residences and 1 duplex. The project was referred to the California Historical, to Chris rather, on December 31st, 2020, and on January 14th, 2021, they responded recommending an archaeologist conduct further study of the site. The project was heard at the May 10th, 2021 Archaeological Commission hearing where all 3 commissioners present, Hull, Lockhart, and McBean, requested an archaeological survey. The hearing was then open to the applicant's agent, who argued that, based on evidence provided to the commission, suggested that the project site would have been impractical for cultural resources. Due to staff error, the evidential materials provided by the applicant did not make it to the commissioners in time for consideration, and the project was continued. The project was heard again at the April 14th, 2021 Archaeological Commission, where the agent was able to present using the evidence previously provided and further suggested the site's incompatibility for cultural resources. Following the presentation, Commissioner Cole made a motion that the project conduct an archaeological survey based in part that the project site was undeveloped and in its proximity to the Russian River. The motion carried 3-0. The Board of Supervisors has 2 options before them today. 1, to deny the appeal of the Archaeological Commission's determination requesting an archaeological survey, or 2, uphold the appeal that an archaeological survey is not warranted based in part on the action of the Archaeological Commission's comments requesting a survey without discussion or acknowledgement of the evidence provided by the property owner and their agent. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And so just to reiterate, Julia Krog, Assistant Director, the 2 options in front of the board today, this is really sort of a de novo hearing. So you have the options to deny the appeal, finding that an archaeological survey is warranted, or alternatively upholding the appeal, finding that the archaeological survey is not warranted. And we are available for any questions.
Okay, for clarification, maybe to County Council, guidance I was given for today's meeting, it looks like it was to suggest that the supervisors hold off on questions until after the presentations have been made by the appellant and members of the public. Or would you suggest we ask questions now?
Mr. Chair, I would suggest holding the questions until later. That's not a rule. It's just sort of the usual process of the board, but I think it's going to keep things a little bit more orderly.
Okay, all right, thank you. So the sequence I've been suggested to me is that we now take public input and then take a presentation from the applicant. So do we have any public comments on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, is the applicant here?
Yes, he is.
Yes, good morning. The applicant is here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, the applicant, you're provided 5, well, at least according to my chair script, it's 5 minutes, but looking at the clerk of the board and planning, is it 5 minutes or is it 20?
Apparently it's 20 minutes. That's what's up on my countdown timer.
Yes, it is 20 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, board and chair. My name is Dave Flum. I'm the applicant sitting in for my agent who was unable to attend. I guess I can keep this pretty short. A little history. I'm a civil engineer, so I'm not unfamiliar with the process, in particular the CEQA process. I think I'd like to thank Director Gonzalez and staff for preparing the staff report. If you've reviewed that, I think that pretty much covers most of it. I'd like to reiterate that the most problematic part of this whole process was that we weren't afforded any opportunity to present very well. And then secondly, the Archaeological Commission, more importantly, was unable to provide any factual basis for their recommendation and requirement of an archaeological study, none whatsoever. Either they were unable to provide that or unable to share that, I don't know, but that's not what happened. I guess the more disturbing part of this is that, you know, CEQA is very specific and has certain protocol and requirements that an archaeological commission provide factual information to support their requirements for the request for a study. I think it's pretty disturbing that this protocol wasn't followed. And, you know, we as the applicant have paid a rather large fee to make all this happen. And, you know, it's incumbent on these folks to follow protocol and follow. I mean, this is law. This is California law. That's not what happened. And, you know, I feel very strongly that they should be held accountable and they should do their due duties as the appointed commission members to follow protocol. It's just very straightforward. Council may have reviewed the videos. I don't know. But in addition to that, there's some very disturbing things happen, particularly at the last meeting. I can't really repeat the comments that were made, but I believe I sent a little email, and I don't know if that summary has been introduced and everybody's had an opportunity to review it, but there was some very disparaging remarks made, quite racist, I might add, and I would highly suggest that County Council review the video. In all my years, I've never imagined that I could ever see anything like that. But, you know, what that really tells me is the Archaeological Commission is not operating on a unbiased basis and requiring stuff that just doesn't make sense. So I guess I'll leave it at that. But I would request that council review the video, particularly at the minute mark. And I think that was pretty clear, and you should have those notes. Can you advise me if those notes were entered into the record? It was an email that I sent yesterday to the clerk of the board.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board, and yes, your comments were uploaded to the item as correspondence.
Okay, great. So I would encourage the board to review that video. I would encourage County Council to review that video. I would encourage County Council to review the protocol. And I would reiterate my appreciation for Deputy Nash and his staff, Mr. Kleiser, preparing the report. I don't know what else there is to say. I can get into all kinds of technical items, but I don't think that's the venue here. I think the record stands as it is, and I would encourage the board to make a decision that would be representative and reflect the needs of the constituency and the applicant. And, you know, in fact, I'm so disappointed that I really feel that my appeal fee of $1,600 should be refunded. It's just absolutely an outrage that these folks would have these kind of comments and this kind of a biased attitude toward an applicant. I don't know what else to say, but it really is a sad situation that this kind of a personal agenda has entered into what's supposed to be an unbiased and, in fact, a legal matter as outlined in the state codes. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for hearing what I had to say, and I will encourage everybody again to review the facts of the matter and the staff report in addition to the videos. I think really that's the tail of the tape. So thank you again. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
Okay, I'm going to just ask one more time for the clerk report. Are there any public comments in this item?
No, there are none.
Okay, we're going to go back to staff. Are there any final remarks from county planning staff?
This is Julia Krog, Assistant Director, and I think I just want to comment, thanking David Plum for his presentation and just noting that within the packet for this item, there's additional information that was supplied by the applicant in terms of why they believe an archaeological survey is not warranted for this particular site. So I would direct the board's attention to those items within the packet produced by Planning and Building. And those items are starting with attachment F in our packet, which has a statement from the applicant, as well as then aerial photographs, a state highway map, and also a map of Como. So with that, I don't believe we have any additional comments to make, but again, are available for any questions from the board.
Okay, so I think at 11:17, we'll close the public hearing and now go to the board for questions and comments. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I would like to understand the comment that was made. I think it's by Commissioner William Cole. Can somebody share that and get it on the record?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, through the chair, I will. I might be looking to staff to see if they have any exact phrasing. I think for the moment, to be honest, with this application and this appeal, what's in front of the board is whether or not the facts are on the ground. This is a de novo appeal, so the issue is whether the facts support requiring a survey or not. So the presentation, well, I might look to Mr. Curtis for further elaboration on potential issues of bias. One of the reasons we're here as a de novo matter is that this is hearing everything from the scratch. So it's whether or not, based on our code sections and based on the facts presented in the report and by both the staff report and the applicant, it is merited to have an archaeological survey required for this application.
So follow-up question, is there any merit in considering whether government followed in providing a proper process leading up to this point?
If I may respond, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So I believe the allegation or the statement that's been made is that processes weren't followed appropriately below at the Archaeological Commission. The way to fix that, the remedy to that, is to provide a new hearing that doesn't sort of ask whether or not the prior hearing was good, but rather just reviews the issue entirely and makes a clean finding based on what you have now. I don't mean to say that anything done incorrectly should be ignored or swept under the rug. It may be appropriate to be taking some action on that and to address that. I think some things have been brought to my attention. Some things have been brought to the board's attention here as well. That being said, for this hearing right now, I think it's important to have a clear record that the board is making a decision based on the merits of the application and applying it entirely on its own judgment and not looking at, so you should not be deferring to the decision of the Archaeological Commission. You should be exercising your own independent judgment on the application.
Understood, thank you.
I have a question for the planning department. In the memo dated June 22nd, it talks about how this item was referred to State of California's Northwest Information Center, the California Archaeological Sites Inventory Department of Anthropology at Sonoma State University. I think it's inferring, or it says that for a recommendation, but I'm not seeing what their recommendation was. Could you tell us what their recommendation was?
Mark Kleiser, Planner 2. That is attachment C on the memo. And if I may, to To quote, California Historical Resources Information Center says that given the similarity of one or more of these environmental factors stated above, and the ethnographic and archaeological sensitivity of the area, there is a moderate potential for unrecorded Native American resources in the proposed project area. They then go on to recommend that a qualified archaeologist conduct further survey.
Do we have any questions from board members? Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering about the, it's my understanding that if somebody was not required to have an archaeological survey, but then began a project and found what may potentially be artifacts, they must immediately stop the project and notify, I think, everybody. So can you describe what that process looks like?
Yes, Julia Krog, Assistant Director. That is a standard condition that we have actually on all projects that are approved within our office, as well as it relates to building permits as well, that if you find any archaeological resources, you are to halt any work within, I believe it is 100 feet. Thank you, Vandy. Within 100 feet of that archaeological resource and contact our office before any further work can occur. So that is and would be in place if the minor subdivision application that we're discussing the archaeological survey requirement on, if this were to go forward to hearing and be approved, there would be a standard condition added to reflect the need for the discovery clause as well.
Any other board member questions?
I'm ready to make a motion as soon as we get through public expression, public comment.
Well, we've had public comment. We've called for it a few times and we closed the public hearing.
I move we determine an archaeological survey is not warranted for this project.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table. I'd like to ask staff. So we were told that that the state's process for evaluating sites said there was a moderate likelihood of finding, I guess, archaeological, culturally significant items, and that therefore they were recommending an archaeological study. What's sort of their spectrum of, you said it was moderate, so what's sort of their spectrum of likelihood that they, make an evaluation, and how likely are they to recommend an archaeological study based on a moderate or, just what's their practice that you could describe to us?
If I may, through the chair, typically when you have property that is in close proximity to a stream, a river, or what may have been deemed a resource area for Native Americans, they generally will go ahead and make that recommendation because of migration patterns. And so I believe when the Northwest Information Center or the California Historical Resource Information System looked at this at Sonoma State, they looked at topographical maps, they looked at past archaeological resources and made that determination as a recommendation.
Yeah, and I'll just add on to what Director Gonzalez said, Julia Krog, Assistant Director, is that there is, usually we've seen that they come back with recommendation of a low, moderate, or high probability in a site having unrecorded archaeological resources. And typically if there is no previous survey on a site, they may recommend that a survey be completed for that particular site. And do you have anything more you want to add?
Hi, this is Vandy, Senior Planner. They also do respond with no survey is recommended at this time if a survey has been conducted in the area, or if it's in an area they do not feel would host cultural resources. So they can also say no survey is recommended.
And then we still, within our office and within the regulation of, this is under Chapter 22 in County Code, there is then also a requirement that once the California Historic Resource Information System gives us a determination, we then refer it to our Archaeological Commission, who may have more local knowledge about particular extent of Native American resources or archaeological resources. And then they ultimately determine whether or not a survey is warranted based upon one, the recommendation from Chris, and then secondarily, the local factors related to the site as well as the project itself.
Thank you for that background. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. So it seems that Chris recommended further review of this and evaluation, and that the plan or the Archaeological Commission had most of this information or all of the information. I'm kind of unclear on whether they had all of it or just part of it. But they recommended 3-0 to go ahead with further archaeological study. So is there any clarification on what part of the information they had or did not have?
Sure. Everything within the packet presented to the board as attachments was available to the Archaeological Commission.
Okay,
so they had all that information. Thank you.
Supervisor McGorty.
So what is the implication for time and cost to do the archaeological study or survey?
I'm not sure I can necessarily speak to cost, as that would be very dependent upon what archaeologist you may work with. But typically, it can result in a couple-month delay in a project, because you have to, one, get the action from the Archaeological Commission informing you that you need to complete the survey. Then you actually conduct the survey, submit it back to our office, and then get scheduled for the next available Archaeological Commission hearing. It can also be the cost of the survey could be dependent upon the size of the parcel and the area required to be surveyed, and also what sort of methodology is utilized.
Well, historically, what, based on your knowledge of surveys, what does an applicant typically spend?
Again, size.
Yeah, so we were just discussing here internally, it can be very variable, but we've heard anywhere from, $400 up to over $1,000 for an archaeological survey.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Oh, no, I have nothing more to add.
Okay. Do we have any other board member questions or comments at this time before we take a vote on the motion? Supervisor Hashak.
So the question before us is whether we support the appeal process or we support the Archaeological Commission's decision. And so it's an either or, right?
I think the question is also whether we support the motion.
Right, the motion is to appeal.
Mr. Chair, I might suggest if Mr. Kudrowski might be able to frame the issue at this point.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, if I heard correctly, the motion was to uphold the appeal and find that a survey is not warranted for this application. Is that accurate?
Is that an accurate description of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, looking to the maker of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, it's just a procedural question for staff. If the board was to deny the appeal, and would the board have the authority to remit a portion of their appeal fee? We were told that the appeal fee was $1,600. $800 sounds like it might just about cover the archaeological study.
Mr. Chair, I don't know that that would properly be before the board in this appeal, but I would suggest that if the applicant has a claim, he could submit it through the clerk of the board through the usual processes.
Okay, all right, thanks. So my own thought is just, based on the recommendations of the state guidance and knowing that archaeological studies are pretty routine in the coastal zone anyway. One of many studies required in the coastal zone. I think I'm going to vote to uphold the recommendation of the Sonoma State and the Archaeological Commission, but also support. I would support remitting half of the appeal fee, and hope that would ease things and the costs for paying for the archaeological study. Anyway, so can we have roll call?
Okay, so just to clarify, the current motion on the floor is to conduct a notice of public hearing on the appeal of the Archaeological Commission request for an archaeological survey for a minor subdivision located near Ukiah, MS_2020-0006, including all evidence within the record before the board, and determines that an archaeological survey is not warranted for the project.
Correct.
Supervisor McGorty?
No.
Chair Jurdy?
No.
Supervisor Williams? Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
No.
The motion fails with Supervisors McGorty, Hashak, and Jurdy dissenting.
So, for clarification, do we need a motion now to make an affirmative action?
Yes.
Okay. Would someone like to make an alternate motion?
I move we determine that an archaeological survey is required and fully refund fees paid to date.
I would second that.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Just a clarifying question. Fully refund all fees or just the fee for the appeal?
The fee for the appeal and any fees related to archaeologic paperwork processing. I feel the applicant has been wronged.
I withdraw my second.
Oh, Supervisor McGorty, would you like to rephrase my motion?
Well, I'm with you. Okay, so there's kind of a couple issues here. One of them is the applicant, and the applicant is alleging that he was not treated well by the commission, which concerns me greatly. I expect a level of professionalism whenever anyone is dealing with the county. But mostly what I want to do is just refund the money for his appeal. So that
rephrased motion to determine that an archaeological survey is required and refund the applicant's appeal fee.
Yes, I would second that.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table. Any other discussion on the motion? Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, we are ready to go to, before breaking for lunch, we're ready to go to Supervisor Reports. Supervisor McGorty.
So I just wanted to report to the group a couple things on water. One of them was the curtailment of water rights on the Russian River, which is significant to us. And essentially the State Water Resources Control Board determined that all the water that is going to be flowing in the Russian River, probably about the 1st of July, is strictly stored water. And that as such, the water is pretty much the property of Sonoma County Water Agency and also the Russian River Flood Control District. So we're looking at curtailments of all other water rights, which is pretty extraordinary, and including the city of Ukiah, which has had a pre-1914 water rights since 1870. So it shows what a serious situation we're in. And the other thing that I think is significant is that we have moved to restore the Mendocino County Water Agency into an operative standalone organization. We've hired Josh Metz as the project manager at 25% time to basically run our drought response, which we're working on now. There will be probably a drought response working group. Certainly, Supervisor Haschak and I have been very involved as an ad hoc committee to begin to organize ourselves for the response. At the hearing that we had with the State Water Resources Control Board, I did testify. We were allowed to have a panel. And one of the things that was very interesting also was the opportunity to address Secretary of Resources Wade Crowfoot, who is aware of our situation in particularly coastal Mendocino County, and has given kind of his support to us to make sure that we don't run out of water for any of our residential customers. So I just want to reiterate, this is a real crisis, and we have to plan now, because I expect there's going to be some real issues with water availability that affects not only residents but also our tourism industry. And we really have to get ahead of this so that we don't end up running out of water. And the next steps, and we're kind of working out the details, is for Josh Metz and at least me to visit some of the different water purveyors on the coast and kind of see what the conditions are on the ground, so that we can start making contingencies for how we're going to address a lack of water. There are grants that will be available for addressing drought. Unfortunately, most of them are kind of long-term, so probably the quickest turnaround we'd see is 5 months to 3 or 4 years. So that's really good for infrastructure projects, but short-term emergency situations, we don't really quite know how that's going to work, and we're investigating that, and we'll be working closely with the CEO's office and the Office of Emergency Services to determine what we're going to do. But it's a serious situation. I just want everyone to be aware.
Thank you, Supervisor McGordy. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, Supervisor McGordy has actually invited me to some of these meetings, the ones that involve water in the 5th District, which I appreciate. I would like to be there. I think this is as good a time as any to ask the board what our procedure is for the Drought Task Force, given that we're up against the Brown Act. We don't want to have all 5 supervisors involved in what may be coming before the board in some way. Do we want to properly notice these events so that other supervisors can attend, or do we want to keep it to the 2 supervisors who are on the Drought Task Force?
I think maybe that could be addressed by County Council, just to get their feedback first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. So essentially, I think the question is, are we talking about potential visits that may involve more than simply an ad hoc? And would the board like to notice those as site visits as meetings and then go ahead and allow full participation and public comment? Or would the board prefer simply to have some sort of coordination to sort of keep those less than a quorum? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. If we don't notice under the current plan, I think we run into serial meetings.
And I think that's a legitimate concern. I would just note, that it would have to be noticed. If you're doing it as a site visit, you'd have to have it noticed as a meeting of the board. You would probably not conduct any business beyond just the visit, inspection, receiving information, and then of course allowing the public an opportunity to be present and to provide any comment related to the item. But that is a way that you would be able to actually go out and all be meeting there without discussing these things. The alternative, I think, is probably relatively inconvenient in that you may have to have essentially only 2 supervisors going out at a time and then not discussing among themselves the contents from one to another, and not having the people that they spoke to relay any comments that were made by other supervisors.
Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I certainly think that with Supervisor McGordy and I on the ad hoc, and the county-wide issue of this drought, I think that we'll be going around the county, and it seems like that we need involvement from all the supervisors, and so it's probably the best way forward would be to make it a public hearing on each one.
I kind of feel the same way. I just think that taking the time to be sure that supervisors know what the conditions are on the ground by their water purveyors is pretty critical. And, finding a way to do it so that we satisfy the Brown Act would probably be useful.
Okay, maybe we can just agree that that as the site tours take place around the county, that County Council, Clerk of the Board's office will be consulted ahead of time, so that if notice is needed, that there may be a majority of the board present, that notice could go out in advance of the site tours. So they would agree that we would just have that process, and we could get it covered that way. Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Sorry, I left my hand up accidentally, but I will add, Mendocino County, in collaboration with the Broadband Consortium, has been working on a speed test, which is now hosted on a Mendocino County site. We're putting some final touches in the look and feel to make it consistent, but the idea is we will be able to begin gathering data that'll help us secure some of the state's $7 billion broadband development allocation. And so as soon as we have that ready, I'm sure I can work with the executive office and we can get a press release ready.
Okay, thank you for that. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So I've been meeting with several groups on best practices for cannabis cultivation. I met with the Resource Conservation District of Mendocino County, MCA, the Origins Council, and also the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. And so I think that there's a real push from cultivators to come up with some kind of framework that we could use as a county to ensure or promote, best practices for cannabis cultivation. I think that is a real good step forward, and we'll probably be bringing something forward to the board in the near future on that. With the North Coast Railroad Authority, we had a meeting on Monday, and I'm going to meet with Supervisors Bushnell and Madrone from Humboldt County to get some meetings going for the Eel River corridor of the Great Redwood Trail as it transitions from NCRA to the Great Redwood Trail. We hope to have that in collaboration with Senator McGuire. And so we're going to be setting some dates for those meetings for people who might be directly affected by the Great Redwood Trail, get information out and make sure that there's communication going both ways. And then the ad hoc committee for the Library Advisory Board that Chair Jurdy and I are on, we met twice already, and we're going to have another meeting this Friday, and hopefully we can work out some of their issues regarding the A87 cost and the salaries paid during the pandemic. So we're looking forward to those meetings, and we'll bring more information back at the next meeting. And that's it.
Okay. And I'll just add that the Mendocino Recycle, formerly known as MSWA, we adopted our budget for 2021-22, and at the same time, we also appointed a technical advisory committee consisting of city and county staff to review the budget and make recommendations that we hope to adopt by the end of the first quarter. So that'll restore some services that we want to restore and ensure that there's adequate funding to dispose of hazardous waste that the pickup hasn't feel, because we've had an increase in disposal during the pandemic as people clean out the garages. And then finally, let's see, we had some additional meetings on the Noyo Harbor with transportation staff looking at options for parking, circulation, et cetera. And let's see what else. I think we can expect that on July 19th, when we have a special meeting, that we will have at least one item related to the criminal justice system, involving the sheriff, DA, the courts, the county, and the state's program for pretrial release. Mendocino County stakeholders are developing kind of a more robust system for pretrial release and monitoring of people who have not yet gone before the court for trial. And so the board's going to see a presentation at our special meeting on July 19th on the plans to implement that here in Mendocino County. And so that's a report for me. Supervisor Mulhern, do you want to add anything?
I would just refer to my written report, but I will say that Juneteenth has now become a federal holiday, and this board recognized Juneteenth with a proclamation at the beginning of the month. And so I'm not sure what that means moving forward for the county, but I suppose we'll be discussing that before next year's holiday calendar is planned.
Okay. All right. Well, so we have some items for closed session. Looking to County Council, I'm assuming we're gonna address both 9A and 9B in closed session. Is there anything else to add for our closed session items?
No, Mr. Chair, those are the only two items. I do believe we may have a comment from the CEO just about the prior holiday issue.
Okay, great. All right.
Chair Jurdy, thank you, Council Curtis. In the CEO report on page 5, there is a paragraph on Juneteenth. So in response to Supervisor Mulheron's comments, I'd like to say that what we will do is we have to meet and confer with our labor groups, even to give a benefit, even to give an additional benefit. We know that this is a federal holiday. Certainly, the state will most likely take some action if they haven't already. And what we would do is, it is a decision of this board, but Human Resources will be doing meet and confer meetings with all of our labor groups, and then we will bring Juneteenth established as a federal holiday or local holiday to this board for action. So that would be the process. So I wanted to be certain that since it came up before the CEO report, that the board knows. But it is on page 5 of the CEO report. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, with that, we will adjourn to closed session. closed session, and County of Mendocino has agreed to price and terms related to the sale of surplus property located at or near 2170 Road E in Redwood Valley. It's approximately 4/10 of an acre to be vacated as right-of-way from Road E in Redwood Valley. And it is to Joe and Amanda Cooper. The selling price is $10,000 and escrow will be opened by the buyer. Staff will present the Board of Supervisors with a future open session agenda item, including declaring the property as surplus and consideration of a final sales agreement incorporating all the conditions agreed to for the escrow instructions. And just as back by his history, in early 2020, Joe and Amanda Cooper requested to the Department of Transportation to vacate a road adjacent to their property. On March 24th, 2020, the Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution declaring a portion of County Road 233, Road E, to be vacated as described. So anyway, that's coming back. And that's closed session item number 9A, and 9B direction was given to staff. So now we're going to go on to item 5D, which is discussion of possible action, including presentation by the Office of Emergency Services regarding integration of mass notification systems with the Information Technology Master Plan, and direction of staff regarding the development, resources, and integration of future Mendocino County mass notification systems. And for this, we're going to a number of people, including the Sheriff Coroner.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisor Jordy, other supervisors. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, Mr. Blazer, we hear you. Thanks.
Thank you. Just want to thank everybody, Sheriff Kendall, if he's on, and also the executive staff and CEO Carmel Angelo. Just kind of wanted to give you, you guys asked for essentially the budget and such. I don't know if somebody could let me share, and I can bring up the slide that I submitted with the board item. Is it possible for me to share my screen? I guess so. Here we go.
Yeah, you should have the option at the bottom of your screen in green.
Can you guys?
Yeah, we see your presentation.
Okay. So specifically, the question was kind of a cost and such on different notification systems, and the scope of this discussion, where I'm not bringing into discussion the siren high-lows, whether fixed sirens, alerting tools. We're really talking just about the Everbridge system, the mass notification system, Nixle, which is a subcomponent, and some of the other support items that help with the electronic notification system. First, the website development, hosting, and maybe what those costs will look like going forward. There was asks essentially of where that funding came from and how it was going to play out in the future. So on the left of the slide, it's the product or services, the cost, and down the center, and then funding source. Essentially, all of these have been funded out of Homeland Security grant funding. Specifically, some of the start items were at a cost savings out of the 2017 grant, which we had a very limited, narrow scope that we could use those funds for. So some of the things we did were the electronic notification system requires an update of data sets in the background, data being, home records and home phone numbers, anything that's available out in the public that's white pages data, VoIP, internet type information. And so that requires you have to go get it, and you have to upload it into your system, and you should be doing that essentially at least yearly. There was really no process for that. So we kind of used some of that funding to start updating that on an annual basis. Consulting fees being that we used a little bit extra money also to work with Everbridge to have some things modified and streamlined within our the application itself, so that it makes it easier for notifications for dispatchers to send out messages, and then also for the public to enroll. So we kind of cleaned up some processes there. And then, of course, the website development and public messaging. We had in that contract actually encompassed a year of PSAs to the public. And so that was a really a great deal, essentially, to give some extra support and some items aligned for the next year out. And then the server contract, it was basically the website was developed and hosted on a private server, but then we had to transition it to another server, make sure it was secure, and that it had the resources needed for when we went live on May 26th. And then finally, what we're looking at essentially is what I'm anticipating is about maybe $4,000 a year in expenses, because the amount of usage kind of ramps up how much the hosting costs are throughout different types of the year, and then also how much service we want. And then finally, if we want to pay somebody to do some minor edits to the web page or something like that, I'm just kind of factoring in essentially $4,000 a year. I don't see that this website living more than a few years, because as technology changes, or the content management system for the county, I think that will change. With that said, one of the other aspects that we've already been tracking is that mass notification, that base cost of $24,000. I'm going to take us to the next slide, but I just want you to take a note of that. Big changes in the state of California as a whole is that the state has done a contract for all counties, that essentially any county that is using Everbridge or wants to transition to Everbridge can then basically use it at a limited capacity, and the state will cover that cost of the $24,000, the base cost. That does not include Nixle, but essentially we were going to transition onto that contract at the beginning of this year. The state is still trying to get that together. So many counties are just kind of waiting for that. In fact, some counties like Sonoma, who use a different alerting system, Code Red, they're actually waiting so they can transition their whole system over to what we already are using. So I'd keep an eye on that. The other thing with this, I think you guys are all aware, a part of it was building out the evacuation zones. One of the things that I would love to see happen is a lot of people are starting to hear about Zone Haven and other vendor-supported contracts that will basically use software solutions to build all of your evacuation zones. And they're a fantastic product, but there is an annual cost with that. And so a lot of counties are they've either already built their system or they're looking at going to that in the next couple of years. What I would love to see happen, and what I would hopefully have the board support on, and what we're kind of lobbying for with emergency managers in different counties, is that the state has already moved to a state contract for alerting systems. It would make sense if we started pushing to have a collaborative effort in evacuation zone planning and use that software application across the whole state. Because when you think about it, CAL FIRE does not just respond in one jurisdiction. These events kind of go across the jurisdictional lines. So to make the service and the planning effort available, the counties wouldn't have to do it if they want to stick to the zones they already have. If they're interested, it would be a big win, especially for rural counties, in the aspect that if you look around the counties around us, we're one of the few, us and Sonoma are the only real ones that have evacuation zones already established. I think Lake has them set up in a different way, but essentially a lot of our partners have are adjacent to us, are now modeling off of what we did last season. This is one thing, Horizon and what awards. And then other program needs, we built a bus system, essentially piggybacked it on Google to scalable and manageable in a lot of different ways. They're kind of have a lot of interpretation issues with whatever device you open that map up on, it's going to change based on the operating system and off the map software that's on your mobile device. So a lot of counties do use GX. That would be a great resource. We would need support. Yes, would need support in building the products and transitioning them to a GIS service and editing. The other aspect is zones. We're doing proclamations in say, or any type of situation where you're evacuating people, whether it's a warning or an order, part of the decision-making process for getting an FMAG, a fire management assist, they want to know how many people you have evacuated, how many you have under warning, what the impacts to the counties are. So GIS would make it, bringing that team on and having that support would give us a better look at what the population characteristics are of each of these zones. And then even maybe taking a look at what the evacuation routes are so we can add to the product that we've already created. So people would see, here's the name of my zone, here's the description that we're going to be using during fire evacuations and such. And then also here are some of the major routes in that zone. And in the background, we would have the population counts. So I kind of covered a little bit of the costs and such that were asked, and then kind of where that project landed. We gave you, attached to this agenda item was the after action report for the exercise and such. And so I'm going to stop speaking now, and if you guys have any questions, we can go from there.
Okay, do we have any questions, board members? Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. So thank you, Brent Blazer, for this update, and I really appreciate all the work you've done on it. My question is about the state evacuation zone planning program. Is this part of Assemblymember Wood's AB 69, I believe, where he is looking for regional collaboration on emergency planning? And if not, what can we do? Is it part of our legislative platform?
You know, I don't know. I'd have to look at what that bill is. I think they are trying to do more regional planning. That's what usually, so, and here's where we fall in a challenge is urban area security initiatives that cover the 12 Bay Area counties. Because they fall in that grant program, they get a lot of those services, regional planning efforts. They have a bigger voice. We are just outside of that, so we're not covered in those programs. I do collaborate with them, but rural counties where you have the highest threat of fire, even active shooter, and all sorts of other floods and things like that, we have less availability to those resources. So there isn't, I'm not aware of an evacuation planning effort regionally. My comment here is more of at the CSAC level, any other legislative bodies that you guys are aware of, that there's these products like Zone Haven and such, and it's kind of redundant. Why is each county and cities all doing independent evacuation planning when major resources come to bear and provide that support in an actual disaster? So I'm just recommending that, you know, they're kind of covering and transitioning to a state contract for alerting, right, for those resources. There's digital services and planning efforts that we could be doing that counties could just either adopt, because there's still input you have to do, but by them doing a state contract, we could then basically adopt whatever zones and such. And in that way, it would be an integrated process across the whole state. And so I'm just throwing that out there because
I can certainly bring it up at CSAC. And I'm just wondering if it's part of our legislative platform already.
I'm not sure about it.
Okay. We'll find that out.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I appreciate the presentation. No questions.
Okay. Anyone else from county staff that wants to speak to this item? Okay. Do we have any members of the public who want to address this item?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Well, if there's nothing else, I'd really like to thank the fire chiefs, CAL FIRE, the executive office, IS and IT, and especially the Mendocino County Office of Education in the planning effort of that exercise. And special thanks to Congressman Huffman and his team who helped waiver from the FCC. So, and thanks for all your support. I hope you guys have a great day.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. I guess it takes us to item 5F, which is the Chief Executive Officer's report.
Chair Jurdy, thank you. I am ready to do the CEO report. 5F, I wasn't certain if we were going to do 5E. We could certainly wait till after the CEO report.
Let's go to 5E next, which is discussion possible action, including acceptance presentation regarding Mendocino County Special Mental Health Services. And for that, we're going to go to Health and Human Services.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm going to share my screen so that everyone will be able to see the PowerPoint that I will be talking about. So Janine Miller, I am the Behavioral Health Director for Mendocino County, and today I'm here to present some data on special mental health services within Mendocino County and also our ASO contract for next fiscal year. We did go out for an RFP as we were instructed, and that was completed at the end of last year. And we moved forward with the recommendation to continue to contract with Redwood Community Services, Redwood Quality Management Company, sorry, for our continued ASO services. So I will touch a little bit on that as we go through this presentation. So I do want to talk a little bit about what we're going to talk about today. We're going to look at the County Mental Health Plan. What is the County Mental Health Plan? The Administrative Service Organization Model, a little bit of the review of what we've done in fiscal year 1920. We'll look at some past data too, but really looking at what we've accomplished in 1920 as we're still in 2021, so we don't have all the data for that fiscal year right now. And we'll do a brief look at Mental Health Services Act. So really important, we are a managed care plan. We are a carve out from the regular managed care plan that Partnership Health Plan oversees and runs for the county. We're carved out through the Department of Healthcare Services to provide specifically specialty mental health services. Our contract with the state is for individuals that, one, have Medi-Cal and who meet medical necessity for specialty mental health services. So I like to always try to explain that. I know it's getting very convoluted when people are trying to understand the mental health system and how people get access to services. And the county plan really serves those that are within the specialty mental health criteria, which is sort of like you would go to your primary care for your basic stuff. You would then go to see a cardiologist, a referral to a cardiologist. If there was a heart recommendation that you were having an issue with your heart, they may send you to the specialist. So the county is the specialist. We serve the most high needs. We would be your specialist. We're not going to be your primary care. We're going to be your specialist for mental health services, which is why it's specially mental health. Your other the regular mild to moderate mental health is served through partnership or your insurance provider. The county has multiple audits, reviews, and oversights that we go through. I have just noted here the 4 main ones, but we probably have about 12 to 13 different audit reviews that we are required to go through on anywhere from a triennial to a yearly basis. That's all dependent of the requirements from the federal government and the state of California on which audits we have to do, how often we have to do them, and what those requirements are. So we have a large triennial review through the Department of Healthcare Services where they look at our whole system of care and they pull your charts, they pull a lot of documentations to make sure you're completely in compliance with federal and state regulations. That also happens with our Mental Health Services Act requirements, triennial review, where they come in and look at your whole system of care, make sure you're in compliance with Mental Health Services Act, and make sure that you're meeting all of those basic needs of the individual. So they're looking at a whole system review there too. We do yearly an external quality review. The Department of Healthcare Services comes in yearly. They contract with an agency to come in yearly and do a full review of our system from a quality improvement, quality performance improvement plan. So quality assurance, quality improvement, performance improvement perspective, they come in and they look at your system yearly and they really pull a lot of data. They do stakeholder groups. So they're meeting with clients that have been served in that fiscal year to ask them how they would rate your services and what they would like to see different, or things they really liked about your service. That happens both on the mental health and substance use side. We're really focusing on mental health today, but just to note that those services, that audit review also happens for both the substance use. So they do a yearly report that comes out and rates your system. They also require us to do 2 performance improvement projects within that year. Part of the external quality review is we have to take a clinical and a non-clinical performance improvement plan. And it's a statistical analysis. We have to find somewhere we'd like to improve, really do the put in interventions and do the statistical data to see, did your interventions actually improve your system of care, whether that's from a clinical perspective or a non-clinical perspective. And then, as we've talked about, we have to do fiscal cost report audits. That is a yearly requirement that happens both on the mental health side, the SUDT side, and also our Mental Health Services Act side. And that is yearly that the state comes in and looks at your whole system to really look at what you claim that you spent, how much federal financial participation they provided you for reimbursement, and whether or not you can really justify those costs. If you can, that's great. If not, they will take the dollars back. And so they'll recoup anything that they feel cannot be justified by our service of cost. So looking at your units, what we provided, and how we provided those services. So this is a graph that we created to really show how the system in Mendocino County is served. You will see that the county really serves that red area. That's really that severe area, which we really talk about, that specialist, that special mental health area. The mild to moderate, if you have Medi-Cal, you're served through a Beacon Partnership Health Plan. And if you don't have Medi-Cal and you have commercial insurance, you aren't served through either of these models. Partnership is the Medi-Cal model, and so is the county system. And so then you're usually serviced through your network provider and through your commercial health insurance. So that it's really an insurance plan, if you want to think of it that way, that the mental health plan for the county is an insurance plan because we are serving specifically Medi-Cal beneficiaries, have to meet state and federal regulations. Same with partnership. And we do serve the indigent also that have severe mental illness. So I wanted to just outline some of the different things that how our system, as you know, several years ago in 2013, we contracted out to have an administrative service model in Mendocino County. At that time, we had 2 administrative service organizations, which was Ortner Management Company and Redwood Quality Management Company. And then in 2016, Ortner left the county and we moved to a single administrative service organization model with Redwood Quality Management Company. This gives you some information on just how the system looks. We contract with the ASO to do most of the outpatient services, oversight of those contracts. They have a large subcontractor group that works with our clients within our community, providing a large variety of services within the county and throughout the county. They do our medication support services for both children and adults. They are our crisis provider, so they do all of the crisis in Mendocino County. And that actually is provided to not just Medi-Cal individuals. That ends up being provided to all individuals within Mendocino County that they are serving for crisis services. They have expanded to provide crisis respite within our county, which has really been beneficial to reduce the number of individuals being hospitalized. And as you know, the crisis residential treatment, which we're contracted with Redwood Community Services, will also be oversaw through Redwood Quality Management Company. When we look at the county, a lot of people ask, what is the county still doing? Are we just doing contracts and signing checks and just kind of that is actually not what we do. We have an access line and a warm line that's a consumer service lines that we manage. The access line is a 24/7 line that's required. It's mandated by the state to be answered 24/7. We oversee the LPS conservatorships and long-term residential care and case management for everybody who's on LPS conservatorship. That includes meeting with clients, going to clients in their facilities, working with the facilities, and making sure that we step people down to lower levels of care. You'll see probation, mental health services, Laura's Law, which we call assisted outpatient treatment services here. CalWorks Mental Health, Mobile Outreach and Prevention Services, Mobile Response Services with law enforcement. We have our first team working with the Sheriff's Office, and that has been going very well. And then we do a lot of contracting oversight, planning, quality assurance, quality improvement, and billing. And as you'll see, there are a lot of audits that we are required to do. So the quality assurance and quality improvement is definitely a large part of what we have to do to stay in compliance with federal and state regulations. Our teams work very well together. It is we do complement each other between our ASO and our county team. They work very hard together, and they are a very good team. Some of the things we look at is Department of Healthcare Services. I talked a little bit about this. This is that triennial review. They come in every 3 years to review our system of care, and they're looking at everything in your system of care, every policy and procedure. It's about a 200-page document, and it has 5 to 10 questions on each page. You are required to provide them, answer the question, do you do this? Where is your policies and procedure? And what is your evidence to justify and show us that you actually do this and that this is part of your daily process? That is done every 3 years. They also pull charts. So they do a chart audit every 3 years. And they're looking for our charts to see whether or not we're in compliance with Medi-Cal standards. Did we do an assessment? Are we serving people that have Medi-Cal, that met medical criteria? Do they have a client plan and was that client plan completed in compliance? If you are out of compliance in any of those, the assessment is not done correctly, the client plan is not done correctly, the individual in their mind does not meet criteria for medical, especially mental health, then they will disallow that service. If they disallow an assessment or a client plan, they disallow all the billing that's been done on that client, and that can be from 3 months to a year's worth of services you provided to that individual. You will see in front of you, when we look at the system review in 2012, we only passed our system review by 42%. And in 2015, we were able to go from a 42% passing to a 96% passing. And in 2018, which happened in January 2019, but it was for 2018, we passed with 98.3% in compliance of all state and federal requirements for special mental health services. Our next big audit is this year. We know that our triennial is coming. It is usually at the end of the 3 years, 3-year months. So we're looking between September and December that the state will be out auditing our system again. And we are hope to do as good or better than the 98.3% the next time they come out. You'll also see our disallowance rate. And this is what I spoke about regarding our chart reviews. When they come out and they review the charts and look to see whether or not you're meeting medical standards, this is what they call a disallowance. So everything that they find is out of compliance in that chart that they can recoup their dollars goes into this disallowance pool. And you'll see in 2012, we had a 52% disallowance in our chart audit. So that means we were giving money back to the state. They were taking back 52% of the billable services that we had billed for that period were recouped. In 2015, we were able to bring that down to 29.3%. And in 2018, you can't see the little number, it was like 1.3%. So we now are below the standard. The standard is a 3% disallowance rate is what they expect. And we were down to 1.3 in 2018 and hope to be down that low in 2019. Then we also wanted to look at our penetration rates and sort of how our penetration rates and the claiming goes. And so this is a review. Every year they review our system and look at other counties our size. So they're looking at the small counties, they're looking at the statewide. What do we look like compared to other counties in the state of California? And when you look at Mendocino County, you can see our penetration rate that we are serving 6.31%. Compared to small counties at 5.15% and compared to the statewide average of 4.86%. And this is looking at everybody that has Medi-Cal that could be served in your system, right? So what is the percentage of penetration of Medi-Cal individuals within your county that are getting services? This does not include all of our MHSA individuals because not everybody we serve has insurance. So all of our indigent are not counted in this figure. This is really from the Medi-Cal perspective. but you will see that our penetration rate is better than the state of California of the number of people we're serving in Mendocino County. You can then look at our approved claims per beneficiary. The state really looks at how much are you spending per beneficiary, and that's based on how much services you're providing. We do know sometimes there are individuals that are higher cost individuals. Your LPS, people that are conserved, individuals that are conserved can cost you a little bit more. Sometimes our foster care youth, depending on the level of placement, can really increase the cost per beneficiary. But when we look at Mendocino County, you'll see the numbers that we spent about $7,354 per beneficiary in Mendocino County compared to small counties at $5,982 compared to statewide about $6,316. So not only are we having a higher penetration rate where we're actually serving more individuals, we're actually providing way more services to our individuals than what you're seeing across the state. This gives you a look just across the years from 2017 to 2019 of the penetration rates that for both us, Mendocino County, we're the MHP there, small counties and the state. And you will see consistently across the last 3 years, we are doing a better job of serving individuals in Mendocino County when you look at us from the small counties and compared with the state. That we are really definitely serving more people compared to those other entities. We look at our foster care penetration. We know that foster care kids really need those special mental health services, not all of them, but those that really qualify need to be served. And so it is a big focus that we have on making sure those foster care youth that come in and need those services are really getting those services. And you can see where Mendocino County compares when you look at once again, we're the MHP, so that's Mendocino County there. You have the small and your state, and you will see that across the last 3 years, Mendocino County has been really serving our foster care youth. And we really do compare pretty closely to what the state is on serving those foster care youth. So psychiatric hospitalizations, we try really hard to make sure that that you're touching everyone upon discharge from a psychiatric hospital stay. Here in Mendocino County, we have a goal that we will check in with everyone on the day they leave. So within 24 hours of your discharge, that we will offer you an appointment and keep that appointment. Some people don't always want to take us up on that, but it is something we offer. You will see when you look at the data, we're on the left there where it says outpatient MHP, that's Mendocino County. The one next to it is outpatient state. And what this shows is the number of individuals that we've touched upon within 7 days of hospitalization. And you will see when we compare to the state of California that we are touching more people within 7 days of hospitalization. So we are really working to get those follow-up appointments done, and we're doing better than the average across the state of California. The next two look at rehospitalizations, and we're looking at how many people come out of the hospital and then are rehospitalized within 7 days. You'll see the rehospitalization for MHP is Mendocino County. Then we look at the state data. You can see that our data shows that our touches, we're touching them within 7 days, and we're not seeing as high level of rehospitalization. So when you really look at our rehospitalization rates compared to the state average of the state of California, we're doing a lot better of making sure that our individuals are getting the service and not needing to be rehospitalized within 7 days of discharge. And then we look at 30 days of discharge. You know, what is happening within those 30 days? Once again, we really focus on making sure everyone has a touch within 24 hours. But this is looking also just at 30 days, how many people have been at least got a service within 30 days from being hospitalized. And once again, you'll see that Mendocino County is doing much better than the state of California average. We are touching more people within 30 days than the average across the state of California. And then you can look at the rehospitalization rates. And even there, you'll see that Mendocino County is having less people rehospitalized within 30 days compared to the state of California averages. So one of the other things we track and where we report up to this date is our timeliness data. And we have a lot of timeliness data that we report out. This goes to on the data dashboard that's published on our webpage and goes to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And also we do a lot of timeliness charts that goes to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board to see how is the system doing from a timeliness perspective. We also look at our grievances and appeal processes to really see if any of those are coming in. But this is on timeliness, and we really focus on how long from the first request for services is it taking an individual to get into treatment. And this is an average. But when we look at it across the years, you can see when we look at first psychiatry, we really improved that from 1718 to 1920, we went from 11 days to 6 days. So people are getting in from the first request within 6 days to their medication support services. And when you look at from first service offered, for someone is requesting a service for outpatient services and needs treatment, we were at about 6 days in 1718, where we were able to bring that down to 5 days between 1920, but it really shows that people are getting in as soon as possible. We are serving people, and of course with crisis, we're able to serve people same day. But this is something we track and look at regularly to see where are we at and how quickly are we serving individuals that need treatment. Number of clients conserved. One of probably the largest costs that we see in especially mental health services is conserved clients. And those are individuals that due to a mental illness are gravely disabled, means they're unable to meet their basic needs for food, shelter, and clothing, and they need to be placed, it's a mandated service, in a level of care that their basic needs can be met. And that is ordered through the Public Conservator's Office and also the Superior Courts. So depending on the individual, they can be placed at a variety of different placement options depending on their needs. So whatever their needs are, it really determines what level of service, what level of placement we need to place the individual in. And you will see that conservatorships continue to be needed. I don't think they're ever going to go away. There continue to be a needed service, but you will also see the costs associated with conservatorship. And a lot of people sometimes question where are the special mental health dollars going? They go to a variety of things, but this is one of our costliest service when you think of cost per individual beneficiary. Every year, the treatment facilities raise their costs. I don't think there's been a year that I can think of that their cost did not go up. And so as you can see, our costs go up every time their costs go up. And just looking at fiscal year 1920, we had 68 individuals that were conserved in Mendocino County residents. And that cost the county $3.1 million to just have conservatorships on those 68 individuals. Some interesting stuff that goes along with that, just to add in that while we had 68 individuals that were conserved, we also had 46 of those individuals were in and out of county placement. We don't have very many options for county placements. We have been growing those over the last couple of years, but we need more within the county. 8 of those were brought back into the county and were able to be served in a placement within Mendocino County, and 11 of those were able to get off conservatorship in fiscal year 1920. So when we look at the number of people served by the mental health plan, and this is really looking at our specialty mental health and our indigent numbers, this is not taking into account really looking at what our MHSA serves, but really looking at that special mental health number, you'll see that in fiscal year 1920, we served 3,362 individuals. I also want to note that in that fiscal year 1920, we housed approximately 19 individuals in permanent supportive housing. So 90 individuals were housed during fiscal year 1920 in independent supportive housing, and we served 3,362. Looking at crisis assessments, we do these regularly. They're a 24/7 operation, and they offer, as I've said, crisis assessment is done by the county solely in a sense of Redwood Community Services produces this. This is something they serve every single client. There is private insurance does not have crisis services for individuals that have private insurance, neither does Medicare. So every individual that walks in that needs a crisis assessment, regardless of insurance, is served by the county. That also means the county does not get to claim a reimbursement if you don't have Medi-Cal for that service. But we go ahead and we serve every individual in our county, regardless of insurance and reimbursement. And we did 2,289 of those in fiscal year 1920. You can see how that has between 2016-17 and how that has grown since 2019 and 19-20. Looking at hospitalizations, we definitely get, definitely hospitalize a decent amount of individuals in Mendocino County. Those are individuals that are placed on a 72-hour evaluation. We call it a lot of 5150. 5150 is the WIC code that it falls under, but that's probably what it's most known for. The number of 5150s in 1920 was 597, and you'll see in 1819 it was 684. And this really goes to Redwood Quality Management Company working with our local providers to really create a crisis respite within Mendocino County. And they were able to do that create a crisis respite working with Adventist Health, also doing kind of a medical respite model for Mendocino County residents, mainly on the inland. But you can see the reduction in hospitalizations for them bringing what they call Madrone House on board, which has been a great addition to our system of care and has really benefited individuals. They're able to be served in our county, close to home. They're not in a strange hospital far away, and family can still visit them. So it's definitely been a huge improvement. We hope to see an additional improvement in hospitalizations as we bring the CRT online, hopefully in November of this year to early December, and we'll see some additional possible decreases in our hospitalization numbers next fiscal year. This is our medication management services, and you can see the number of individuals that are served for medication management, and we continue to grow, and they continue to serve individuals needing that high level of medication management services. This is one of the areas similar to, and kind of similar to our children's area, where we probably serve a lot of individuals that may be a little bit outside the specialty mental health area. That's partly due, they have Medi-Cal, and it's hard to find a psychiatrist in Mendocino County. And so we don't want anyone to go without medication. That's always been kind of our philosophy, that we're gonna serve everyone we can so that no one goes without medication. I think that has really been our model, and you can see that they've really done a good job of making sure that they meet that. And we continue to serve people, and when no one else will serve them, we find a way to serve them, whether they're indigent and have Medi-Cal or have Medicare. We've been finding a way to make sure that as many individuals as need to be served can be served for medication management services.
Dr. Miller, Supervisor Hatchak has a question or comment.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Dr. Miller, my question is, with this medication management services and the aftercare program with the Measure B, how do they differ or compare?
So the medication management services is different, but so medication management is generally for the average person who needs to see a psychiatrist and be medicated. That is what the individuals, this is their psychiatrist, right? So they go, and this is where they're getting their psych meds on a monthly basis, getting seen. This serves mainly the specialty mental health, it's supposed to serve mainly especially mental health individuals that meet medical necessity criteria. But as I noted, there are some individuals that we're their only option. And so we're serving them anyways. The aftercare services really falls into that after crisis hospitals, after they've had a crisis assessment or after they've been hospitalized and they come back and we're trying to connect them to services. That's where that piece plays in. They don't have Medi-Cal. They would normally not be able to have that aftercare service. Now they're going to have that as a viability for 60 days. The medication management will be available to them for 60 days. So that will actually be an additional part of that aftercare that's currently not part of that aftercare plan.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, so I want to talk a little bit about what we call ANZA and CANS, but it's the Adult Needs and Strengths Assessment, and then there's the Children and Adolescent Needs and Strengths Assessment. And these are outcome measurement tools that were created to really look at decision-making, including the level of care and service planning to facilitate quality improvement initiatives, and really to be able to monitor and look at outcome of services. We do this for everybody, and it's done upon intake and then every 6 months and at discharge. The state of California adopted the CANs as their outcome measurement tool to really look at, specifically for children, to really look at what are we seeing and especially in our foster care systems, what are the outcomes that we're seeing in our children, and are we seeing improvements? And so now it is actually a requirement that we do the CANs. We started doing the CANs, gosh, I want to say in 2016, could have been a little bit earlier, way before the state adopted it as a tool to really look at our system and look at our level of cares, really to see, are we seeing improvement? And we wanted to not only see improvement in our clients, but we also wanted to make sure that if a client wasn't improving, we could go back and see, is it the therapist? Is it the treatment model? What isn't working for this individual? We were able to work, a Redwood quality management company really worked to create an outcome measurement kind of like data tool to really look at what level of care we would offer based on the scoring. They brought in a trainer to train everyone within our community, and we got trained in the CANs and ANZA, and we've continued to use it. And then the state adopted it. So it's something we've done for a long time. We did some performance improvement projects with these, which we got a lot of feedback and positive feedback as we continue to roll this model out, and created our kind of own rating tool, which has sort of been adopted to really look at a way to look at outcome measurements. So what is in front of you is the adults. What we use for adults is 18 and over. And you will see that based on the scores that we saw an 86% decrease in impairments and symptoms in our adult population that was served in our special mental health system of care. And then you will see also, this is our children's, and in the children's system of care, you're going to see a 79% improvement, decrease in impairments and systems, and we saw a 21% increase. And then we do really look at those increases to see what can we do differently. Is there something different? Sometimes it can be a kid moved to a new foster home or was pulled and put into foster home. And so they may have been doing well, and then their symptoms may increase because they had a major life change. But it's things we're tracking and looking at. It is something that we've incorporated into, the system has incorporated into supervision with their clinicians and with clients, making sure the clients know where they're at on their outcome measurements. How are they looking in treatment, and having it part of just a supervision for our clinical staff.
Dr. Miller, question or comment from Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Yeah, on the outcomes, do the CANs and ANSA models capture internalized symptoms?
Internalized symptoms such as, are you talking like about voices, hallucinations? Yes, that is what they're projecting. That those are your struggles. It's all your symptoms. How you're feeling, your depression, are you struggling? It's really looking at everything the client is internally. It's internal based on what the client's symptoms are. It's not based on us. It's really based on what we're seeing, what the client is reporting their symptoms are at. So this is a look at our specialty mental health providers in Mendocino County. This is the providers that the ASO contracts with, and you'll see them here. One really important, as we are talking about the ASO contract today, the contract in front of you is for $17,361,861. But I wanted to piece that out a little bit, because we always hear we're giving Redwood Quality Management $20 million. And that comes out quite often without understanding. And I'm not going to go deep into mental health finances, because that could take an hour of its own of just trying to understand that process. But what Redwood Quality Management Company gets out of this contract is $1.2 million. Then you have what we use as realignment dollars or MHSA dollars, which is called a match. In the mental health world, we have to bill Medi-Cal for every service we do, and Medi-Cal requires a match. So you have to have a realignment dollar or like an MHSA dollar that you can match Medi-Cal dollars with to bill for that service to be able to get a reimbursement. If we run out of match dollars, it doesn't matter how many services you provide, the state will not reimburse you. If you continue to bill the state, when they come in and do your cost report and they've determined you've run out of match dollars, they will recoup everything back that you do not have the match dollar to be able to match for to get your reimbursement for the federal financial participation. So when we look at that, of that 17 million, at 17.3, as I noted, 1.2 is your ASO fee. And then you look at what are we guaranteeing? What are we guaranteeing? And in this contract, we're guaranteeing only about $7.3 million, right? So if you subtract the 1.2, and then you're looking at what's left for these subcontractors is 7.3 about $1 million. What we're saying is that the other 8.8 million, they have to make in services. So if we're going to pay them a single dollar over that, it's required them to provide a special mental health service. It has to meet Medi-Cal standards for medical necessity. The individual has to have a diagnosis that qualified. They have to have a full assessment, a full client plan, and then they have to bill a billable service that Medi-Cal will accept to get that reimbursement. So I just really want to explain, because I know a lot of times people just see the money and they think, oh, this is all that's going in. And it's not. It's like any other insurance company. If you don't bill the service, you don't get paid. That's the same with our system here. If we don't provide a service, Medi-Cal doesn't approve that service, we don't get paid. The subcontractor doesn't get paid. If we put if we bill a billing forward, and this has happened, right? And the state says we're going to decline that for some reason, and they can decline for all kinds of crazy reasons, and then we have to sometimes argue them. That also goes back on the subcontractor, right? So if we get that decline, we go back and say, hey, by the way, we're recouping those dollars the state declined your billing. Or sometimes we resubmit it, right? To say, hey, it was an error on the state side, so we have to resubmit it. So it is a little bit of looking at what that is. But that I just wanted to break down the financial piece, because I think a lot of times we think it's a one lump sum, and that's actually not how it works at all. So a little bit about Mental Health Services Act. So Prop 63 MHSA is what we all call it, was passed to provide support for county mental health programs through a 1% tax on California income in excess of $1 million. The funds are services and supports, and they're supposed to promote recovery and wellness for adults and promote resiliency for children and youth. And so that's what we really focus on in Mendocino County. We have a variety of programs. Some of them MHSA used to be larger, and those programs have ended. And so now we really have, what we have left is our community services and support programs, our prevention and early intervention programs, and our innovation programs, and then our full service partnerships, which is a real wraparound high intensity case management program that still exists today. Just looking at 1819 and 1920, the number of individuals we served through the Mental Health Services Act, and this is both county subcontractors, Redwood Quality Management Company. You will see that total individuals who served in 1819 was 7,604 individuals. And in 1920, we served 8,522 individuals through our Mental Health Services Act programs. These are lists of the different providers within Mendocino County that have Mental Health Services Act dollars that actually provide services to our community. There are a large variety throughout the community, and they provide a lot of different services. We continue to always expand. Our last Mental Health Services Act triennial review, we got a lot of kudos for being one of the few small counties that have used their MHSA dollars wisely. We got asked to go on a roadshow to teach other counties how to do better, how to better use their MHSA Services Act dollars. So a lot of kudos goes to our ASO, our subcontractors, for really doing some amazing programs in Mendocino County. And last, I'm just about to end, and any questions you have, I just want to note that a lot of our results today is because of the partnership with our ASO. It really is a partnership. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without us. It is a large system with a lot of state and federal regulation and mandates. They have been a great partner, and as you can see just through the many audits we've been through, the changes we look at between 2012 to 2018, how much we've improved within our system of care as a whole, not only the number of people we're serving, but just meeting all of our state and federal mandates has been greatly improved. And you can really see that in the data. And it really is due to the partnership we have.
Well, thank you, Dr. Miller. Supervisor McGorty. You're muted, Supervisor McGorty.
I have several questions. So in your presentation, you don't really talk about what individual programs cost. That would be helpful if we had a breakdown, particularly the 17 million that is paid to RQMC, how it's dispersed. So that's something that would be useful for us to know. And so the other thing I'm wondering about, in general, what's considered to be sort of reasonable and customary for overhead for providers?
So the state average is that your admin fee should be about, what the state allows from the Medi-Cal perspective is a 15% admin fee. So that's the state standard for specialty mental health. You'll see in some other programs it can be higher. In our public health programs, it's a 25% admin fee. But when the state looks at from a financial perspective for specialty mental health, they give us a 15% admin fee, which also, includes kind of your quality assurance, quality improvement area also.
So I'd just like to comment too that RQMC appears to do a really great job of covering a lot of services, and it's great that we have a local provider, we're going to one group. So it's a great resource to have here locally to deal with, and there seems to be a lot of stability. Your presentation shows that the reimbursement rates have really improved over the olden days. So that's really positive. The other thing I'd like to know, what are we doing about private insurance? Because I know people must come to you for services who have private insurance. Do you turn them away? Do you just go ahead and do it and then not get reimbursed, or what happens?
So it's an interesting, it's hard because we try not to turn anyone away. And so we do try to wrap them. We have limited dollars, so wrapping everybody is not realistic. We definitely are going to have this aftercare dollars that will help. If someone's in crisis, we don't turn them away. We never have, and so we never will. But it's definitely an issue. We know parity laws keep being passed with the hope that private insurance will come to the table. It's one of the things that the ASO and I have really worked on, and how are we going to take a different approach with private insurance? There's so many services private insurance needs to be at the table for. Crisis respite, crisis residential are just two. Mobile outreach, right? When we're talking about creating mobile response in Mendocino County, we're going to commercial insurance homes, right? People that have insurance. So at what point do they play within that system of care, and where is their dollars on the table? Where is partnership health plans dollars on the table, right? Because when we look at our crisis response, I had them pull statistics about a year ago or so, and we looked at, of the individuals walking into crisis on an average basis, are they specialty mental health clients, or are they mild to moderate or commercial insurance? And we found that, I think it was 75 to 80% of individuals that walk into crisis are not specialty mental health, they're mild to moderate or commercial insurance. And so we have a gap there that needs to be addressed, and that the level of services maybe aren't meeting our individuals' needs, or they wouldn't be going into crisis at the level they are, right? So it's something we're pushing back on. I've started to work a little bit with NAMI on what are we going to do? How do we bring commercial insurance to the table?
Well, especially if we're going to open up a mental health treatment facility, we really have to have a way of recapturing those dollars, because the whole point is that we're trying to treat people locally and not send them away. So I hope that Measure B is studying this, or coming up with recommendations for you, or your staff is, or someone is, because that, of course, is going to be expensive to treat individual patients. We want to be sure that we get reimbursed as much as we can. I have more questions, but I'm going to defer to our other supervisors.
Supervisor Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Janine, for the presentation. I think that one of the most challenging things for our community to really understand is how these dollars get distributed to other service providers in our community. And the presentation highlighted just how many people receive portions of the $18 million and how many service providers. I realize that, some of those contracts do include deliverables and regular reporting, but I think that probably goes to our ASO and not to the board. They present us with a quarterly report of data that is cumulative. I think it would be nice if the board could receive that as a consent calendar item, the quarterly reports. And in that, if we could also potentially highlight some of the work that the service providers are doing. So for instance, if a service provider after COVID times does a health fair or screening, then there could be a brief summary about that process or that event, just so that the board and the community are aware of the work that everybody is doing seemingly behind the scenes, but just have it be accumulated in one record and put on the consent calendar so that it's there for everybody to see.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. My question has to do with, well, before I get into that, I think that the disallowances decreasing to a 1-point-something% is really commendable. That's great news. And the percent that's in compliance increasing to 98% is really shows that a lot of good work and oversight is being done on this. So it's really good for the county, because that was a questionable area before. And so good work, everyone, doing that. The question is about the conservatorship and the number of clients being conserved. Is this something, and I assume that being conserved is like a long-term situation. And so is this something that Measure B funds could be looking at if after spending it, on the puff? But would this be an area of need that Measure B should be looking at?
So conservatorships, I'll touch on that a little bit. So conservatorships can be long-term. They're as soon as you don't meet criteria, you're supposed to be able to get off being off conservatorship. An individual can petition every 6 months to have their case reviewed. And every year we go back in front of the court with documentation justifying whether the individual does or does not meet continued criteria for conservatorship. So at least yearly, these individuals are reviewed to make sure they still meet criteria for conservatorship. The LPS law was put into place, as some may know, years ago, when it was really common for women to be locked up, while their husbands could lock them up for life, and there was no review process because either they thought they were mentally ill or they were tired of dealing with them, is what you hear some stories from why LPS was created. And so part of that process is making sure there is a yearly review so that no one's locked away for life, that they are reviewed yearly to make sure they still meet criteria. And, individuals do sometimes and don't sometimes. People really do and can improve and can get off conservatorship. But it also added the rights for individuals to petition every 6 months to be reviewed by the court. They have a right to a judge or a jury trial if they so choose. A lot of times, if they feel that that LPS is the best, sometimes they cannot not go to trial, but the documentation still goes in front of the court. But they do have a right to request a trial. So conservatorship, one of the big problems with conservatorship placements in the state of California is that they are part of the IMD exclusion, Institute for Mental Disease exclusion, which means they're a lockout for Medi-Cal billable services because most of them are over 16 beds. Just to make it financially viable to have the facility, most people prefer to have more than 16 beds. So we get into that problem where we cannot bill Medi-Cal for any of these placements. So we can't get a 60% reimbursement on anything. It's straight realignment dollars that have to be sent out every time we pay for these. So the hope is that California will move to either getting rid of the IMD exclusion, which is a federal exclusion, which may not happen anytime soon, or we start to see more 16-bed facilities throughout the state of California to allow for a reimbursement. You could imagine at that 3.1 million, if we could have recouped 61% of that, we would have been in a better spot. And that recoupment obviously would go back to helping, would be in-county services, right? So you'd be able to expand your in-county services because you're reducing your costs for LPS conservatorships. So yes, you asked, could Measure B, if there's even any Measure B dollars left, I think there's a lot of hope to spend Measure B a lot of different ways. I do want to say that RQMC and I have been pushing on them, I think since 2016. Camille may be able to tell you sooner, for them to figure out how do we get an MHRC in Mendocino County? How do we build one? How do we attract someone? What options do we have? And I know that they're in the process they've created, they have stepped up and created alternative housing options for us for our conservatorships. I think we've opened 3 different housing options in Mendocino County for LPS, which we didn't have a couple years ago. And I know that they are working on with me and working to get a 16-bed facility in Mendocino County, one way or the other, because it really is needed and it really would benefit the clients because they're close to home, and it would allow us to really get a reimbursement that allowed those reimbursed dollars to be used different, which really benefits the county.
Mr. Chair, may I add just a little bit to that response?
Please.
Supervisor Hashtag, I think an additional thing that we'd have to look at in terms of any potential expenditure of Measure B dollars is whether that would be consistent within the intent of the ordinance. And I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. However, I would be a little bit skeptical that we might be able to use it to supplant any of the existing services, since it was really intended to be a supplementary services provided through the measure. So before we could make any expenditure on that of those funds in that way, I think we'd need to take a look at them and to look at what the specific proposal was and how it relates to both what was there before and what was the intent of Measure B.
Thank you.
Right. Supervisor Williams, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I have a few questions. So $17 million comes out to about 3.4 million per district. All of our districts have about the same population. How much is actually spent in District 5? And is there a breakdown somewhere?
I don't have the breakdown on me. I could get that for you. I do know that I could also get you the number of clients served in that breakdown, because we do have MHSA providers within the 5th district, and we do have mobile outreach specifically within the 5th district, and then we have regular services. So I'm happy to get that. I don't have it off the top of my head,
sure.
But I could definitely pull all that.
Any thoughts on why we didn't receive other bids? To me, that's a red flag that somehow we've structured this in a way that only the incumbent is willing to bid.
We did have other people at the bidders conference, and my opinion, this was not said to me, this is not, I think that our ASO does a lot more work than what a normal ASO would do. So the questions I were asked was very administrative heavy. I got the feeling that the other individuals that were other companies that were there wanted it to be more administrative, and our ASO is not just administrative. They're on the ground working with clients on a daily basis, going into that, cleaning up housing situations, working with clients. So I think because our ASO model is a unique model where we're not saying you're just administrative and they're on the ground working with clients every day, was not as attractive. But it's what has made us so successful is our ASO model is just not behind their desk working. They're actually in the field working with clients.
How many clinicians are there overall?
In the whole system of care? Yeah. I would have to get that for you.
Okay, I'd love to see that. And how many in the 5th? I get a lot of complaints that services are not available in the 5th district. And I'm curious, are we spending the funds spread across the county equally? And do we have the same services everywhere, same number of providers in each district? And I go by the district lines just because it represents equal population. And then last, I've been since I got on the board, I've been asking for outcomes. $17 million is a lot of money. And I would like to see outcomes. And some of the charts come close. Looking at clients served is interesting, but you don't know how well you served them. You know that you're serving more people, but you don't know necessarily that they're better off for it. Dollar spent, same thing. Rehospitalization, I think that's a pretty good sign that we see rehospitalization dropping and that we're below state benchmark. Disallowable, I don't know that that's really an outcome, because you could provide no services and you would have no disallowables, right? That has more to do with fitting the criteria of convoluted state and federal reimbursement systems than it does are patients better off a year after we've served them. So where would I go? My constituents want me to vote on this based on outcomes. How successfully are we at treating people? How are they a year out, 3 years, 5 years? Where do I go to find that data? And as compared to other counties, other states, the nation?
So we continue to work on outcome measurements, and it's not, we have what we have and we continue to expand that. It's unfortunately, it's not something that every county has or that puts together. The data we get when we look at other counties and state is the data the state of California tracks for us, right? So they're looking at what are the statistics between counties. There's no universal additional data tracking between counties besides the CANS and ANZA. So right. The first outcome measurement tool that's ever been implemented for especially mental health was the CANS and ANZA. They didn't have anything before. So this is new in the last couple of years for the state of California. It's really, we continue to look at what can we add in, what can we do differently to do outcome data tracking? What are some additional pieces we can look at? And so we'll continue to look at that and try to expand. It's hard, like I said, to get other state and county data from other state and counties because everybody tracks different, and it's a lifelong disease. Most people in the adult system, most people are not cured and it goes away. They'll have mental health struggles the rest of their life. And it's like anything else. If they stop taking their meds, they might decompensate and need services. And some of them are lifelong clients that will always need to be served in the special mental health system. But we definitely are trying to look at tracking through, how many people were housed? Did they stay in their housing? How many people got off conservatorship? Did they stay off conservatorship? So we're adding some new pieces to try. I know you've asked for outcome measurement. So we're looking, what are some different data we can add in that's not currently within the special mental health field or within the mental health field?
So I appreciate that, but it leaves me in a really difficult place because I know Camille cares about population, and I know Redwood, the entire staff puts in hard work and they do a good job, much better than when the county was running it. But if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Here we are discussing whether to allocate a $17 million contract, and we don't really have any outcome data, any case studies, nothing to go on but some PowerPoint slides. And I'm not critical of the provider, I'm not critical of staff, but I think as a board we have a problem. And since I got on, what I've heard is we'll work on it or we'll show you the data we have. Until the board decides this is important and we're going to get the data first and review it before we approve it, I don't think it'll happen. I think when there's one supervisor asking for data and you got one radical in the 5th district, it'll take the board majority saying, we want this data, we want to know how we're doing, we want to know whether we're successful dollar for dollar compared to other regions. So that's kind of where I am. I want to say yes, but more than that, I want to see the outcomes to know that we're successful. Okay.
Supervisor Mulhern, but I do see a hand raised by Camille Schrader, Road Quality Management.
I had a couple of questions for Supervisor Williams, and just because I'm probably fresher off the campaign trail, the south side of Laws Avenue is in the 5th district. The north side of Laws Avenue is in the 2nd district. So basing the geographical data on district boundaries may not be as efficient as one might think. And I wonder if the real question is how many people are being served on the South Coast rather than district boundaries. So I think that might help provide some clarification, especially considering how quote unquote wonky our district boundaries are. and also, you know, the data around how, this is the first time I'm seeing this broken down on how Mendocino County is doing versus other small counties versus the state of California, does provide information that I think that you're looking for, but it's also still not exactly what you're looking for. So I think it would be helpful if we could understand what's missing. If you're just looking for, you know, of the 597 people that were hospitalized, you want like each of that broken down into a spreadsheet? Like what are you looking for exactly?
Well, I would take an appropriate sample size and look at how they came in, the services we provided, and how they're doing a year out, 3 years out, 5 years out, and then try to compare that to other regions. Right. You know, initially when I came on the board, you're asking about the history here. I started asking these questions and I was told that I don't understand these types of services and there aren't such metrics and it's not studied. Well, now having gone out and asked in neighboring counties and asked people who work in the field, they laugh and they say, well, of course it's studied. There's all sorts of metrics for that. Your county's just not doing it. So I think we owe it to our people to do a better job to measure. It may be that we're successful. It may be that Redwood is doing an excellent job. They may be leading the state. But when my constituents ask, I have no way to show them. I can say I heard they're doing well, but that's it. I want some credible hard data that shows we're making a difference. Dollar for dollar.
So we have, as Supervisor Moran said, the beginnings, I would say, of some of the data that you and actually your predecessors on the board were asking for the same things, outcome. And maybe you weren't watching the meetings, we weren't on the board. But Camille Schrader has some comments. And I do want to note that if I heard that correctly, Dr. Janine Miller mentioned that there were something like 70% of the hospitalizations were for people who were not County of Mendocino clients. They were on private insurance. They were, you know, not in the county's system of care, and yet they became part of the county's system of care when they needed hospitalization. Then they became a county responsibility at that point. But that tells me that only maybe 30% of the people that were needing hospitalization were under the care of the county system. So it tells me that maybe we're actually doing a pretty good job with the people who are under our care. It's the people who are outside of the county system that are relapsing. And then going to that point in the PowerPoint where you're showing that only 12% of the people who were hospitalized were re-hospitalized within 30 days. Statewide, the average is 19%. It would be interesting to know, of those who are re-hospitalized in 30 days, are they, again, largely people who are not in the county system because they're under private insurance, et cetera. So that would again tell us something about the county's services versus just services that are occurring in the County of Mendocino by others. But I do see a hand raised by Camille Schrader, Road Quality Management. I'd like to go to her.
Thank you, sir. To answer the outcome, and I appreciate the conversation and significantly would like to know what does success mean? What are we looking at the end of the story? And then we will do everything we can, as we have, to try and ferry out what those outcomes look like. I do want to say that as a baseline, and Dr. Miller explained well what the state and feds look at, and those are the things that you have reported there today, but the CANS and the ANZA are an actual clinical assessment of the improvement or not of individual clients. And every client in our county receives a CANS and an ANZA. So when you see that document, that's an outcome. That means that 14% of the adults had an increase in their impairment, and 21% of kids had an increase in their impairments, right? 79% had a decrease in that's an outcome. That means that we have work to do because we have 14% and 21% that had an increase in their symptoms, but we also had a 79% decrease in symptoms, right? So that's what I'm trying to sort of support on an individual client by client basis, which is I think what Supervisor Williams is really looking for. On a system level, the reduction in hospitalizations and the rehospitalizations, the reduction in LPS, numbers of individual LPS services, the increase of in-county alternatives for housing, those are on a system, an outcome, a deliverable outcome that you can put your finger on and know. That's a system outcome, not necessarily an individual outcome. And as I said to Supervisor Williams, if we need to drill down on, for example, the 597 hospitals, your example, Supervisor Jurdy, of how many of those were not Medi-Cal, many of them may have been Medi-Cal, they just weren't in the specialty system. They weren't our clients until they hit the door. So their first time entry into mental health services. So we can do that. We literally, when we understand what item are we trying to drill down to, we're a small enough county that we will drill down to find those items. So also I wanted to speak to the data on South Coast and district. I appreciated Supervisor Mulheron's comments because we this morning and last night have been working on finding the information regarding the South Coast. As those of you who know, we had many conversations with the clinics on the South Coast, Anderson Valley, Wallala, Point Arena, and as a part of the partnership agreed that we would support outpatient behavioral health in collaboration with them and not in competition with them. And this has been some years, frankly, and I think we probably want to have a conversation and revisit what that looks like. But we absolutely supported crisis. Having said that, there are outpatient clinicians. There are 2 school-based mental health grants that are supported countywide, and especially services and supports on the South Coast. And lastly, we are right now we have all the numbers for South Coast minus Hopland and South Ukiah because we didn't gather the data that way. We are now redoing the way we gather the data so that each of you can know what's happening in your district. It's going to take a minute because we have to pull out Hopland and South Ukiah.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Lowered.
Okay. Well, I think if we take a look back at where we are and where we were, I think there's really no doubt that mental health services in Muskegon County are vastly improved from where they were at their lull was when Ortner was here. And, we're seeing some of those statistics show up in parts of this report where the disallowances by the state. I mean, we've heard anecdotes from county employees before Ortner was here that when the county was in charge of adult mental health services, anecdotal stories of mental health employees who were told, you need to go to part-time county service because the department has these debts it has to pay for disallowances by Medi-Cal. And, it was just a big mess. And then Ortner's people, in my mind, just made the system worse. I mean, the files that they provided to road quality management were incomplete at best. Services were a fraction of what we have today, and the audits are showing, that we're not owing the state millions of dollars after these audits, at least for the services that have been provided by road quality management. So anyway, I think we all agree we want to see more data on outcomes, and I think this report is the first one I've really seen that really starts to show those outcome reports. So I'm pleased to see that, and would welcome anyone's suggestions on other data points that might help. One thought I've had is there a way of tracking visits to the ER? And I think the hospitalizations kind of gets to that, but the reoccurrence of the same people going back in, maybe contact with law enforcement. Is contact with law enforcement going up or down by clients who are in the system? And then finally, if people are being contacted by law enforcement, is it because they're not in the system? And then the issue is then how do we outreach to people who for whatever reason are just isolating and not getting care, and yet they're still being disruptive to the general public. And that kind of gets to that issue of MOPS and outreach of mental health services it's expensive, it's challenging, I'm sure, but it looks like it's still an area where we need to do more. And I see a hand raised by Camille.
Those are perfect items, and we currently right now track the number of contacts by law enforcement by each department, and we also track both on the whole person care side as well as on the mental health side, ER visits, so we can pull those things out and drill down individual client by individual client. Thank you for that idea, and I also welcome Supervisor Williams. If he has what other counties are saying that they do that we're not, please let us know, because we've got the raw data and we are absolutely willing to do that.
Okay, appreciate that, because I think that kind of data tracked year to year would tell a substantial story. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I was going to suggest that perhaps Supervisor Williams and myself could work with RQMC and Dr. Miller to provide some more specific data sets that could be presented to the board and then followed up on a yearly basis. Of course, could be changed as things go along, but I know that the community has been asking for more data. I just think we need to make it very clear what it is that we're looking for. Great if there's raw data that we can extrapolate, but if not, we need to, have a starting point to collect that data.
So I would be happy to work with you on that. I think it's a good idea. I have a little bit of hesitation. I don't know if supervisors should be inventing the criteria for the data that's collected and how it's analyzed. I mean, there's a whole profession here. And so it's more alarming to me if we don't know what should be collected and how it should be analyzed. That makes me think we need to bring somebody in who can help us. But I'll take the offer. I'd be happy to work with you, and I'll do my best to educate myself.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
So can I suggest that you maybe also consult with NAMI, because I think NAMI is, as advocates for mental health, have a pretty good overview from a third-party perspective about services and outcomes. So I'm sure they would be happy to talk to you and work with you.
Good idea.
All right. Well, do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, we do.
First on the line will be Paul Davis, followed by 7 voicemails.
Paul, it appears that you're unmuted. You can go ahead and begin speaking.
All right, sorry about that. My name is Paul Davis, and I'm the Executive Director with the Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center in Fort Bragg. And I wanted to express my support for the approval of the agreement with Redwood Quality Management Company today. Our agency, MCHC, started providing adult mental health services under the previous ASO in 2013. But it wasn't really until 2016 when we opened our specialty mental health clinic with RQMC as ASO that we started to see a real and measurable difference in the quality of care and service that we were and are able to provide our vulnerable clients. Most of MCHC's specialty mental health clients are homeless or formerly homeless, and most of them utilize our other services, such as our emergency shelter, transitional housing, and our host of housing supportive service programs. The inclusion of mental health services, utilizing licensed staff, electronic health record, and the coordination with med management and crisis services has allowed MCHC to address one of the most important barriers our clients face, and that's their mental health. I think any system of care can use improvement, and ours is no exception. But over the last 5 years, MCHC has worked with RQMC and the other county providers to learn, improve, and overcome deficiencies collaboratively. We receive continual support from our ASO, helping us deal with all issues that come up, from compliance to billing to individual client service. I hope the Board of Supervisors sees the value in what Mendocino County specialty mental health providers are doing and support our ongoing efforts. And I thank you for your time.
Bernie Norbell, item 5E. Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy and supervisors. My name is Bernie Norbell, Mayor of the City of Fort Bragg. I am here to support item 5E and ask you to do the same. Over roughly the last 2.5 years, I've worked closely with RQMS and their leaders to address the needs here on the coast. To put a finer point on it, myself, the Vice Mayor, the Chief of Police, Captain O'Neill of the Fort Bragg Police Department, and our City Manager, along with pertinent stakeholders, have been meeting with RQMS to address and improve the system of care here on the coast. I believe we have made significant progress. We have several irons in the fire that we hope to bring to both you and the public soon. All very exciting stuff that we believe will have a great impact on the system of care here in the City of Fort Bragg and on the coast. RQMS has made themselves readily available to both myself and our police department over this time to solve the needs of our clients, as well as planning for the future. Please support 5E. By doing so, you will also be supporting all of the progress and plans that we have made. Thank you for all you do and for your time.
Hello, my name is Susan Ira. I am calling to regarding item 5E of today's agenda, June 22nd, 2021. I'm calling as the chairman of the board of Manzanita Services, a family member, and a 40-year resident of Mendocino County. I respectfully am urging you to board members to approve the agreement with RQMC in the amount listed on the agenda. Manzanita is the largest adult case management agency in Mendocino County. We serve hundreds of individuals with mental health challenges. RQMC has demonstrated excellent management of our service contracts for years. This is not a time to change the administration and management of the system of care contracts in the county. The agencies are struggling in providing services to clients, maintaining staffing and services given the COVID-19 challenges, which are still very present in the county, as you know. RQMC has been a very effective ASO and has consistently provided technical assistance, guidance, and has been instrumental in keeping our agencies in business. In addition, RQMC really sincerely cares about the agencies and the individuals, the families that we serve in both the adult and the children's system of care. The Board of Manzanita urges you to approve this agreement today, and I do as well, as I said, as a family member and longtime resident of Mendocino County. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Elise Jenkins, and I'm calling about item 5E on today's agenda. I've been a social worker in Mendocino County for 40 years. I'm a retired child welfare social worker, and I'm a human service instructor at Mendocino College and a board member of CASA. I'm calling to ask you to continue to support the agreement with RQMC in the amount that has been proposed so that mental health and support services can continue without interruption. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Lauren Frank McGarvey, LCSW number 60945, and I'm calling to comment in support of today's agenda item 5E. I'm a licensed clinical provider and have lived and worked in Mendocino County for 40 years providing mental health services. 18 of those years as a county employee and the other 22 as a contractor or private provider of mental health services. I have witnessed and been a part, and at times been a part of many of the changes that have taken place regarding the provision of mental health services here in Mendocino County over the last 40 years. I am currently mostly retired, engaged in a small private psychotherapy practice. I fully support the approval of agreement with Redwood Quality Management Company to arrange and pay for mental health services that are currently being considered by the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. I have worked with RQMC off and on for many years and have continually found them to be always both highly responsible and professional. This has been true even more so during the most recently overly complex and stressful times. I've been witness to this not being true of other agencies in the past. I'm available for further comment if desired. Please approve the funding for RQMC that they continue and expand their much needed excellent work. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Dr. Marvin Trotter. I'm calling about subject 5E. I'd like to express my complete support of RQMC and their system of care. Having been in the community and public health officer and in the ER for years, we essentially did not have a system before RQMC took over adults in 2016. They have done a remarkable job in coordinating many different departments, and I'm ecstatic about their building a crisis residential treatment center on Orchard. They do a great job. It's a very difficult subject matter, and the difference between them and what we had before is night and day. Thank you very much.
I'm Lasara Firefox Allen, and I'm calling about item 5E, the RQMC contract. I'm the Executive Director at Manzanita Services, and I respectfully urge you to approve the agreement with Redwood Quality Management Company in the amount listed. Manzanita is the largest adult case management agency in Mendocino County, serving hundreds of individuals with mental health challenges. Since I've been working in this position, my experience has been that RQMC has been an amazing foundation to work from. They reliably demonstrate excellent management of service contracts, strive for collaboration between agencies, and are equitable in their approach to management. This is not a time to change the administration of management in the system of care contracts in the county. Agencies are struggling to provide services to clients with COVID-19 challenges still very much present in the county. RQMC is an effective ASO and has consistently provided technical assistance, guidance, and has been instrumental in keeping our agencies in business. In addition, RQMC cares about our agencies and the individuals and families that we serve in both the adult and children's system of care. As Executive Director of Manzanita Services and as a concerned community member and a mental health peer, I urge you to approve this agreement today. Thank you very much.
This is Sonia Nash. I live in Comchi. I'm the author of Advocating for Someone with a Mental Illness, and I'm a NAMI family support group facilitator and a NAMI family-to-family teacher. Item 5E is what I'm speaking to, the RQMC and RCS. So I was one of the people that worked hard to persuade RQMC and RCS to take on adult mental health services, so we wouldn't have to endure another private for-profit corporation skimming too much money off the top. Mendocino County is fortunate that they agreed to provide adult services. They do a much better job than anyone else has done. They and their subcontractors work harder than anyone has before to provide compassionate and supportive services within the resources they receive. If they had more resources, I believe they would use them wisely to provide more of the needed adult services. Yes, more people need help. Yes, there are gaps in services. Yes, mistakes can happen. But with RQMC, solutions and change follow. They have an open door policy. We can go there and say this isn't working, and they'll do everything they can to fix it. Daily, there are many RQMC and RCS success stories that we don't hear about. It's important to acknowledge these silent success stories as people receive the support they need to climb rung after rung toward better health and better lives. RQMC and RCS deserve our support, and they deserve even more money so they can maintain and expand support services that are desperately needed by many people. So I hope you'll support them. I hope you'll give them as much money as you can, as they will use it wisely. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Any final comments by county staff?
No, I don't have any final comments. Thank you.
Okay. Questions or comments by board members? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Well, I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think that what Supervisor McGorty raised about having the $17 million broken out into the different programs is information that we should have. So I would like to see that. And I'd like to see an ad hoc work on that information that is Supervisor Williams and Mulhern were asking for. So if that could happen too. But the motion would be with those two issues, I would approve the recommended actions regarding this contract.
Okay, is there a second?
Second. Okay, I'll second that.
Great, any comments to the motion? Okay, I'm just looking at the clerk of the board. Did you capture that?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. If that could be stated in a more clear way. I have the recommended action, and I understand that there's the creation of an ad hoc being considered, but we need to know who would be on that ad hoc.
Okay. The ad hoc would be Supervisors Williams and Mulhern.
And what's the scope of the ad hoc?
It would be to come up with some criteria for greater data collection regarding outcomes.
Okay. So I think the clerk of the board has that. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
No.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Okay, all right. Now we're on to the CEO's report.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jurdy. First page of the CEO report is human resources as usual, and there is a benefits page that is listed here for our employees to go to that discusses the biometric screenings and, of course, the wellness incentive program. Additionally, under human resources update, there's the update on the COVID-19 supplemental paid leave, paid sick leave, and you can see what that is, and also the number of employees who have been utilizing the special paid sick leave. And this is something that was designated, mandated by the state, and of course we have been providing this as well. And as this board knows, that during the height of the pandemic, we have been monitoring how many employees are out, and we do that for our own information so that we know what the impact of the pandemic has been on the county system, and we're still doing that. And you can see some numbers there as far as employees that are using the special sick leave. The next item, of course, is the request for proposals, and we have those listed. There is also a Health and Human Services update that's attached. It's a rather thick CEO report today. We also have an Art Council update today, and we'll get to that in just a little bit. And then, of course, Howard Dashiell puts in a transportation update. What we have starting now is an additional budget report update. There have been requests, of course, over the years for additional budget information, and so you will be getting additional budget information attached to each CEO report. And what you have today, and we'll get to it as an attachment, is a table showcasing the fiscal year 2021 budget to actuals. And the way that this is done, of course, is in our system. And you will see when we get there some of the issues around the actuals. Because we are so dependent on state and federal dollars and grant dollars, that money doesn't always come in when we anticipate it. So it looks like that some programs are in the red. We know they're not really in the red. They may be today, but that their funding stream is coming through. It just hasn't come through yet. So you'll see that. We'll get to that here in just a few minutes. And also, we have had our data system OpenGov for a few years now. Anyone, any member of the public, any member of the press, anyone that would like information on our budget, not only do we have a very thick budget book that is out there for the public to see, but we have OpenGov, which is a database. And if this board would like, we could do one more presentation on OpenGov, and maybe that would be to the benefit of the public as well, as to how to access OpenGov and the information that's there. But we have put out county budget information for a few years now. The next item on the top of page 4 is a Civic Sparks Fellowship. And this is an AmeriCorps program dedicated to building capacity for local public agencies. And so we are partnering with Civic Spark at this point, and we have 2 Civic Spark fellows that are working on a project with our disaster program, which has been renamed Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation, and also our water agency. Though with the water agency, our fellow is leaving at the end of July, this next month. And then we also have, our application was accepted for a fellow to work with strategic planning and resiliency planning. So we are excited about that. There is an information services update, and then we do have the Oak and August Complex Fire Recovery update that we have had on the CEO report for the last couple years. We have a new item on the CEO report, and this was at the request of the board. And this is on the top of page 5. You have a code enforcement update, and I really want to thank John Burks and Trent Taylor, particularly John Burks, who was very quick to give us the information for the CEO report. And I believe that code enforcement will be adding this item to the CEO report monthly. And we'll get to their charts, but basically they are listing out their complaints since 2017 and what the disposition has been with those complaints. On the bottom of page 5 is an item that we discussed a little earlier, which is the Juneteenth, which is established as a federal holiday. And the process for adopting a county holiday is that we will work with the labor groups and do a meet and confer, and then we will bring an item to this board. So that should be happening within the next probably 60 days because we have to meet with the bargaining groups.
Angela, I see a question from Supervisor Moore.
Thank you. I was appreciating the code enforcement statistics and information that they provided. Will they also be able to provide information about the funds that are collected and or still due by the enforcement actions they've been taking, in particular in the last 30 to 45 days? We've seen press releases about the money that is owed by illegal cannabis operations. So is there a way to track that and add that to the CEO report as well?
I will go ahead and talk with code enforcement, but I'll also talk with the auditor. And I think our chief counsel has a comment on this.
Yeah, and I would just caution those numbers. It's just important that the board is aware that those numbers might not reflect what actually gets collected. In some cases, there may be bankruptcies or other things that might limit the ability to collect. And the existing ordinance I believe, I don't recall specifically as to cannabis, but for typical code enforcement violations, the board has empowered code enforcement to essentially agree to reduction in fines if there's an actual correction of the violation on the property, in order to sort of create an incentive for the compliance even after the fines have been levied. I think that's certainly information the board can have. I just I want to make sure that it's understood in the appropriate context.
Thank you. So yes, I will go back to code enforcement and to our auditor's office, and we will try to, well, I'll see what information they have. And whatever information they have, we will go ahead and attach to the CEO report in their portion of the report. On the top of page 6, the Point Arena Veterans Building, for those of you that have been around for some time, this has been an ongoing item with the City of Point Arena and Veterans Hall. We've been in discussions about the cost and the renovations to the facility for over the past 5 years, with the objective that the city would eventually purchase the Veterans Hall, but that the county would get the renovation done before the city took it over. So where we are right now is the city has received a CDBG grant to do a space study for the renovation of the Point Arena Vets building. The study will be submitted for construction funding. They anticipate that will be done at the end of the year. We are looking at the city's potential purchase of the building, and as you can see, we've been discussing this since 2014, so it's been quite a few years. And the City of Point Arena had an offer from the Point Arena School District to relocate a surplus modular classroom to the Veterans Building grounds for use as a temporary office for the coastal seniors. And I believe that this was one of the issues with this potential transfer of the building, that the Veterans Hall is used by the coastal seniors. They're very active at the hall. And so there was a concern that should the Veterans Hall be transferred to the City of Point Arena, that there would be other priorities for the city, and that possibly the coastal seniors would no longer have the access that they have. So it sounds like the City of Point Arena administration has figured out a solution to that, which would be the modular. So they had a deadline of June 16th to get back to the school with a yes or no on that. And so we are working with them. We did work with them. We have developed a purchasing agent agreement with the city to proceed. We drafted a short-term lease to store the modular on the county's property. So we will report back to the board on the progress here. But we are working with the City of Point Arena with the expectation that we will reach a point where the renovations will be paid for and done, that there will be a suitable location for coastal seniors on the property, and that the City of Point Arena administration could then take over the Veterans Building from the county. So again, long-standing item, and I appreciate everybody's patience with this. I'm sure the City of Point Arena does as well. And I think we're moving on. The next item is the County Road Dust Suppression Program update, and I wanted to be certain that the board was well aware of this. Howard Dashiell and I have talked about this, and this is specific to an area in the 3rd District that has gotten dust off every year when it's been possible. So you can see the typical annual dust off application is made to approximately 19 miles of the county, a total of 344 miles of gravel roads at the cost of about $100,000. The dust-off program consists of the application of a magnesium chloride-based formula that's mixed with water and applied by a water truck. This year, water sources are scarce, and additional cost to haul water combined with the deficit in county road fund has caused the Department of Transportation to suspend the county road dust suppression program for 2021. And Howard and I are bringing this to the board for 2 reasons. One, since I am getting calls about the dust off program not happening this year, it's possible that the board members are also getting calls. And I think the real reason that this program is not happening is because of the water shortage, and access to the water is non-existent as it was in prior years. I believe that the dust-off program could proceed, but there would be a cost and it would be higher than $100,000. Additionally, would this board want to move forward with this program knowing that we are in a severe drought? So this item is brought to the board for information, and if there is any recommendations from this board, we would gladly take them. So wanted to make sure that you were well aware of the dust-off program and the lack of a dust-off program this year.
Okay, CO Angelo, hand raised from Supervisor Hashak.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jurdy. So my question is it 19 miles that aren't being served or 344 miles? I guess I don't understand the reading of that sentence.
It's the most traveled 19 miles is what it is.
Of the county's total 300.
Right.
Okay, so it's 19 miles of the 344 miles of gravel roads.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And specifically, Supervisor Hashak, there is a real desire in your district, and really the northern third district, for dust off. So I wanted to be certain that you were well aware of what was happening. So thank you.
Right. Thank you. I just, we're in a drought, and I guess this is one of those sacrifices we're going to have to make during the drought. So I appreciate your recognition of this issue.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the possibility, and Howard and I haven't really talked about this, but I think that there may be many residents in that particular area that are not aware that there is a shortage of the water that was always used is not available. So it's almost impossible to move forward with this program. So I will go back and talk with our DOT director about putting out information to the public on this.
Supervisor McGordy, you have a comment?
I was just curious what has changed, in terms of water source. That where did they used to get the water that's not there this year?
Apparently they did, Supervisor McGordy, the Department of Transportation would access the water in that area from a water purveyor that was close to Spy Rock. And this year, according to Mr. Dashiell, this water purveyor is no longer allowing access to that water. So that's the difference. So obviously, with the drought and the shortage, if there is water, the owner of that water is holding on to it and not selling it to the county to do the roads. And so what Howard is saying is that, one, we would have to find a water source. It would not be in that area, and we would have to transfer the water source. So I think the issue is not so much if the board wanted to double the money and put a couple $100,000 in this to do it, but we're in a drought, and is this the highest use of water that this board would consider? So that's why this item is on. I think it's more of a policy issue than a financial issue.
I do have one question. My recollection was that in several years ago that there were funds used by the Air District to pay for the dust-off program because although many of us may not think of dust as being a major form of air pollution, it technically is, and that the Air District provided some funds for the dust-off program in the past. Is that money not available, or is that just by policy it's not being done anymore?
Supervisor Jurdy, you have an excellent memory. That goes way back to when Chris Brown was our air quality control officer. I don't know if there's money available from air quality right now, but certainly we could follow up. So I guess, again, I would ask this board, if the question is about the policy of utilizing the water for the dust-off program, or the policy is about the additional dollars, or both. We certainly could go back and ask Barbara Moad if there is money available from air quality for the dust-off program, and then come back to this board. But again, my question is it, if it's money, then we can probably find the money. If it's a policy issue about is this the highest use of the water, that would be different. But we can certainly look for the money if this board wants to move forward with the dust-off program.
Supervisor Mulhern.
thinking about the larger policy conversation, because I believe that State Water Resources Control Board also counts sediment that runs off from dirt roads into waterways. So I think it's a much more complicated question that we're going to save X number of gallons of water by not using dust off this year.
Okay, Supervisor McGorty and then Hashak.
Well, there's also a question from the air quality perspective. I know one of the things that human health is an issue in terms of asbestos is sometimes found in some of these locations. I don't know if this is one of them, but that's something for us to think about a little bit too. So the allocating resources is important. Human health makes it a higher priority if that's the reason why these roads are receiving dust off. And I don't know if Supervisor Haschak is familiar with that area, or if that's an issue, or anyway, that would make me want to think about allocating resources if that's the case.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I'm glad that we're bringing up this issue about the air quality too, because that is, I think Mendocino County is affected by poor air quality because of these dirt roads. And that is an issue. If we can use this dust off to provide for better air, that's a big issue. So I would appreciate looking at, air quality to see if they have some funds that they can contribute to this. I'd hate to see the water just being used, in other ways to illegal cannabis grows or whatever. So I think this might be a worthwhile endeavor to pursue.
Chair Jurdy, I will ask Mr. Dashiell to talk with air quality, but also he can bring this back to the board on July 13th, if that would work for this board, and you could give direction as to whether you want to proceed or not. Again, I think it's more of a policy issue, and I really appreciate Supervisor McGorty concerned about the health and safety of the public. So, but I think that this may be a discussion that this board would want to have, considering the amount of water that you would be using for this. So if it pleases the board, I'll go ahead and have Mr. Dashiell do a 15-minute presentation to the board for direction on July 13th.
Sounds good. Supervisor Williams?
Can we have the drought task force look into whether any of the state funds for this drought could be used for this purpose? And second, how many gallons per month are we talking about?
I don't have that answer. As I said, I'll have Mr. Dashiell do a presentation to this board on the 13th, which is our next board meeting.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can take a look. I'll check and see. This is one of the things that we're finding so far is that a lot of short-term measures are not being funded. But again, Wade Crowfoot is putting human health pretty high up there in terms of priorities of how the state wants to respond. So this is a good issue to bring up with the state.
Okay, Chair Jurdy, I'll continue, and that item will be brought forward on the 13th. On page 7, you have a Cultural Services Agency update, and certainly the libraries continue to be proactive and provide summer services. Our museum, we're looking at modified programming to be held outdoors, which I think is a great idea. And then we are replacing a picnic table at one of our parks. We are still hoping to be able to give more attention and resources to our parks, and we're working on a plan for that. The next page is the Animal Care Services update. I won't go into that. You can read about that. And then the next page, on page 9, is our upcoming board meetings. And right now we have our next meeting being July 13th. We do have a limited meeting on July 19th, which will be in the afternoon. I think that will be dedicated to some key items that have come up most recently, and then we have another meeting on the 20th. So We have one meeting the week of July 13th and 2 meetings the week of July 19th. July 5th is a county holiday for the 4th of July. And then I would like to go over the attachments quickly. The first attachment is our positions. We don't have to really discuss that. The next one is the Health and Human Services Agency Status Report. And just as you're seeing with the COVID updates, you're seeing more and more that the updates are very specific to public health, and it is the public health staff that is doing the updates. And as we move forward, public health is taking over the pandemic response. So again, just to remind this board and the public, when we started the pandemic, well over a year and a half ago, we had an emergency operations center open. We were running that. When we were able to turn it over to a Health and Human Services Department operations center, we did that. And now we have almost fully turned over pandemic response to public health. We're very pleased to be able to do that. We think it's the right thing to do. We want public health to be in a position of having the resources and the experience to respond. We're still in this pandemic. We anticipate a surge in the fall, which is only a couple months from now. And we also anticipate another pandemic within the next 3 to 5 years. So I think it's important that our public health department be able to respond. With that, we are focused, Dr. Janine Miller and I are working on assisting public health with filling their vacant positions and assessing their resource needs. And we're hoping to be able to staff up public health and also staff them up with the leadership they need to move forward and to be able to provide services to the public in a manner that's necessary as we move forward.
CEO Angelo, Supervisor Williams has a hand raised. Oh, I guess it was on a different.
It was answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. So the next attachment is the Arts Council of Mendocino County. They provided a report to the board attached to the CEO report, and you can see they've been awarded some grants that they list there. But I think what is of interest is the last couple pages of their report. They are showing their mural proposal, the Ukiah High School campus culture class, and you can see a picture of that mural. It's very nicely done. Next after that is the Department of Transportation report, and I really want to commend Mr. Dashiell for his very extensive report that he provides to this board, where he lists out all the reconstruction projects, the dollar amount, the bids, and what they're doing. And then your new item that will be attached monthly now is a budget report. This one is fiscal year 2021 budget versus year-to-date actuals. And I would like Assistant CEO Darcy Antle to speak to this and explain it to the board. You will be getting this monthly, and this will be your actuals. And as we said, we have been doing quarterly reports for the last 14 years on the budget. And within a quarter, we usually have more information. And with a monthly report, there will be holes, but you will get a monthly report. So if I could turn it over to Assistant CEO Darcy Antle.
Thank you, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. The table attached is showcasing the fiscal year 2021 budget to actuals through May 21 for general fund accounts. This data is and has been available on the county website budget portal, Grant Open Gov. Typically, this portal is updated 15 days after the previous month. Again, this is a snapshot in time, 11 months of a 12-month budget. There is much more to happen and be done in the departments and at the auditor's office before this budget is closed. A couple of items of notes. There are several departments with lower than expected revenue, which is causing them to reflect a deficit at this time. It is expected revenues from state and grants will be drawn down by the end of the fiscal year, closing the reduction in the gap. Secondly, 3 departments, partly due to wage increases over the last 2 years, have been able to hire and retain staff members. There currently are funds set aside in the miscellaneous budget to cover these costs. Third, there are department heads look at the closing of the year. Contractors and vendor invoices will be needed to reconcile, which may reduce the surplus showing in the departments, again, at this time. So overall, we feel the budget in totality is looking good at this time, and there's lots of work still to do. And as CEO Angelo mentioned, as we move forward with these monthly budget to actuals, there are going to be holes because not everything occurs within that month, and some of the billings and invoicing are delayed. Here, if you have any questions.
Not seeing any, but thank you for that. Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I didn't have any questions. I did want to thank CEO and Assistant CEO for this report. I know that I'm still fairly new to the board, but I know that this has been a community conversation for quite some time, and I'm hoping that this is much easier for the board and community members to follow if they're unable to function around in the OpenGov platform. And if it's not, I hope that they can provide specific requests that would make it easier for the community to use. So thank you for your work on this. And I look forward to seeing it each month.
Thank you. Okay, Chair Jurdy, if I could continue, you have an information services update. I'm not going to go through that. The next attachment is Mendocino County Code Enforcement, their historical statistics. And again, I want to thank John Burks and Trent Taylor for putting this together. You could see 2017, the number of complaints, 2018, 19 and 20, and you can see how many of, and 21 of course, how many complaints come from cannabis, and then how many complaints most recently come from the health order violation. And then traditional code enforcement. So the only thing I would say is that if this board has additional questions on code enforcement, like you do around the finances, we could bring that, but I can also have someone from code enforcement available if you do have any additional questions. But I think they did a great job for putting this report together as a first report for the CEO report. So unless there's any questions, I'll proceed. Okay, so I think that's almost it. I would like to say that as we move toward reopening, and as the state moves toward reopening the state, we are looking at reopening county buildings. What we've done through the whole year and a half is, as we've closed county buildings, we've also asked the department heads to use discretion as to how they would like to proceed. Most of the departments did close, as this board knows, and they were open for appointments. The assessor's office and the treasurer's office was open. Of course, our 24-hour facilities, the jail, our deputies on patrol, juvenile hall, they were all open. Tomorrow, I have another meeting with the department heads. We will be talking about reopening and looking at moving forward with reopening. The departments will be able to choose whether they want to continue with appointments, which seems to have worked fine. The business of the county has continued. I personally have not had complaints in my office. I don't know if any board members had complaints. So I think the 1,200 county employees did a great job over the last year and a half trying to provide as many services as they could in light of the pandemic. Again, I would just like to remind the board and the public that we are doing renovations in the board chamber. The chamber itself will be closed until September, but we're doing everything we can to make sure we do our public comment as we have been and responding to the needs of the public. So that is all I have today, Chair Jurdy, unless there are any additional questions.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. My question is about Whitmore Lane and the feasibility study and how that's going.
Oh, thank you. You know, honestly, I would have to refer that to Dr. Miller, and at this point, I do not know, but I know that we're taking a break here shortly, and I could go ahead and contact Dr. Miller and ask her if there's any update, and I could let you know that update when we come back from break, if that's okay, Chair Jurdy.
Works for me, yeah.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
one more comment is I'd like to appreciate the 2 Civic Spark interns we've had this year. You know, Megan Honey and Adam, who worked with the broadband, and then Adam, and I'm not sure of his last name, who worked in the water agency. You know, I worked with Megan Duquette when she was assistant or deputy CEO on the applications for this. And, you know, I think they both did great work and really appreciative of their service to Mendocino County.
That was Sarah Duquette, not Megan. And
I mean, Sarah, yeah.
Yeah, and is Adam Baker. So
yeah.
And he did an outstanding job. So did Sarah. I miss Sarah. I talked to her occasionally, but she was a super asset to Mendocino County, especially the water program. And you know, we're moving forward. I'm so happy with it. We're going to have Josh Metz working with us as the program manager for the Mendocino County Water Agency, and looking forward to that process moving forward.
Chair Jurdy, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. If I may, just to clarify, it's Megan Honey and Andrew Bake were our Civic Sparks Fellows.
Oh, awful, I forgot.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. And thank you, CEO Angelo, for the CEO report. If there are no other questions or comments, it's 3:46. Maybe we could come back at 4 o'clock for the afternoon items.
Thank you.
items, which are 5G, discussion of possible action, including direction of staff to draft an ordinance making amendments to Chapter 22.18 of the Mendocino County Code, including but not limited to imposing a phased cap on the size of cannabis cultivation sites initially of 1 or 2 acres per parcel, and sponsor is County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that Kristen Nevedal, the Cannabis Program Manager, will actually be presenting on this one.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Kristen Nevedal here, Cannabis Program Manager. So to start off the conversation, we wanted to reflect back on the June 2nd meeting, 2021 of this year, during which Chair Jardy had a proposal to eliminate the 2-acre cap that had been proposed by the Planning Commission, and instead propose that after the ordinance went into effect, which it did today, hold a new public hearing to put in a cap of 2 acres. And then through 2023. After 2023, then the size could be increased to 5 acres if appropriate. So with that in mind, I think we'd like to put some questions forth to the board to consider for this discussion. First of all, appropriate timeline for allowance of 2 acres of cultivation. Is 2023 an appropriate timeline, or should this be a longer or later date established? Our thinking on this and why it has come up, frankly, is that it's unlikely that conditional use permits under 2218 would be issued prior to 2023. The vast majority of them, or the first issuance, would occur during 2023 or sometime thereafter. So one consideration being, is 2023 the right timeline to limit 2 acres? Additionally, what about timelines for greater than 2 acres of cultivation, and what kind of increments? So if there's a timeline by which the board would like to see a 2-acre limit, what kind of timeline would there be, or should you consider for expanding beyond 2 acres, and what would those increments be? And then, additionally, does the board have performance standards or criteria they believe must be met in order to support 2 acres or to support an expansion? So there's probably a couple of ways of looking at this, right? Simply putting in a phased approach based on years, 2 acres till 2023, and then stepping up to 5 acres until a given time, and then potentially additional acreage after that. And or should there be 2 acres of cultivation for a given time, and then performance standards met by the applicant to ensure that additional cultivation is appropriate? And during these considerations, has the board considered an absolute cap on acreage? So as we're talking about a 2-acre cap for a period of time, is there a ceiling that you are interested in considering? So 10% or an acreage not to exceed 10%, for example. So lots of questions to discuss here today. And then also, if cultivating pursuant to footnote 6 of Appendix A, should the amount of cultivation, right, include the cumulative square footage of the mixed light indoor and nursery cultivation? Or should it simply just be an allowance for additional outdoor cultivation? So on ag and rangeland parcels, folks can have an acre of outdoor cultivation plus a specified amount of mixed light, a specified amount of indoor, and a nursery. So does that footnote 6 consider the square footage associated with cultivation before moving into that footnote 6 allowance? So some considerations for discussion, and I'm happy to bring them back to prompt the board as we move forward.
Okay, questions, comments? Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, well, those are good questions. And we certainly, we spent a lot of time earlier today, this afternoon, talking about the mental health and, lack of data and lack of outcomes and wanting to know more. And I think that, when we talk about, is there a limit to how much, is it 2 acres, 1 acre, is it 50 permits, is it 100 or unlimited? People want to know that kind of information, that data, those outcomes. So will we have enough water, and what will be the impacts of this kind of expansion on the environment, on our communities? So I'm hearing a lot of comments about doing an EIR. And I think that there's a possibility of using that $18 million. It hasn't been settled yet. I've made several calls to Sacramento to try to get clarification. Haven't gotten it, but it's still not settled with the state budget for that $100 million for the local support for getting people through the system. I think MCA made a good recommendation about the reasons why an EIR would be possibly fundable by the $18 million, and the timing would be right. I think that the people of this county deserve to know what the implications are for any kind of increase and for expansion. And I think it would go a long ways for the people looking at doing a referendum.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hashak. We'll see what we can do on that. So Supervisor Williams and Supervisor McGorty.
Yeah, I would like us to ask staff to bring back the water use per serving of the top crops in Mendocino County. What is a serving of cannabis used in water during production relative to, say, a serving of wine grapes?
Okay, Supervisor McGorty.
Well, first question to Supervisor Williams, does that include stored soil moisture, or is it strictly what's applied?
I think it's all water. I think as close as we can get, right? If we don't have the data available, try to do an apples to apples comparison, but let's try to be realistic. And I think the people of Mendocino, I think John is right, the people of Mendocino County are concerned about water, and we owe it to them to document water per serving of various crops.
Okay, Supervisor McGarty, I think you maybe had your hand raised before Supervisor Williams made that point. So did you have something else you wanted to?
Yes, I do. So the water issue is a big one, and the environmental impact report is a big one. As I think about the environmental impact report, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but the focus really has to be on water as the highest priority of that. And the other thing is, if we did an environmental impact report, given kind of the nature of where we are in this program, I would not stop our program to complete the environmental impact report, because I think that there's the timeline that we're on, if we're realistically, it would be before 2023, before any new permits were issued under 2218. And I'd also like to use the terminology of a cannabis reset program, not the cannabis expansion program. There is so much illegal cannabis that we're making an active effort to abate a lot of that. And that's going to change the whole footprint of what we have cannabis in the county. I don't even know that we really have a sense of how much cannabis there is in the county. I keep hearing that there's somewhere around 8,000 grows, but we don't really know. And I think that's something that we need to get a handle on. As I kind of assess the problem areas, it's the 3rd district. There's, for 2 reasons. One is the Eel River watershed is impacted. We know that. Friends of the Eel and Caltrout are after the Potter Valley project, saying that it's damaging the fisheries. And I've never heard them ever mention cannabis. I've never seen anybody do an assessment of particularly the upper reaches of the watersheds. And I think that that's really critical to get done. And there are people who've worked somewhat on this. The Cannabis Institute at UC Berkeley, under the direction of Ted Grantham and Van Bustick, have done some work on this. I think their work should be expanded. Sam Sandoval from UC Davis has done work on the eel in terms of channel morphology. So we have UC scientists that are working on this. And I think it'd be great to use some of the cannabis impact money to get a better handle on water in particular. Whether we need a full-blown EIR for the entire county, not sure. That's something that, first of all, we have to determine if the money is even available. In addition to that, the groundwater studies, I think, should be done for Little Lake Valley, Round Valley, and Long Valley. And they may be coming from different funding sources, but I think as we move forward into Mendocino County, it's time that we really had a high quality, good, active program for water for Mendocino County and really make the Mendocino County Water Agency step up, because I see this as a real deficiency. And I suspect there may be an opportunity to do some of that either with CASGEM or Sustainable Groundwater Management Program money, or even with drought monies. But somehow or other, we got to get a handle on this, because the people of Mendocino County are, quite honestly, pretty fed up with the situation. And I think that they're right to be fed up with the kind of horrific situation we find ourselves in with a permitting program that's been kind of an abysmal failure. I would just tell them, don't give up on us, though, because I think that we finally have a board and staffing that can make a difference and really make this program work. And we've been missing that. The last point on an EIR, I want everyone to understand something. If we do an EIR, the results of that are going to apply to everyone, not just the new people who come in, because environmental impact really has to do with all users. That could have implications for you if you're in the upper watershed and you're causing issues, even if you're already a legacy grower who has permits in process or permits in place. So that's something that you have to understand if we go through that exercise.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor McGordy, for the comments. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been thinking about a lot about the request for an EIR, and the county's general plan was updated in 2009. That was before Prop 64 passed, legalizing recreational cannabis and changing the way that our community views cannabis as agriculture and as an industry. In reviewing the general plan, we updated the safety element today. We know that we need to update our water resource studies. I'm particularly interested in updating transportation and energy studies, especially when we're talking about the impacts of the climate change. So I'm really wondering how we can look at multiple pieces of the general plan and updating those perhaps sooner, or perhaps just preparing an appropriate timeline and then looking at funding sources. Because I think this is about a lot more than just cannabis. We're having oak woodlands conversations, we're having water conversations. We know that a lot of new vineyards have gone in recently. We're talking about air quality with fire. So there's a lot of elements of the general plan that I think that this board should be looking at proactively and not being so narrowly focused on the cannabis items. So I just wanted to share that with the board and hope that I can get some support to look at broader goals in our general plan update for Mendocino County and not just cannabis. And also, we need to be very clear that we do not know if the cannabis funds from the state could fund an EIR. And I think that we've seen it from the very beginning of legalization of cannabis, that it's this golden goose that is going to somehow provide every municipality with just boatloads of cash. And I think it's would be wonderful if it did, but it may not be possible.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, if our provisional licensees were blocked needing an EIR, perhaps the state would entertain a proposal to use those funds. As I read it, that's not an option. An EIR is not required. It's not blocking state licensing. I'm not against putting in a proposal, but I don't expect the state to approve it. The drought funds, I think we've heard that very narrow use, probably not appropriate for what may be $1 million EIR. So I think this will be general fund. I just want to be clear. But I guess my larger concern is the agenda item was to discuss a phased-in approach, and we're off in EIR on water. Is that intentional, or are we veering off from the agenda item?
Supervisor Hashtag.
Well, I don't think we're veering off from the original item at all, because to look at this kind of expansion of our ordinance, you know, it's totally, you talk to 95% of the people in this county and they're concerned about water. And, you know, with expansion, there's justifiable concerns about water. I just heard from a 65-year-old woman up in Covelo yesterday who ran out of water because of the cannabis grows around her. We need to be looking at the cumulative impacts of water for our health and human safety, as well as our environment. And I think for us to go forward with any kind of expansion without knowing what we're doing is irresponsible.
Supervisor Hashak, you described a situation with a woman in Coppola running out of water. Was that due to cultivation that was in the county's cultivation program, or cultivators who are not in the county's cultivation program?
She didn't know whether they're in or out, but they're surrounding her. And we hear this time and time again. And even when we, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Well, it just seems like that would be good information to get as follow-up when people contact you. You know, are the cultivators that are causing the problems for these neighbors, are they in the cultivation program of the county, or are they not? I mean, I realize they may not know that, but it'd be good for you to try to get that kind of specific information from code enforcement, if at all possible. Supervisor McGordy.
And that brings up a really good point about as we try to project what's going to happen. So yeah, we can talk about quote unquote expansion, but what about reducing the amount of illegal acreage? What's that going to look like in a 1 or 2 year period? Because I think that's also important to take into consideration. A lot of what people don't like about cannabis in Mendocino County has to do with people who don't bother with permits. And you know, we can't give up. We can't. If we're going to have an organized program, yes, we have to do abatement, but we also have to plan to move ahead too at the same time and set the stage for what we want this industry to be. And I think that it's realistic for us to set some goals, recognizing that no one's going to be planting anything in terms of new grows for the next 1.5 years at the earliest.
Supervisor Williams?
How do we know her well ran dry because of cannabis rather than it being a drought year?
Well, when a person says that they've had water for the last 40 or 50 years and now their water's dry, and they made it through the last 3 or 4 drought periods that we've had in the last 40 years, you know, there's a cause and effect that we're assuming.
All right, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I did want to get back to the expansion conversation if anybody else is ready. I do think that, you know, starting at 2 weeks, I understand the community concerns. I want to say that first and foremost. We all, I believe, have worked very diligently to try to mitigate as many community concerns as possible. I also have said now 823 times that I believe that the projects that come forward are going to show us what they can do responsibly. That being said, I think that a phased-in approach is appropriate. I like the idea of both a timeline and a set of accountability standards. We don't want to simply issue a timeline that somebody may expand and then have them, you know, going against the community standards that we're presenting. So I think we need both community standards and a timeline. And, you know, regarding the 10% over 10 acres, you know, that is so, such a, is in the conversation, and people are so vocal about it, I do wonder if the board wants to put a cap on acreage at least through 2025. And so again, I don't know if that cap looks like 10 acres, if it looks like something less. And then at that point, the members of this board or another board could potentially say, we saw that 10 acres worked just fine. We want to expand from there. So happy we're having the conversation about the phased-in approach. Would like to do a timeline and also have some type of standards to hold the operators accountable that they couldn't expand if they didn't meet certain qualifications.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to go to planning staff. The concept I was trying to flesh out in the meeting was we would establish some number of acres for some amount of time. And then after that period of time, we would be doing a check-in with the program, with the public. I mean, obviously the check-in is sort of ongoing. It could randomly show up on any agenda, but my thought was at 2 years, 3 years down the road, we would have, I think, public hearings. And during those public hearings, staff would present how's the program working? Are we able to send people out on site, do site-specific investigations? Is our satellite program working properly? Can we validate and verify that people are performing as promised to their use permits? And if after those public hearings we've satisfied ourselves that that's the case, or we or a future board satisfies themselves, then the board would have, under the ordinance, the board would have the authority to go to the next level in terms of acreage. So that was the concept I was trying to flesh out, was create these tiers, but the tiers only move forward. We only go into the next tier if we've had these public hearings where we've sort of checked in with the program and said, yeah, it's working just as we thought, or, you know, we still have these issues we haven't been able to verify, and the board, after that information during the public hearings, could say, well, we're going to postpone going to the next tier for another year and see how the program's looking a year later. So that was my thought on how we would work in a phase. So how does staff react to that? And does that seem like a manageable system to be able to report? Public sees it, board sees it, then they go to the next level, or do you have other ideas?
Well, I'll try to take a first attempt at that. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So, you know, there was sort of limited time for staff to really think through what we believe would be the best approach. So I have to say we're coming into the conversation today really looking to hear what the board is hoping to see move forward. I think, you know, staff, I don't want to be quick to jump and say that, yes, that would work perfectly for us, because I'm sure there's potential hiccups and things that I'd want to think through rather than thinking through it right on the fly here. But, you know, conceptually, I think the idea of doing regular check-ins with the board in terms of how the program is working would be very helpful to both the public and to the supervisors as well, who are advising your constituents. So I think regardless of what direction the board, you know, encourages us or instructs us to go after today's meeting, that could be certainly something that's built in, that, you know, the program does a regular update with the board to give sort of a status of where permits are at, how many have gone through, how are we looking at in terms of condition compliance. And you know, conceptually, the board could give us direction to look at putting in some level of a tier system to have sort of these objective standards, or maybe a particular point that's reached, and we might just need to flesh out a little bit more about what would be those standards or that success criteria that would allow for movement into what would be the next tier, I guess, in the example given. And I don't know if you have anything else you want to add. Yeah, I don't think so this time.
I just want to check in back with the board members. Does that sound like what you're thinking? What do you think of Supervisor Williams, then McGorty, then Hashak?
Yes, I support your vision.
Supervisor McGorty, you're muted.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, I do as well. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Hashtag?
I guess my question would be, how are we going to measure some of those cumulative impacts? Like CDFW said, you know, it might not just be on complaints by people, the neighbors. It could be, you know, overall impact on our, you know, wildlife and environment, and you know, the well 5 miles away, or the nitrite and nitrate infiltration of water aquifers. You know, those kind of issues. How are we going to manage those? You know, like the Farm Bureau said, you know, they don't have much faith in the county being able to do some of those kind of studies and follow up as needed. So those are questions, you know, and, you know, we can promise a lot of things, but it's really until we start showing that we're doing it is when people are going to have faith in what the system provides.
Agreed, Supervisor Hashtag. That's why I think we're trying to craft something so that we just don't keep moving into bigger tiers without seeing the evidence. And so anyway, that's, I think, the goal here. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, would there be board support for asking staff to come back with an initial assessment of water usage, cannabis, apples, wine grapes, pears, cattle, and sheep? And that way we could look at, because we're talking about a crop rotation, right? On rangeland, somebody can remove where they were growing alfalfa and plant cannabis. I think it would be valuable to know, are we looking at an increase in water? If so, roughly how much? Or maybe it's a decrease in some cases. And then in the aggregate, what may it be? I think that would be, it would allow us to progress the conversation forward, at least in the water. I understand there are other environmental concerns, but water is what we hear loudest. Let's begin on that.
Okay, thank you. Super. I see a hand raised in the chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just was going to raise a process point. It sounded to me like the board might be about to get into direction, and it might be prudent to do public comment before that's the case. But if I'm misreading it, I apologize.
Okay. Well, we may have exhausted our comments, at least initially. Maybe this is a good time to go to public comment. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, we do.
First on the line will be Michael Katz, followed by Marie Jones and Sarah Bodner.
Good afternoon, board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of NCA. I don't know why I always get chosen first, but it's my pleasure to speak with you today. I want to thank you all for having this really important conversation and say that Chair Jurdy, your recommendation aligns perfectly with the MCA recommendations as presented in our memo. We believe that at this time, the board has the ability to institute the 2-acre cap as unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission, and institute an EIR for any expansion beyond that. So to your point of waiting X amount of time and coming back for public meetings, those public meetings could be based on an EIR. That EIR could be paid for by state funds because it also can be utilized by applicants who are in phase 1 and 2 who have to transition over to the new ordinance, for them to be able to complete their application regarding the cumulative impact. Because as we have discussed previously, right now the ordinance requires each individual applicant to account for cumulative impact of their project in the entire infrastructure of Mendocino, whereas an EIR would enable applicants to tier off of that. So since there's a direct correlation and a benefit to applicants, that state fund money would be available. To Supervisor McGorty's point, who is not opposed to an EIR, but would not want to stop the program to complete it, we don't have to stop the program. The ordinance has been adopted. We can, with this new ordinance, with this EIR, say we will only institute additional expansion based on that. So all of the rest of the ordinance component would be in place, and the expansion that is CEQA exempt in the ordinance that's already passed would be able to take place. And while it is not required, it would provide that benefit to existing applicants and to future applicants. I also would like to make clear for everyone, as I appreciate Supervisor Williams mentioning, that it's impossible to know if people are running out of water because of cannabis. We are in a historic drought that the entire state is experiencing these issues, and I think that it's fair to say that we cannot put the entire drought on cannabis. And, you know, there is information that I will send after this meeting to everyone that answers the questions that Supervisor Williams was asking about water usage, comparing the price of, say, a joint to a glass of wine, and you will find that wine uses about 50 gallons of water and one joint uses less than 1 gallon of water. So I encourage you to read that when I send it over, but really let's put that EIR in to give the community the information they need before we expand. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Next on the line will be Marie Jones, followed by Sarah Bodner and Monique Ramirez.
Hi, yeah, this is Marie Jones. Thanks for taking the time to look at this very important issue through the so many meetings that we've all had to sit through. I am, as you know, on the Planning Commission, and we heard quite a lot of testimony from a lot of people who care deeply about this issue. I appreciate the phased approach. I think the first phase should limit itself to 2 to 5 acres at the most. At the Planning Commission, the majority of planning commissioners actually wanted just 1 acre. We compromised at 2 acres to get everybody, the entire Planning Commission, all 5 members on board. So it would be great if you would take that precedent in mind. And then I also just wanted to express some concern and sadness that the requirement that indoor cultivation be required to have on-site PV has been stricken from the ordinance. I think that's very unfortunate in this time of climate change. And that's it for my comments. Thank you so much for your time and your dedication.
Next on the line is Sarah Bodner, followed by Monique Ramirez and Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon. This is Sarah Bodner with the Cannabis Business Association of Mendocino County. Today, I'm going to read a letter on behalf of one of our members, Phase 1 farmer Ingrid Song, to share our support for a phased approach. She couldn't be here today, and I think she captures it very well. Dear Chair Jurdy and Board, thank you for continuing to take the time to consider the impact of the cannabis industry on the future of Mendocino County. We appreciate the effort to craft the best policy possible for the stewardship of our beautiful county and for the economic viability of the emerging legal cannabis industry. I feel like we're at a turning point right now with the considerations on the table. So thank you for listening to some of the realities of our business today. I am lucky. My family is lucky. We are a small, independent, multi-generational family ranch. My father-in-law manages the grapes and olives, and my husband and I manage the cannabis business and the grazing contracts. We own enough contiguous parcels to run a 1 acre, sun-grown, fully legal cannabis operation. We have been able to tolerate the regulated price and pay the taxes because of our relative scale. With an eye towards future expansion, we have added 2 college graduates with degrees in horticulture to our team this year. One of the main selling points was the opportunity to learn from us how to grow cannabis regeneratively and at scale. And yet I worry every day that I won't be able to grow their careers as promised, as the future of the industry is constantly in a state of doubt. The ability for a cannabis farmer in Mendocino County to do what they do best is gravely at risk with the downward pressure on the market prices, plus the restriction at scale. At current market price, I would need to have a minimum of 2 acres in 2021 already to stay solvent in our business. One could second guess me on the cost of production, but we do everything as efficiently as possible. In order to continue, there is a real chance that I would have to take on outside investors or sell our farm. The family does not want to do either of those things. Our business plan was to expand to 5 acres, which is less than 2% of the allowable acreage for our parcel. Our site, water availability, setbacks, and environmental reviews all point to us being in an ideal location for scaling up. If we can't do this in a reasonably expeditious manner, we run the risk of being shut out of the industry entirely. We need reasonable expansion, Otherwise, farmers such as ourselves are truly going to be left behind. We support a phased approach to scaling up so that we will be able to find a path to profitability, continue to create good jobs, and change the perception of the cannabis industry in this county into something to be extremely proud of. Thank you for your time. Ingrid Song.
Supervisor Williams, do you have your hand raised? Okay.
Next on the line will be Monique Ramirez, followed by Ron Edwards and Hannah Nelson.
Monique Ramirez, District 3, speaking on my own. I recently spent time in the woods and cried out to the glowing sky. How can I advocate for a future that feels right in my heart? What else can I say? What more can I do? I've begged, I've pleaded, I've remained centered and open. I've tried to compromise, I've tried to listen. Do we not realize the soul of Mendocino County is at stake? I must accept that you will choose what you choose. And I know now that nothing I can say, no matter how researched or smart it is, you are choosing something different. So I surrender to your choice, but I will fight back in other ways by remaining connected to the garden and loving my community even deeper. The land will have the last word. And I will look back on this moment, remembering what I stood for, what I believed in. But I want to ask you, what is right for our future? Do you feel educated enough to know? Are you listening? Do you care? I will not be afraid to cry for the pain that I feel inside, for the future of a legacy that I don't want to see fade away, to be forgotten or taken for granted. My heart has prepared for this moment, to listen to an outcome I do not wish for, to hear you say you know what is best for us. And with that, I will continue to pray for love to guide the way. I may be a cottage farm, I may be small, but I do matter, and so does every other small legacy farmer in this county. We are relevant. We are valuable. We mean something. And we cannot continue to treat the cannabis plant this way. Speaking of acres and acres and acres to be grown, what does that mean? What is it for? What is our true intention behind all of this? Please do not allow more than 1 acre of cannabis at this time. And for anything beyond that, an EIR must be conducted. Thank you.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Hannah Nelson.
Wow, that was a powerful statement that Monique just made. Okay, sorry about that. That Monique just made. And it goes to an interesting point that Ted Williams earlier today was talking about the financial efforts and what people can make and what they can't, how they can survive. But yet some of the strongest voices in this county are coming from the smallest cultivators. Monique Ramirez is a 2,500 square foot cultivator. Casey O'Neill is a small cultivator. There are a number of under 10,000 square foot cultivators that are making it. Does that mean that they have a better business plan, a better grasp of the situation at hand? Maybe cannabis can't be supported at a larger level. Maybe 10,000 square feet may be too much. Maybe the sweet spot for cannabis is something small on a family farm without employees, with family members. These have not been looked at. When we're talking about, Supervisor Mulherian said, let's show what we can do. Community standards. I think the community has really spoken out on what standards they want to see. They don't want to see this expansion. And finally, it is very interesting how you blow the cap up, put the 2 acres in kind of as a thing we'll look at the future and get to the point to where county council said, well, you can't go back and say, let's go with just 2 acres. So I think I need to be convinced the public needs to be convinced that this is not a bait and switch, that what happens today is that you are voting on something more than 2 acres and saying that you're going to come back to that. So once the ordinance is in place with more than 2 acres, how is that controlled? I hear you say that it can't happen. Again, it's not about feelings. If you really mean 2 acres, make it say 2 acres. Thank you.
Next on the line is Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to get back to the EIR and the cumulative impact. I think that it is possible to show a nexus for the cumulative impact information that's required for the phase 1 and phase 2 operators that do need to transition to 2218 in order to obtain funding for an EIR. I believe that an EIR should really focus on all of the cumulative impacts, not just a slice or narrowly tailored to specific issues. I think that's the whole point of an EIR and the CEQA law that requires it. While this board raced to adopt an ordinance to take advantage of a statutory CEQA exemption, it's important to, at this point, make sure that the policy choices that you make are, in fact, well considered and thoughtfully laid out. You race to adopt it, and as we have seen from the state and our prior ordinances locally, making policy because there's a time pressure to do so, it usually leads to bizarre results. So at this point, it's important for the paced rollout of the new ordinance to really reflect a pace, not a unknown, unanticipated consequence rollout. If, as Ron said, if your intent is to limit it, be clear and decisive on that issue. With respect to all of the economic arguments, I personally have not really vested much thought into the economic arguments one way or the other. I think that some people claim that small farmers are trying to keep the price high. Other people claim that the market requires a scaling up. And I really don't think that that should be the guiding principle. I think that it's not necessarily government's role to figure out the market for purposes of coming up with good policy for the constituents. I think that additionally though, if you are looking at economics, it is important to understand the complete horizon and understand that the fluctuations are bound to change back and forth, and including with the advent of appellations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, so let's see if we've got some general direction at this point. We've discussed the idea of capping the amount of cannabis to no site larger than 2 acres for some limited period of time. We've also talked about the fact that as a practical matter, no one under this new ordinance would be able to get through the permit program and get plants in the ground under the new permit program until 2023, I believe. So if that's the case, what would be a reasonable time before we would consider anything larger than 2 acres? If that's, so maybe we could go back to planning staff. Is that accurate? That it's unlikely that anybody could possibly go through the permit program under this new program prior and get plants in the ground prior to 2023?
I mean, this is Kristen Neville, Cannabis Program Manager. I think some of that is really dependent on the timeline we utilize for opening up applications. So currently,
with the emphasis being on processing those applicants operating under 10A17. We are not likely to open up the application process until probably January of 2022. And if that is the case, I think it would be highly unlikely that we would see anyone qualify with a permit under this ordinance for the 2022 growing season. So yes.
Yeah, and typically I can just add on to that, typically a discretionary permit process takes 6 to 8 months, but that's, provided you have a complete application at the time of filing and that no hiccups come up during the process, such as a comment from a referral agency that may require revisions to your project or an additional study or something along those lines. So typically what we see from, the day you submit your application to that final action can sometimes be, a year or possibly longer, depending on the completeness of the application that's filed.
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
If I may just add, I just want to be clear. I think we're talking about the probable date that someone might be able to put new plants in the ground. I just want to note there is an exclusive period in the ordinance for applications from the existing applicants under the phase 1, and that it's entirely possible that some of those may be sooner than the 2023 if they're not changing their operation because of how we built in that exclusive structure and because of what they hopefully would already have in terms of permit materials to be applying. So I just think it's helpful to make sure that we're talking about the same thing, because there may be applications that are granted sooner than that, but those likely would be of a very different character than the ones I think the board is focused on.
Okay, and just another question to staff. We've also heard that there's just a limited capacity of the planning department to handle applications, whether they're in the current permit program and they may seek to obtain a permit under this new program, or they're a new applicant, someone who's not been in the cannabis industry but is wanting to seek a county permit and a state license. Can you speak to a little bit the staff capacity? I think Supervisor Williams has referred to Humboldt County's production of permits is something I believe in the order of 70 permits a year. So, and they have 4 times the staff that we have in our cannabis division.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, Kristen Evedal, Cannabis Program Manager. Humboldt County has 14 planners dedicated to cannabis. So right now we have 4 planners dedicated to cannabis in the Mendocino Cannabis Program Department or program itself. So we are looking forward to bringing back a staffing proposal. That's not going to come back until July or August. But then again, some of the ability for our capacity to handle additional permits and review timelines would be dependent on staffing up.
Okay.
And then, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know. I just feel like this gets to a certain question that we need to ask ourselves in a phase, which is if we're going to be phasing, consideration of something more than 2 acres. I would think we would want to allow for some time for people to, obtain those permits at the 2 acre level before we would entertain going to permits going above 2 acres. I mean, we could have only 5% of the applicants, through the permit program before we were considering something else if we don't take that into account is my concern.
Well, if I may, through the chair, just some additional considerations. The ordinance does have or provide the ability for us to determine when we'll open the application process, for how long we'll open that application process, or if we'll just accept a specified number of applications during a said timeline, as long as we properly notify the public about our application windows. So I think we can space it out to make sure that we aren't having a kind of a deluge of applications that we then can't process in a timely and meaningful manner. And then, additionally, I would hope that folks would be applying for the full amount of cultivation they're hoping, and that we would be then working with them to ensure that they have the ability to phase up to that ultimate amount of cultivation that's allowed. simply because it would be more efficient both for staffing and for the review process. Conducting a CEQA analysis at 2 acres and then requiring folks to come back and apply again to do another CEQA analysis on that project would be a significant challenge. It would be very onerous on the department. And again, if you're talking about looking at conditions and whether or not those conditions are being met and perhaps some performance standards, it would make sense to allow them to apply for the full amount of what's allowed and then have benchmarks and check-ins about whether or not and when it's appropriate for them to add additional development to their parcel.
And I just add on to that, I think it's important to remember that we're talking about sort of an unknown workload here. While we know how many applications came in under phase 1, we really don't know who's going to come in underneath this new permitting system. So the mechanism that Kristen was talking about, which is within the ordinance that was adopted this morning, allows for those application opening and closing in terms of acceptance windows. And that will help to also manage workflow within the department based upon the amount of applications we're seeing come in the door.
Okay, thank you for that. Supervisor Mulhern, then Supervisor McGorty.
Thank you. Can the board consider, I think the community wants to understand when the plants will be in the ground. And so we mentioned how long it might take to get somebody through the planning process, but I think it might be helpful for the community if the board were to consider that an applicant could work their way through the process, but not more than 2 acres will be planted in 2023 and not more than 5 acres will be planted in 2025. Could we create the benchmarks based on growing season and not getting through the process? Because that might help the community understand when the scaling up will physically happen before their eyes and not when somebody will go through a permitting process.
Supervisor Mulhern, I think the answer is yes. I think the ordinance could be worded that way. Supervisor McGorty.
This is an interesting discussion with planning. So, I really like the idea of taking some time to sort of test drive the 2-acre approach and see if we're doing okay. Because what was the disaster with our initial cannabis ordinance rollout was that there really was nobody looking to see what was going on in the ground in terms of whether the program was working, and there didn't seem to be any controls on it, and along with a lot of illegal activity. So the perception from the public is that it's chaos. So that's one of the things that I'm concerned about, is that before we start seeing big plantings, that we have some time with a larger scale planting to do some assessment before we really think about any expansion. That's my first thought. The second thought on this is that the process of somebody going into flat agricultural land that has well-developed water resources and meets all the setbacks from other from waterways and from residences, is that going to be substantially quicker than somebody who is trying to go into build structures and such? I guess that's a question for planning staff.
Sure, I can respond to that. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So it really is dependent on your site. And I will say I've actually had that question almost posed to me, almost verbatim how you said it, Supervisor McGorty, on a couple different sites throughout the county. And my response to them has been that I can't say definitively that it would be an easier process because there's many factors that could contribute to that. There could be, such as needing to do biological analysis or assessments, and for whatever type of cultivation you're doing, even if you have a developed site, since you're going through a discretionary permitting process, there may be impacts that have to be sorted out as part of that. Additionally, there could be archaeological sort of resources that have to be vetted out and determining how to handle those, whether there's areas that maybe have active use right now that could not continue to be utilized in that way due to the presence of an archaeological resource. So, I would say conceptually, typically when you have an undeveloped piece of land, you may have more studies and more analysis you need to do in order to demonstrate that that land can support a certain type of activity. If you have a different parcel that has some of that infrastructure already in place, you may have an easier time, but I can't say that with absolute certainty because every site is so very different within our county. In my time with the county here, I can tell you no two pieces of property seem to be the same.
So I guess the answer is that it's being a discretionary use permit process. Things are going to be looked at very, very closely before anyone's going to get a permit, and that also includes notifying neighbors. And but once you have that permit, though, you won't have to come back every year to get it. Correct?
Yes. So conceivably, if you have a use permit. So this is for the discretionary permit process, and then I'll let Kristen speak to what may be required at state level and such as well too for those sites. But with the discretionary permit process, the approving authority has the ability to set an expiration date if they choose to set an expiration date. You can also allow that permit continue in perpetuity until maybe the property owner decides they don't intend to utilize that anymore. Or if there's some violation of conditions that results in the jurisdiction revoking that permit. So right now, since we don't have any applications or anything, we don't know what type of timeline the decision-making body may try to place on that. More commonly, planning staff has not been including an expiration date unless required by our code on use permits, except for in contentious areas of the county. So I will use the example of a cottage industry permit we had that was in a neighborhood, and there was concerns about how that cottage industry would work with the neighborhood character. So there was a 3-year expiration date placed on that. So that way it could come back and be re-reviewed in a shorter period of time to ensure that there's no significant impacts caused to the community or a nuisance as a result of that use permit.
And then at the state level, all permits that are issued would be subject to annual licensure with the state. So once you're licensed, you have to renew that license every 12 months. And you're notified roughly 60 to 90 days before your license expires. Additionally, any sort of surface water diversion or water right that you have declared with the State Water Resource Control Board has an annual reporting requirement, as does the agricultural discharge program if you're cultivating in a manner that is open air where the rainwater will touch the medium that you're cultivating and planting in. Fish and Wildlife also requires that you send them, per your lake and stream alteration agreement, if you're required to have one, your water reporting on an annual basis. It's a condition that's often written into the lake and stream alteration agreement itself. Lake and stream alteration agreements tend to be valid for about 5 years in most cases. So then you would have to re-notify and go back through or potentially get an extension. You can get one extension on your lake and stream alteration agreement. Folks who are subject to operation of law letters through Fish and Wildlife, because Fish and Wildlife maybe didn't respond with a draft agreement in the 60-day window they're required to, have to notify as that op law letter expires and then follow through with another process for a Fish and Wildlife agreement. So I do think that covers most of the state permitting and licensing requirements.
And if I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, director, when we talk about stream alteration agreements, they're often referred to as the 1600 permit. Those permits are also subject to CEQA in itself. So the Department of Fish and Wildlife will also perform a CEQA analysis on the 1600 permit. So there's also that extra layer that the Department of Fish and Wildlife uses. And oftentimes they will use the county's environmental document. If not, they will actually tear off of the county's environmental document and do their own environmental document to try to capture as much as they can under the environmental analysis for a stream alteration agreement.
Thank you. We've heard a couple different ideas in terms of how long a time period the county would have before allowing an expansion in the ground. Perhaps 3 years, 2 years. And, you know, I personally think we should have a requirement in the ordinance that there would be at least a public hearing to evaluate the success of the program prior to going into that next year. That way, it's a way for the public to check in and for the supervisors to check in with the program in a real clear, definitive way. You know, again, how's code enforcement working on the people who are not even in the program? How is it working code compliance with those who are in the program? I mean, I think we're all hoping with the ramped up proactive code enforcement, not relying on complaints, that we're going to see a reduction in the number of illegal cannabis cultivation sites in the county. And then I guess one other question earlier was brought up, the idea of a comprehensive water analysis, perhaps focusing on areas of the county that don't have that kind of analysis. I believe there's already substantial groundwater information about the Ukiah Valley, but it's my understanding there's less information known with, you know, studies in Little Lake Valley, Laytonville, Long Valley, I guess, and Round Valley, because they don't have maybe large water purveyors that have been required by the state to conduct those groundwater studies. And if that's the case, is there a way of the county in committing to that kind of water analysis prior to going into the next year? Supervisor McCourty.
So there's kind of two ways of looking at water use. One, and what we have a pretty good handle on in Ukiah Valley and also in Anderson Valley, is that we know a lot about agricultural water use, and in Anderson Valley there's also a fair amount of information generated by the Nature Conservancy on impacts of agriculture on individual tributaries. And they've also done an assessment on cannabis. So that's kind of a model, I think, for what we need. The groundwater studies are more complicated. The surface water studies are a little easier to do, and agricultural water use is a little easier to do. But groundwater studies take some time, because the Ukiah Valley one that we're doing now has been going on for about 2.5 years, and they're fairly expensive. So I don't know how easy it would be to get all that in place. But once again, certainly before trying to really ramp up production of cannabis, is the information you need. So while I think we could start into the new ordinance, I don't think we'd want to do a lot of expansion, particularly in the 3rd district, until we knew more about these surface water resources.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So I think that there's two parts to the water issue too. It's the quantity of it, and it's the quality of it. And we're hearing reports from the Round Valley that the aquifer has been polluted with nitrates and nitrites from fertilizers used in cannabis production. And so we need to be looking at all of those issues with any kind of expansion.
Supervisor Williams.
Shouldn't we be looking at those issues regardless of expansion? Those problems came out of a quarter acre program and probably a lot of illegal activity. I would think we wouldn't want to look at it through the lens of expansion so much as how do we stop it?
Well, there's both of those issues, I think.
Okay, and then I raised it earlier, but we hadn't had a public comment yet. Could we ask the cannabis program manager and ag commissioner to bring back some data on crop comparison? What Are we talking about a large increase of water because one crop is existing crop is replaced with cannabis, or is it a wash?
Kristen Lebanon, if I may, through the chair. I don't have the data on hand, but I do know that there was a fairly elaborate and extensive reporting conducted recently by UC Berkeley. I do think it would be reasonable and be more than happy to assist with inviting UC Berkeley to provide us a presentation on the different types of crops that they analyzed. They did work with outside nonprofit to develop a water score. That water score is what determined the water usage for cannabis production, and then it was compared side by side with other crops. It does have some per serving analysis in there, and it does cover all types of cultivation. I know that study is ongoing. Additionally, the water score itself was recently funded through the USDA to conduct water analysis on a broad variety of crops, all non-cannabis. So I'm more than happy to reach out and see if we can get some data and perhaps a presentation for the board on this topic.
Supervisor McCourty.
So the report that's been done so far by UC Berkeley, the most citable one, is done by Van Butzik and Ted Grantham. And I've talked to them, and they, they're willing to work with us if there's a role for them. If we wanted to start pursuing detailed analysis in our watersheds, if that's something that we decide to do in the future. And then we already have agricultural water use assessed for the Ukiah Valley for different crops, so that those data are already in the can, so to speak, and the same for Anderson Valley. So those things already exist.
Okay. Well, I'd like us to try to give some direction to staff today. And it looks like we don't really have a definitive amendment to the ordinance, maybe that we're going to craft today, but at least narrow down what it is that we're asking staff to provide for a revised ordinance. So can we agree on reducing the cap to a hard and fast 2 acres from the ordinance 10% right now for some period of time? And can we agree on that point? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I support that. How about 2, 5, 10 every 2 years with the 2 public hearings you described earlier?
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
I support that. Would it be 10 max then at this point?
Yeah, I think so. Is that?
I support that.
You support that? Yeah.
Okay, so the concept is there would no longer be the ordinance as amended would no longer say 10%. It would be 2 acres, 2 years later, public hearings, 5 acres could be authorized under the ordinance, 2 years later, public hearings, and as maximum of 10 acres could be approved, but there would not be, 10% would no longer exist in the ordinance as a max. Okay, that's a concept. Supervisor McGorty, Supervisor Hashak, any thoughts? Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I'd like to see staff bring back, the options for making sure that permits aren't stacked. And then also we talked about before and had staff bringing back a limit on mixed light. And I'd like to see those 2 things brought back. I'm not in favor of the 2, 5, 10. I think we need to look at the law. That's not what this county wants. So.
Okay. Supervisor McGorty?
I support it conceptually. I guess the question would be for planning staff. Does that mean if somebody thinks maybe someday they want to grow 10 acres, they have to go through the process right away to do it? In terms of their application? Or how do you see that?
Well, so it's always helpful from an environmental review perspective to be able to see the entirety of somebody's plans at the time that they're filing an application. But of course, we understand some folks may not believe or think that they're going to want to go to that point of 10 acres or something right out of the gate here. So we do have, use permit modification procedures, or they can come in and obtain an additional permit. So that you just have to conduct additional environmental analysis, and then you're looking at the activities that are already existing plus this scale up, rather than looking at everything as it's being proposed before any activities occur on the site. So it's not a problem. There's an established procedure for doing that already.
Well, in that case, I basically support the idea of 2, 5, 10 acres being the max that we'd probably ever allow for planting in Mendocino County.
Mr. Chair, I would just ask for clarification on the proposal. I think the discussion was it increasing every 2 years. I think it would just be helpful to know when those 2 years start. As a practical matter, the first permits or the first plants may not be in the ground very long before we're 2 years after passage of the ordinance. So if you want to sort of set a start date, or rather if you want to set the date of the change from 2 to 5, I think that would help provide some clarity.
So how about January 1st, 2022 is the start date for the 2 acres? And then 24 for the 5, 26 for the 10.
I think I'd push that out a year for everything. So it'd be January 1st, 2023 realistically is the first time that they go into the ground. Then we want some time to review how the program's going. And then 5 acres that could be considered at 2025 and then 10 at 2027.
I think that makes sense. I mean, it would be interesting to know, there's no way for us to know how many cultivation sites would have gone through the program, will have gone through the program, and will have plants in the ground in 2023, and then have 2 years of monitoring for that public hearing. In some ways, I'd like to see that going from 2 to 5, make it 3 years, so there's just more time to evaluate.
I would support that. I don't feel we want to rush this because we've rushed into the program so far with, I think, disastrous results, and I think taking a measured approach is a good way to go.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I think a measured approach and an approach that deals with the data. And without that, without an EIR, we won't have the data. So I would certainly recommend and move that we do an EIR to do this kind of expansion.
I think that's worth discussing, but it's really not part of this agenda item. And I believe we're planning to have a deeper dive into our 2218 ordinance in August. Is that correct? Is that what we're scheduling? And that would be a really good time to really have those discussions.
Well, the longer we wait on it, the longer it's going to take.
Okay, so I think we may have agreement on 2, 5, 10 as the new cap, with 2 acres, plants in the ground no sooner than January 2023. 3 years later, January 2026 would be the earliest that there could be a 5-acre cultivation site, and 2 years later there could. Let's actually say 3 years later would be the 10 acres. So you have 3-year increments to see how the program's running. If there's consensus on that, we could give direction to staff to bring back a presentation and possible ordinance along those lines. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, there's certainly not consensus.
Well, 4 out of 5. Supervisor Williams.
Do we agree that these dates are when plants could go in the ground? I imagine some applicants may do environmental work and work with our planning department in advance. This would be the date they could actually utilize the permit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. We agree. And I guess second, I recognize there's a board split here, and I guess I would like to hear from Supervisor Haschek. You know, what if water is the issue? Let's try to regulate water. Alfalfa uses water, right? Apples use water. Wine grapes use water. So I would like to see that comparison. And if we find that cannabis uses significantly more per serving, you know, maybe that'll be some pressure to curtail, and we'll build some more board unity. But if we find that the water use is actually less for cannabis, which is, you know, some data highlights it may actually be less per serving, well, water may not be the issue. And I'm having a hard time as we go through this process ascertaining whether we're disguising the desire to not have competition in cannabis as environmental issues, or if we're actually trying to tackle real environmental issues. If it's real environmental issues, I'm game, and I support the analysis and making changes to protect the environment. But I don't support using water as an argument to limit competition.
Well, if I could respond to that. Supervisor Williams, maybe you haven't been listening to the people over the hundreds of comments. And it's not just water, it's the community, it's the environment, it's everything involved in this expansion. And so, you know, economy might be part of it, but we're not trying to save one industry. Like you said earlier, you know, what is economic impact? Well, that's not relevant to a lot of people. People want to know that their way of life, the water, all of the wilderness is going to be preserved. And so it's a gamut, you know, there's a whole spectrum of issues. Even, you know, when we have law enforcement and the Farm Bureau and people who live in the valleys who are dependent upon wells, and people who just don't want this in their community, and cannabis growers, you know, all against this expansion, you know, those are issues we should be listening to.
So in hopes we can build some unity, you know, I see the board trying to pull future cannabis out of the hills and the residential communities and put it on appropriate land, agricultural land. And I would think that would be a win to those communities and to law enforcement. It's easier to monitor agricultural land that's grouped together and flat, right, and has road access, tends to be closer to the highways, than land that's on remote hillsides. And so, but the water concern, you know, if we really think that cannabis will use more water than other crops that are currently in production on that same land, we should be analyzing it. And I think we should give direction to have staff bring that back.
Certainly, let's analyze it. Let's analyze water usage. Let's do an EIR. That's what people are saying. So what's the fear of doing this analysis of our water usage and what the environment can handle? You know, CDFW told us to do an EIR. The people are telling us to do an EIR, but it doesn't seem like the board wants to do an EIR.
Supervisor McCordy.
Yeah, I just want to echo what's Supervisor Williams said, and I really have concerns with intensive agricultural use in upland areas because the cumulative impact is huge. So that's kind of the first issue. The other thing is that people are really sick of it's not just cannabis, it's illegal cannabis, and that's in our face all over the place. And until people are confident that we're actually enforcing our ordinances, any of them, there's going to be pushback from the community. And I think that that's a lot of what we're hearing. So it's not so much that they object to people who got their permits and licenses. It's all the illegal activity in the water trucks and everything else that they see a decline in the quality of life here in Mendocino County because of it. That's the big objection. So, more important than an EIR in my mind is good code enforcement. And it's really wonderful that we're going to start hearing that on a regular basis in our CEO's report. And I think that that's something that's really critical for any of this to move forward. And everybody will hate cannabis, not everybody, but most of the county will hate cannabis until they get a sense that A, somebody really cares to do enforcement, and B, the enforcement happens.
Okay. Well, I think we have not unanimity, but we have 4 out of 5 supervisors giving direction to staff. Just checking in with staff, do you have any questions or do you need clarification for direction?
So this is Julia Krog, Assistant Director, and I do have a couple questions just to make sure that when we come back to the board with and we'll want to talk about what those next procedures look like as well too with the board. But is that an appropriate time now to go through sort of these questions I have with you?
Yeah, please.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so the first one is, in hearing the discussion, I've understood the 2, 5, and 10 acres and the sort of scaling up, increasing and I heard 2 years initially, and then I thought I heard 3 years at a certain point. So I just wanted to make sure I have clarification on that going forward.
So to me, 3 years is more appropriate because I think it would give more time to see, the results of the program as it phases. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I had initially agreed that 2 years is an appropriate timeline. I still think it's an appropriate timeline, but if the majority wants to go with 3 years, that's fine. I think the most important thing is for the businesses to have the ability to plan for a date in the future. If they are planning to increase their productivity and their crop, that they know the timelines. So that's more important to me than the 2 or 3 years.
Just Supervisor McGordy and Supervisor Williams.
3 years is fine. And I agree with Supervisor Mulhern. Just let's try to make sure that we have pretty definite dates, but also still subject to public hearing. And we have to be sensitive that our program is working. And we need to have the metrics of the community starting to feel like this is getting under control. That it's not a hot mess.
So is that clear?
Yes, so I have that clear now that it looks like 3 years, and obviously this is direction at this point, so there'll be more opportunity for additional comment on that. Then my next sort of question for the board is, underneath the current Chapter 22.18, there is this 10% of your parcel area, and I want to check in with the board because I'm going to use the most extreme example you may be able to see here. If, say, in January 1, 2027, somebody wants to go up to 10 acres and they're a 10-acre parcel, we're talking 100% coverage of their site with cannabis, potentially, but subject to a hearing. So one provision that the board could consider would be if there was a desire to still include a 10% of your parcel area, whichever is less provision, to have still that catch of not exceeding a 10% of your parcel area coverage. But what that would do would affect, if someone, was a 10-acre property, then they would only be able to have 1 acre of cultivation on their site. So just sort of throwing that out there, staff has no particular preference, but just making sure that that's being looked at by the board as well.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I support that. I thought that's what we were talking about this whole time. So I think we leave the 10% in place, and we're adding caps. So a 2-acre cap for now, and then a 5-acre cap, then a 10-acre cap, but the 10% still applies. So, somebody with a 20-acre parcel would be limited to 2 acres in effect, irrespective of the caps that we're adding. So another.
Yeah, agree.
In other words, I think we're only becoming more restrictive compared to what we passed earlier today.
I agree with that.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that clarification was captured. And then this is going to be sort of a bigger category. And I'm not looking for like, nitty gritty in terms of like percentages of what you want to see or how many staff members, but thinking about what are sort of like the categories of success criteria that the board would want to see in order for the next sort of scale up to occur, so to speak. So moving from 2 to 5 acres or 5 to 10 acres. So I made a couple notes here to myself thinking about, is staffing a factor of that? Is enforcement a factor of that? The number of applications, including the acreage of cultivation already existing or proposed within the county, as well as compliance with conditions of approval. And I'm not sure if there was more beyond that the board wishes to see included, but it'll just help staff so that way our brains will start thinking about how we actually make some success criteria that can be easily determined and provided to the board during these public hearings as we go forward.
Supervisor McGordy.
Right. I think there also to be site-specific complaints for the different operations. So in other words, if we're seeing that there's a lot of complaints, with the program from neighbors or from non-compliance, then I think that's something to take into consideration is what kind of citizens are larger cannabis growers going to be? Are they going to play by their rules, or are there going to be issues?
Well, exactly, and it's not clear to me. I don't know that we're necessarily in the best position to describe, the character of those complaints, but we want to hear if there are complaints, and so I think that's all part of the public hearing, and I guess looking to code enforcement, planning staff to kind of help figure out how to document an analysis of the complaints. And inevitably there'll be some complaints, but ideally, what we're looking for is nominal numbers of complaints and diminishing complaints.
Understood. I've captured that one. And then, thinking about are there other sort of criteria that the board is interested in staff? This would really be what's reported to you to help you to support making a decision about when it's appropriate to scale up to that next level.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. How about the overall impact to watersheds?
So in all, pardon me, I was just going to comment on Supervisor Hashak's item. And so what I'm going to do is sort of take a list here. And then when we come back to discuss further with the board, we can talk about how these might be able to be implemented going forward. So right now I'm just sort of making, I guess what you'd call like a parking lot or something, putting all the ideas in there, and then we'll figure out where they go afterwards.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
I like that. I think we should have something on the impact to the watershed. Right now, for wine grape growers, we're certainly for any surface water diversions, we have to measure that. So I would expect the same out of cannabis. Groundwater issue becomes much more difficult because we don't really have great information on hydrology, but it could include meters on wells, so we know how many gallons are actually being used, and they would have to be reported.
I think that's already a requirement for state licensing.
And just maybe a slight variation of the way Supervisor Hashak described it. I mean, I think what we're trying to get at is the health of the watershed. Is the health of the watershed improving or getting worse? Because as Supervisor McGordy pointed out, if our code enforcement, proactive code enforcement is effective, we'll see less impact to the watershed from the illegal cultivation sites that are not obtaining county permits, even if at the same time we're beginning to issue more permits from the county. So I think, how exactly we can actually document the health of the watershed improving may be challenging. I mean, just because we live in such a large county, there's just a lot of area to cover. But I guess that's the goal. Does staff have any other concepts?
Mr. Chair, if I might just add, I would just suggest this may be helpful in terms of identifying what things you'd like staff to come back with at the time of the public hearing. I think the intent, if I understood correctly, was to make sure that there's an opportunity to see how things are going. And I think part of that may be, frankly, hearing about things that you haven't anticipated now at this point, and that you're likely going to have an ability to ask staff in advance of that public hearing to gather information on areas of concerns that may be arising, because you may not be at this point able to sort of define everything that might be of concern 3 years, 6 years down the road. So you may want to just bear in mind that you can have some flexibility as to what you consider when you get to that stage.
Appreciate that. Okay. If there are no other items, then I guess that might wrap up this agenda item. Just looking at staff, do you have enough to develop a proposal to bring back to the board?
Did you have any additional? I guess the only question I have is there clear staff direction for us to bring back a report on water usage in comparison to other crops? I think that's the only outstanding question I have at this time.
Supervisor Mulhern?
The thing that springs to mind that has me concerned about that is, that's fine to have that analysis, but we know, for instance, that vineyards can be placed in any zone in the county at any size. So when we're trying to compare water, it's not accurate if we're not reviewing all water types of usage, including every type of agriculture and future residential areas, which we know that we all need. So, I think it's an interesting study or idea to bring forward. I've certainly seen the memes on social media that describe one way or the other. I just don't know how relevant it should be to our decision making if we're not reviewing all water usage types.
So looking at Supervisor Williams on this, to me, the value in what you're requesting is as it relates to the rangeland conversion, because we've specifically narrowed any cultivation, new cultivation in rangeland specifically to portions of parcels that were in existing or previous cultivation of another crop. And so I think, to me, that's where this information becomes valuable. Is that kind of where you were getting at with this?
Yeah, that's where I was going with it. I wonder if we could do that as a first step and then maybe come back and do a deeper dive into all uses.
So I see some value in what Supervisor Williams is requesting. Again, specifically as it relates to the rangeland question. Supervisor McGorty?
I'd volunteer to help planning staff access some of the information that they need.
Sounds good. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, final idea. Should we be in parallel analyzing whether some amount of additional infrastructure at cannabis farms could mitigate the groundwater use, winter rain catchment, filling ag ponds? If water is really the prime concern here, it may not be appropriate for all sites, but there may be sites where it is appropriate to get off of groundwater. Is that something that maybe Supervisor McGorty could also look at?
I can look at it based on some of our experiences that we have in Mendocino County, particularly in Anderson Valley, where there isn't groundwater, but they can't really divert surface water. So they've come up with some pretty creative solutions, basically the equivalent of a leach field working in reverse. So when the soil is really, really wet, they pump water into lined ponds, and that's the way that some of the vineyards are presently providing themselves with water. So we could certainly look at that just on some case studies and gather some data on that as well.
Okay, well, it sounds like we've got some direction on that as well. And thank you, Supervisor McGorty, for assisting county staff on the water data. If I think that may conclude this item, and we would then be ready for, we have a similar item, but it is 5:35. I'm wondering if we should maybe take a 10-minute break. Come back at 5:45. Just one item left, which is also a cannabis item, and it is related to the drought. So it is item 5H, discussion and possible action involving adoption of an urgency ordinance establishing water use requirements for discretionary cannabis and other permits during the 2021 drought emergency. Sponsor is County Council bringing this item back to the board. So is County Council prepared to discuss this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this actually was something that came up in discussion with the prior item. And I'll credit the cannabis manager, Kristen Nevedal, for raising the concerns about the possibility, essentially, of water being impacted by new permits during the drought. We as staff were looking at the possibility of adding that to the discussion for the ordinance, but that is something that would be a bit slower. And since this is related to a pending emergency, my suggestion was just to bring forward an urgency ordinance that would limit or impose limits on new uses stemming from discretionary permits that are issued during the drought that might impact water use. And I think the area that was in particular of concern is that while it's expected that a lot of the permits for new cultivation would not be issued until after the drought emergency has ended, there is a possibility that some of the permit applicants in the phase 1 that are switching over to the new ordinance and applying for a land use permit under that system may be looking for expansion. And that as part of that, I don't believe the likely intent here is to go ahead and make it so that when the application is issued, it could be issued for whatever the proposed final project is, but that they may be limited to their existing grow area during the time that the drought emergency remains in effect. That was suggested during some of the staff discussions, and so we drafted some urgency ordinance language to that effect. And the idea here is that it would require the Planning Commission or whoever it is that is issuing the discretionary permit to go ahead and review what the impact is going to be on the water during the drought emergency and authorize them to impose conditions and limitations that might limit any new usage of water until after the drought emergency is over, if appropriate. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I don't know if either the cannabis manager or planning and building wished to add anything more.
Okay. All right, so we should probably delve into this. I know that staff had very, very little time to draft anything, and I appreciate the fact that they moved so quickly on this. Perhaps we could go more to the specifics in the draft. Supervisor McGordy.
This is specifically for cannabis, or if there are other items that might be controlled.
And so, no, I'm sorry, I want to clarify. This wouldn't be limited to cannabis. This would include any of the discretionary permits issued under the county's land use ordinances. We wanted to call out cannabis specifically because of the fact, A, that this was an alternative to including it in the prior item, and B, because that was the area that appeared to be likely the most impact given the number of permittees that may be switching over from the phase 1 to phase 3 and might be looking at a possible expansion.
Supervisor McGordy.
So if someone was getting a discretionary permit for a winery, for instance, would they be affected by this?
Potentially, if we're talking about, well, so first of all, at the moment, I'm not certain that there's going to be a discretionary permit required for a winery. We may want to look to planning and building on that. But potentially, yes. What it would do is require that the Planning Commission or the other permitting authority look at what the short-term impacts would be during the time of the drought and basically require that, or empower them, if appropriate, to limit usage, new water usage related to that project until such time as the drought emergency ended, or otherwise craft appropriate restrictions.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Supervisor Hatchak?
Thank you, Chair. So it says, prior to the approval of a discretionary cannabis or other types of permits. So those other types of permits would be any permits that would have a substantial effect on water. Is that correct? Regardless of where it came from.
Yeah, and if I could point you to Section 2 of the ordinance, that's the area that's referring to the scope of the permits that it's applying to. It refers to application for subdivision, use permit, variance, or other discretionary entitlement for which it is required in order to comply with the county's zoning ordinances.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, is it a good idea to slow down housing units? I mean, if somebody subdivides during the drought, they're unlikely to finish construction and have somebody moved in using water before the drought's over.
If I may address that on subdivisions specifically. On subdivisions, there typically is a water testing or water analysis requirement already built into those. So I really don't think that this ordinance is causing any real change or effect to that sort of slowing or production, because that analysis is already triggered at the time that you're doing a subdivision to demonstrate you have the adequate water to support your newly proposed parcels.
So no impact on housing is the staff analysis.
Yes, and I would say where we typically see discretionary permits required for like a single family home is in the coastal zone. And with there, you do have water testing and proof of water requirements already that are a part of our established standards. This is really solidifying to ensure that that approving authority makes a specific finding to support that.
Got it. Thank you.
So again, I appreciate the fact that staff moves so quickly with this draft ordinance. A question, because so much of our discussion has revolved around the hauling of water and the uncertainty, at least in some people's minds, as to where the water is coming from that's being moved around the county. I mean, you could even see along the highway signs saying water delivery available. And, you know, I'm sure those businesses would probably say where their water comes from, but there's a question, I think, in the members of the public's mind, you know, is it all coming from a legitimate source? And in fact, you know, I was going through some notes and I saw several years ago, Wesley Chesbrough authored legislation that passed that allows for counties to impose fines for illegal water diversion and water truck deliveries. And Mendocino County actually did pass an ordinance opting into that program. So I'm just kind of curious if there's anything we can do in this ordinance that would ratchet up during a drought emergency fines for basically water theft. If someone's taking water from an illegal you know, source and it's been documented during a drought, is there a way that we could you know, impose greater than normal fines for that activity?
So I believe the short answer is likely going to be yes. We may need a little bit of time since we are at the end of the day. We need to draft some language to that effect, and frankly, we may need to look at how that would mesh in our existing administrative penalties ordinance. If the board wants to go that direction, we could either take this ordinance and make any changes that the board felt appropriate, or we could bring a second urgency ordinance forward at the next board meeting.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, then Supervisor
Yeah, as part of the business licensing of the water trucks, could we require maintenance of a log where the truck was filled, how many gallons, where that water was delivered, and on what date, so that the board could start getting a better sense of how water is moving around the county?
Yes, I believe the board likely could. Now, you may need to look at sort of how that program would be administered. And you know what department would have responsibility. Currently, I think the business licenses are with the tax collector. I would also suggest if you're going to do that, it may be appropriate to bring that forward as a separate ordinance and something that's not tied just to the scope of the drought emergency, but potentially something that might be long-term and survive even after this current drought season.
Understood. Could we get a straw poll to see if there's two more? I see 3.
I think I saw 5.
All right. Yeah, I think it would be really helpful to have that analysis before we start, banning water trucks or putting other restrictions in place. I think we should have a solid understanding of where water is moving and how much, and this would get us there.
Supervisor McCourty, then Hashak.
So I just wanted to say that I think water trucks are a whole subject unto themselves that probably would deserve a board discussion at another time, and regulating them probably needs to be done. I just keep hearing these really outrageous things about water trucks operating on some of our private subdivision roads with no licenses and no identification, and that's not good. And it's really rough on the roads, and there seems to be no recourse for people living in those subdivisions to get their roads repaired after the trucks have been running on them. So these are the kinds of things that are really making a very negative impression of the cannabis industry.
Supervisor Hashak.
So isn't part of running the business of a water truck to keep a log already of what the deliveries are? Don't they?
No.
My understanding was that they had to already do that, keep a log of what they were delivering. Does anyone know?
I believe the answer is no, and the potable water is regulated different than agricultural water. I think we would be looking at tracking all water deliveries.
Yeah, and if I may just respond briefly, the only regulations that I'm aware of at a state level that apply to water haulers are specifically those that apply to potable water and have to do with essentially ensuring that the water meets minimum standards for human consumption. With respect to irrigation water, it's quite frankly possible that a water hauler would fall within the definition of a water company under CPUC regulations, but I don't know that they're regularly applying that, and frankly, I don't know that there's sort of been a consistent I don't know that there's been sort of any program at the state level to be going ahead and regulating them and restricting them. So I don't know that there's anything other than potential CPUC regulation, who has not asserted jurisdiction in this area, that currently applies regulation there on a state level. I'm also aware that Tehama County did previously enact an ordinance, I think it was specific to groundwater, but that was limiting hauling of water from one parcel to another and imposing some restrictions. And that prior to that, I don't believe they were encountering anything that until they had enacted that local program. I don't know that there was anything particularly regulating that industry.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is the water hauling issue probably doesn't fit in with this particular urgency ordinance, but it is something that staff could bring back as a separate item. And then back to the specifics of this urgency ordinance. Do board members have any additional questions or comments at this time? Okay. Do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, we do.
First on the line will be Michael Katz, followed by Ron Edwards and Hannah Nelson.
Good evening, board. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Appreciate County Council's indication earlier that the intent of this item was to limit or impose restrictions on new uses from discretionary permits issued during the drought that might impact water use. At this time, it does not seem that the language fully supports that. There is some confusing elements that we have called out in our memo. Specifically, one of them is that due to the fact that this ordinance is in fact for any new water uses related to a discretionary permit, we believe that there is no need to specifically call cannabis out in the ordinance. That it seems like an unnecessary addition if this is for any discretionary use. However, we do believe that there should be specific direction as to what constitutes new activity. We request specific clarification from the board that those locally authorized phase 1 and 2 operators who will be transitioning their existing operations or updates to those operations allowable under 10A17 into the new discretionary use permit process to distinguish those from any new discretionary permits. Additionally, those who have already received authorization under a program who are not engaged in new activity or who have applied previously and are waiting on an as yet unprocessed permit who have local authorization to cultivate should not be considered new activity. We agree that if a cultivator is now requesting expansion of their activity, that expansion should be subject to the limitations for new activity. But it's important to remember that any allowable existing activity is still also subject to water district and water board orders. We implore you to limit any restrictions on existing operators to only those limits placed on also other non-cannabis agriculture. So hopefully that will be cleared up. We recommend clarifying that phase 1 and 2 operators transitioning into a discretionary permit are not to be designated as newly permitted activity. Water is essential to grow any crop, and per this board's previous commitment to advocate for cannabis to be classified as an agricultural activity, we believe it must take every step possible to ensure parity and fairness for our licensed cultivators. And to the water discussion, in your inbox is waiting for all of the board, the water study that was referenced that UC Berkeley was a part of authoring. And shows the relatively small amount of water that cannabis uses compared to all of the other crops and water uses that were mentioned earlier by Supervisor Williams. So I'm looking forward to the board reviewing that document and being able to educate the public on the true water use of cannabis in this county. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Next on the line will be Ron Edwards, followed by Hannah Nelson and Anna Stockel.
Yeah, good evening, board. I would hope that you would have your cannabis manager weigh in on this, as all cultivators received a letter last week from the state of California stating that water must come from a licensed legal source that keeps a log. And if that is not done, then the license could be revoked or fines could be imposed. So that has already been stated by the state. And why is it just cannabis? We're talking legal. We're talking 1,100 possible people in the program. If you are concerned about water going to unauthorized or unapproved sources, then the ordinance should state that. It should apply to all. If cannabis is agriculture, why is it being singled out? If we're talking about normality, it's extremely important that this be applied evenly across the county, all projects. If a project is legal, it should be able to get legal trucked in water from a legal source. I keep hearing, and I hate to be a stickler on this, but we keep hearing stories about water truck and water theft. And several months ago it was mentioned that water trucks were driving in Redwood Valley and stealing water. And once the public started asking about that, nobody managed to see any of these water trucks. And I'm wondering, water trucks without names on them. Well, there are some licensed water trucks that have just a phone number on the side, but on the door, as required by Caltrans and other agencies, is their license number. It is an appropriate size. So I think that you need to look at what illegal activity is instead of continuing to crack down on cannabis, which is required by the state to already follow particular regulations. If you are concerned, you could make an ordinance that monthly or quarterly or annually that water trucks have to submit a log, but The downside of that is it's going to add cost to those who get water delivered for household domestic use, which they have been doing for years, such as I have, because of health reasons. So I think you need to look at this much more carefully instead of just saying, oh, well, if we do this for cannabis, that's going to solve the problem. No, it won't. You need to look at it broader and more carefully in doing so. Thank you.
Next on the line is Hannah Nelson, followed by Anna Stockel.
Hi, this is Hannah Nelson. I have no further comment at this time. Thank you.
Next on the line is Anna Stockel.
You guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'll make it brief. This ongoing, I really meant to comment on the previous agenda item, but it doesn't matter. It's still cannabis. Now I'm trying to think of a funny acronym for COB, and the first one's going to be cannabis. I've made this comment before. I've sent it in emails. And forgive me, I can't listen. I don't have the time to listen to all of the conversation that goes on in these meetings every single time, because it just goes on and on and on. But I've previously suggested, or it sounds to me like you guys are kind of in a silo trying to invent everything, but we're surrounded by other counties who are going through the same thing. And I never hear any discussion about working as a coalition with, what are our counties? I have to do my geography, but Sonoma, Lake, Humboldt, who am I missing? Somebody. I think there's 4. And we border these counties. Somebody today mentioned, oh, well, District 5 is across the street from District 2. Well, we're across the street from other counties. But it sounds to me, it comes across to me as if you're trying to invent the wheel all on your own, when there should be a coalition of all of the counties working together. Say you come up with ordinances that are different from Sonoma County across the street. How does that work? And so my frustration is I'm not hearing that this is happening. And when I send emails, I don't get any replies ever from anybody. And I've sent, I don't know how many, not a ton of emails, but I never get any replies from the board ever. And Chair Jurdy, I've left you some phone calls recently, and I haven't gotten any return phone calls. I don't care as much on this getting reply on this particular thing. I just would like to hear that you're considering the idea that we have to work with the counties around us. And I would appreciate replies on other matters from my representative, Chair Jurdy. I'm sorry to call you out, but if you would call me back, here's a good saying: if you would call me back, I wouldn't have to call you out. I would appreciate interaction on other items. I hear from Ted Williams, oh, well, here's what I'm hearing from my constituents, but I don't hear any of that from you. Okay, I'm done. Sorry to call you out, but I'm just frustrated right now. Good luck.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay. So any additional thoughts, comments by staff on the draft ordinance?
I'd just add, as the chair had touched on, we did draft this relatively quickly, and we're sort of guessing as to what direction the board would like to go here. Obviously, we could make any changes the board wants and bring it back, or if this is not the direction the board wants to go, we could simply move forward with the discussed water hauler ordinance at a future meeting.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, move the recommended action and direct staff to bring back the water hauling log as discussed previously.
Second that.
For clarification, so what the staff would bring back is a second ordinance relating to requiring a log on for water hauling.
Correct.
And would we want to possibly adopt some steep fines certainly during a drought if it's shown that water came from an illegal source?
Steep enough that that the fines don't become a normal business expense, right? Which is what, as I understand today, the fines are so minimal that haulers are willing to risk it, because if they have to pay a fine now and then, it's still profitable. The fines need to be steep enough to stop the illegal water hauling.
Okay, so the second motion agree to include the fines for illegal water hauling.
Second.
Okay. I think we have two people seconding that motion. So,
if you need me to second the addendum to that, sure.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay, can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you all for working past the normal hour. And we have no legislative update, so I believe this
Chair
may
Jurdy.
conclude our meeting, but go to the chambers.
Chair Jurdy.
Yeah.
This is CO Angelo. I just wanted to give you an update on Whitmore Lane per Supervisor Hashak's question. So Whitmore Lane has been toured by staff and by Nocton Lewis, and they are looking at the facility closer regarding OSHPD 5. And so they're looking at the building as to if they demolish part of the building, as we had talked about, versus a vacant lot, what the cost analysis is for vacant lot versus using Whitmore Lane. And my understanding from Dr. Miller is that we should have this analysis by Nocton Lewis by the end of July.
Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Okay, all right. Well, at 6:13, it looks like we are adjourned.